the mean,
look at time
or
splits
sometimes it is
who's got it, but
called the
we've
error.
seen very
If it is
experienced
called the
riders
error, we
get
use
it wrong
the
and
letter
fall
E to
apart. We've seen
specify
people
that
going
is
for our
error.
records and get it wrong.
But that was I saying. The sum of the errors
it's
is
the people
always a
that
zero.
get it
The sum of the
right,
deviation
just to state the
will
obvious.
always be zero.
And it's really, really
because
important.
we found that the value below the mean and the value
province,
above the
as a
mean,
powerful symbol of conservation.
then
And
there are
success.
also
This is
values
what I was telling you.
on the mean. Then if we add the deviations,
About the
we
big
get
five, well, they're
always
here,
zero.
and of course,
Always.
most of them.
Now, the first dispersion
Visiting the waterhole
here,
a little bit later on. Giraffes.
Then we have a mean, absolute deviation.
Do you know, I absolutely love giraffes. And I've always thought...
The mean absolute deviation, MAD, mean absolute deviation or error. It means that since the sum of the deviation is equal to zero, then if we put the absolute values, MAD, it will be, okay, the summation of DI, then we divide it by N. Or
don't mess with
we
the
can write
giraffe,
summation I, then I can write F, I, okay, DI, then we divide it by N. If the
whereas
deviation,
buffaloes,
okay,
you're thinking they look a
if
bit
the
scary.
values are repeated N times or F times, then we can write, okay, let me change here. Instead
lovely?
of using F,
Elephants,
let me write
somewhere in
NI.
between.
The summation NI, DI.
Will, for some riders, be the biggest stage they've ever performed upon.
Completely. And that's why it long drag through that cobbled part of the race. And even when it smoothed out and she was coming into the closing meters, that was a big slog. That was a big effort. And we've marked how brilliant that ride was. But it took some doing to really measure that to the line. And I think that that's in part been underestimated perhaps about today's course.
That final crest, I mean, it is hellish. The grind to get over the line. The only respite you get appears to be in the last 50 metres. She practically fell over the line there.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, it was really interesting to see again predictions on how much the riders would be able to hold position, and she was certainly out of that, wasn't she, to just make sure that she could just maintain as much smooth power as possible across that cobbled sections. Here's Marta Giesens here, and we talked about a discrepancy happening through the field today. Look how smooth she is in the TT position.
Isn't this an absolutely beautiful building? It's actually based on a beehive, and it's just absolutely spectacular. It fits the landscape perfectly. Whoever was the architect, then we take our hats off to you. That is amazing. Liao Zhang has set the benchmark at the first split, by the way. And it is a strong one through that first timing point, 34 seconds better than the field. She has 1 minute and 12 over Nerere, who has already finished. So, yeah, we are starting to see some big trims of, indeed, times throughout there. And Yao Zhang, who looked very purposeful, I think we described her for the first couple of corners that the Chinese athlete took. She was fully dialed in, quite clearly.
Yeah, completely. And you can start to see the people that have had the support around them to put in the work it takes to be in this position. And I think it's, again, it's one thing doing some amount of testing, getting your position dialed, but actually being able to secure the best time possible in this duration of a time trial. You have got to find that balance, haven't you? You know, you can't be in a super extreme position that ends up being detrimental and that you can't get the full power out. So as we go up the field here, you're starting to see riders that are so familiar with doing TT drills, with being in that testing position, and they've got it honed, and it's so evident. And you could see there with Marta Goossens just how well drilled she is.
It's going to be interesting, that final test, actually, and how much it starts to impact. I think there'll be a few riders that will be thinking about climbing off just at the very last. You can't do it. It's the last bit. You have to get there. There is a bit of a roller coaster. You come off up over the cobble section. You actually go into a little dish and indeed finish on an uphill lip before that very, very, very late little bit of respite. Here's Tanya Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago. They produced some spectacular track riders in the past of Trinidad and Tobago, and I always love watching them.
I love Tanya Campbell. She is an absolute joy to interview, a joy for our sport. Here she is now, taking to that start ramp, and she will be so focused today. She is another rider that has not only impressed as an individual, but it's transcended that. She has done so much for the cycling community in Trinidad and Tobago, coming into the World Tour, representing, having so many injuries, setbacks, bad luck, missing out on big targets, and she's always just had her heart on her sleeve and said what it means to just represent at this level. And I love her. I think she's brilliant. What a role model.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, why not? If the World Championships can come here to Africa, and we've seen, of course, Asia starting to rise as a powerhouse, and, you know, why not the West Indies? That would be fantastic. Can you imagine Trinidad and Tobago? I'm putting the bid in right now.
Here she is, Anna van der Breggen. I am very excited, as you can tell by the buzz in my voice. I cannot wait to see her out there today. We know how well she can time trial. But for me, this season has just delighted in terms of cycling fans getting treated to so many new narratives. When I saw... I don't think it was even speculation. I think there was a sudden announcement. Anna is coming back to the World Tour peloton, having been a DS. And I was like, hang on, please tell me this is true. Because it was so exciting to have the news that she was going to come back in. And the level she's come back in at, having been away from professional racing, is just so staggering. And this is her discipline.
Yep,
so I'm excited. And yeah,
former world champion, of course.
Back with Soraya Paladin for now. I'll park my excitement about Anna for a moment, but we'll get to that. But Soraya Paladin crashed out of the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift with a broken collarbone, and then she's back to this peak performance today. So it's really worth noting where she's had to come from in preparation. But here's Anna van der Breggen.
Well, we've seen her on the track, we've seen her on the road. We have seen her just about everywhere. Twice a world road race champion, let's remind ourselves. When you look at the roster, she won Flanders, she won Strade Bianche, Amstel Gold Race. I mean, it's actually easier to say things that she hasn't won. Well, she's won our hearts as well. 35 years of age now. She has moved around the world of cycling, let's put it that way, but she has come back to, well, a moment right now which could prove for this veteran, she's 35 years of age now, something amazing. Let's see how she goes, shall we?
I'm really, really excited to see how she goes today. It's
almost in a sense that she's got nothing to prove, and because of that, I think she'll do something spectacular.
Yeah, and if you just watch exactly that, if you just watch her level of expertise, she is textbook when it comes to riding a time trial. We've seen her win so big in Grand Tours, stage races, where she's been able to solo to victory. And she's one of those riders where you think, okay, maybe she's forcing a break here. Okay, no, she's gone solo. Oh, she's gone very early. Okay, she's still solo like 50 kilometres later. She is a rider that can do this and can deliver solo. And so she's immensely exciting to watch in her technicality, the years of experience she brings today.
Well, 5 medals in the time trial, let's not forget, for Van der Breggen, but also the title. That was in Imola in 2020. So, you know, I think a couple of times she's been national champion as well in the discipline. So why not today? Can you imagine the story? What a story would that be?
She's won it all. And
if she medals again, that would just be...
Yeah, and
amazing.
the story will be spectacular because of, as I say, the narrative coming into this season with people saying, well, let's just watch what she is capable of doing, because we all know that not having the race days in your legs, it impacts even the best riders in the world. Of course it does. She was a director sportive very successfully for Team SD Works Pro Time for a number of years before deciding to come back to racing. You've got to assume a big part of that was knowing that the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift is now on the calendar. It's now possible to field that for the women's peloton, which has been another huge pivotal moment for our sport, a big talking point. But she is back, and she's not just back, she is back at the very top end, so that'll be immensely exciting. But here we go, another big name today.
Niewiadoma off the ramp for Poland, a nation that always punches above its weight, be that on the track, and particularly when it matters. You get to pivotal moments, be that, as I say, something like the Olympics or indeed these World Championships, and Poland always seem to be able to punch above expectations. Niewiadoma, though, is somebody we expect a lot from. And I guess in a mixed course, she might be able to surprise even more. We talk about time trials, pure time trialists, and you talk about those who are more adaptable, perhaps. I think that's why Van der Breggen, we're expecting a lot from her, as we just ride here with Soraya Paladin, who is absolutely eating up the opposition out there. She is finding riders left, right and centre. She is dominating the time checks at the moment. She's the fastest by a margin of 48 seconds at the second split. Zheng coming through here as well. So we are starting to see some spectacular performances throughout the entire run, and Paladin leading and comfortable. What about Van der Breggen? Classical time trialling. She has a little bit of lateral movement, but it's where she feels comfortable. And sometimes finding that comfort on a bike is more important than aero purity. I've seen a lot of riders actually go into tunnels and they've been put into the perfect position.
Yeah.
And because they're uncomfortable, they actually generate less power and are less effective, bizarrely. You have to find some comfort.
Completely, and I think a really prime example of that is when we saw the peak of the battle between Anna van der Breggen and Annemiek van Vleuten. Everybody used to talk about their positioning on the bike, because you could look at Anna, her face, her demeanour, her body language. She always looked so calm. Annemiek would have a much more animated style, look like she was throwing it around, and then you'd never be able to tell who was going to take it out of the two of them, because their stance on a bike was so different, but they were both able to win Grand Tours, go solo, do the big mountains. You know, they had the capability to go head to head in that with two completely different styles. So if you were to say to Annemiek van Vleuten, okay, so try and position yourself more like Anna van der Breggen, well, that wouldn't work for her. And I think it also, well, yes, it wouldn't have gone down well, because they were both the best in the world. So you wouldn't need to alter their position. But that's another thing. It's easy for onlookers to say, oh, I think they're slightly toe down or they're heel out, or I would correct that. But if it's working for them, they don't need to correct that. They've done so much testing with the team to see where they need to be, and they've got it drilled, they've got it right, and it works for them.
Frolova, despite sharing the early intermediate split with Nirere, the difference between them at the third checkpoint was 10 seconds, and the fade has continued throughout the run, I'm afraid, which actually all it does is underscore what a spectacular leader we have of this race, probably spurred on by national pride, Nirere. But Frolova, I'm afraid, is going to find herself way down, and that hot seat, which looks very comfy, I must admit. Parker Knoll.
This is our first sighting of the actual hot seat, isn't it? With Nerere in there. You could just see her sort of already, just her hands over her face. Because it's such a hard place to be, isn't it? It's a joyful place to go into the hot seat, but you want to stay there for as long as possible, just to state the obvious. And, but this just goes to show how important that pacing is today.
And what Nerere did. I mean, she's hiding her smile because she's a modest person and doesn't want to be seen to be celebrating. I guess almost the failure of others. Exactly.
I wouldn't be hiding it. No, I take that. And it's really interesting, isn't it, to see the array of emotions when someone has gone into that pole position. They are sat in that hot seat, and we get to see them watching every rider take off around the course. Who is going to beat them? Who's going to better the time? And it is a really interesting element of time trials, because sometimes we do see an incredibly strong rider go off early, and then they are there with bated breath for so long. But we have some incredibly fast riders out on the course. Here's Marte Giessens at the moment for Belgium, and just look at the speed. And I've been really trying to squint in at the setup and the gearing of some of these riders to be more recent starters, because we know how much pressure and power can be potentially retained on the descents. So that's going to have been a really big balancing point for teams and riders coming into today, looking at the tech on the bike, looking at the gear ratios, whether they go for 1 or 2 at the front, is because not only have you got the gradients, but you could potentially still at the least maintain or gain on some of those power descents.
This is Van der Breggen just coming through at it'll be our initial checkpoint along the way, still with an awful long way to go, but this should be a mighty trim, one can only imagine. Let's wait and see. We've seen some strong performances out there. Shang and Paladin seem to be measuring themselves against each other at the moment, waiting for the third timing checkpoint for both of them. But I think we're going to be starting to nudge down closer towards 45 minutes by the end. At the moment, Nerere has a finish time that was absolutely spectacular, over a minute clear of Frolova. Watango has also finished, nudging up towards the 2-minute mark. Kiplagat coming home 7 minutes and 47 further away from Nerere, which shows you what Nerere has managed to pull out for this course. A course I am absolutely certain she has probably spent an awful lot of time practicing. And there's no shame in that. I imagine.
Absolutely.
I imagine the authorities have given her several runs on closed roads to make sure that she produces a good time. But she's lived up to the billing. It's all very well starting off as favourite, but you have to get into that spotlight and accept the burden.
I've just distracted there for a moment because we just had sight of Marte Giessens there, and we were talking about how pivotal aero gains are today and staying in position, and her number has fallen down.
I saw that.
And yeah, that's not it's not an ideal thing to happen early on when we're talking about everything on the skin suit being perfectly slick. But yes,
may I say something?
Yes, you may.
It might actually help at dissipating the air off the back. Did you know that they actually the most aero rendering of hair on your legs, stick with it, is actually to shave the front of your legs and leave the back of your calves hairy, because of
so you think she's positioned this number
for
the aero gain?
I don't think it's deliberate, but I actually think, strangely, it might actually be helping. The odd little watt or two to dissipate, rather like the golf ball effect. You have dimples on a golf ball, and the reason that it flies further than a smooth golf ball is because it traps the air within those little, the small eddy currents form within the ball itself, and so the air that it's going through passes over more air, and so it actually has a less impactful effect. So yes, there is a dissipation factor here, but I'm not saying it's deliberate by any means. You'd probably rather have the number in the right place. Apart from anything else, you can hear it.
It might be
Flapping
a
away.
slight distraction. But no, it is a really interesting talking point. Well, it's very interesting for me as an utter tech geek, I must admit. But it is really interesting. And I've been privy to wind tunnel testing, to track testing, where you just constantly alter the smallest factors. And I've just had my jaw to the floor at the difference it makes immediately when you change one tiny factor, like you say. And we've understood more and more, haven't we, about aero gains over the years. We've had some really key riders just pushing forward the development and the understanding of why it really matters. And we joke about these things, but it could be as simple as one little ridge on a skin suit or something like that.
Amazing.
And I must just throw in my huge tangent that when I was heavily pregnant, I went cycling with one of our lovely colleagues, Matt Stevens, and he then started the talking point that pregnancy bumps make you more aero, because he believes that that is a fact. And then I said, yes, but if I'm more aero, I'm going to say that's going to be outweighed quite literally by the fact that I can barely get on the bike.
Yeah, exactly. No, that effect I was telling you about is the reason why javelins, for example, have a sort of a rough surface on the tail. It's exactly the same thing. The problem is, if you only shave the front of your legs and leave the back of your legs hairy, it looks terrible.
I'm not sure it's going to be worth any gains for me to do that, but it is good to know.
Exactly. Anyway, moving on. Apparently, it's also hairy legs make it very painful to receive massage. There you go.
That's the other thing, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the other thing.
Off we go, and they're coming thick and fast right now. This is wonderful. It feels like a big party today, and why not? Our friend from Norway still plying a trade upon the course, and let's just give you some updates, shall we? Zhang is still quickest at the second split, so I'm expecting the Chinese athlete to come through the third split as well. She's 1 minute and 12 up on Paladin. Is this Patarova coming to the finish now? It is. And still we have Zavarin Nirere in the hot seat and has not been upset yet. Look at the heat haze we're starting to see generated as well. And as we get to a hotter part of the day, which is just a natural thing, of course, as the sun indeed starts to rise, same as Central European time. So we're just after 11:30 in the morning, local time here. Patapova comes to the line, and they all know how tough this has been. But every single finisher we have just adds to Nerere's kudos as the home favourite, doing an amazing job.
Yeah, so Zavarin Nirere, the first off the ramp this morning, we were talking about how she had to measure the effort with the huge support that she's got here, with the fact that the occasion for her was so massive, being the debut rider to go off in these World Championships. Absolutely huge. Being the Rwandan national TT champion, there were so many things that she had to measure in the way she handled today. And the ride she put in was evidently fantastic. And I think we said, didn't we, it's very hard to tell with the first riders, let alone the first rider off, what we're expecting from the field overall. But she put in such a measured effort. Her position looked so smooth. She got absolutely everything out of this cobbled section towards the last few hundred metres. And yeah, it was job done for her, and she's still sat in that hot seat. It's amazing.
Paladin just catching Benin's Westiu, and indeed sailing right, did the right thing, just got out of the gave a decent gap between the pair. You're not allowed to sit in before 10 metres have been extended. That doesn't look like 10 metres to me, so I'm afraid that the Benin rider just getting a little bit of aero assist, possibly just been warned. Over to the other side of the road goes Paladin. Now, don't forget that Shang is also on course. She'll be coming in behind Paladin in a few moments' time. But as it is, driving for the line is Paladin. She's already caught her 2.5-minute athlete in Ahuisu. we're staying with our whistle right now so that the motorcycle doesn't get involved in a negative way, but now is allowed to move forward by the commissaire. Good work. And so it is that Paladin is in the most difficult part of the course. Now, Paladin was second quickest at the split, but gave away 1 minute and 12 to Zhang, who will be picking up, I presume, fairly soon. Meanwhile, further out on course, this is Van der Breggen, and just look at this first intermediate. The clock's green. She's not that far away from the intermediate, so one can only suspect that this is going to be a mighty trim. We shall wait and see. We've got some great riders out there. I desperately want to get back to Paladin, actually, to see her finish, because I think she is going to take the lead. So relieve Zavarine Nirere of her position in the hot seat. 12.9 kilometre marker is going to be this split, just a little bit of pixelation. You'll forgive us for that. But she's going to bring this one home. We're going to see a lot of chops and changes. This is essentially, I believe, going to be the first one. So it is Soraya Paladin, who has had a road back to recovery, and at least she gets a comfy chair, I imagine, in a few moments' time. Here's Van der Breggen, and there is the Tissot timing. And look at this for a trim. Van der Breggen finds 50 seconds as a trim for the fastest so far, celebrates with a little toot on the bottle, and she now has to finish the job.
She does, but that's something she knows so well, is measuring her effort. I don't think I've ever seen her make mistakes in this scenario about what she expects from a course. And look at the position. She is just so well drilled at perfecting a time trial. I think what was so interesting coming into this season is how she would fare, and she's just delivered. So today's immensely exciting. But here is Soraya Paladin.
It is going to be our benchmark. We suspected that. She's been so strong out on the course. Just out, goes on to the drops, just gets out of the saddle to bring this one home. And thanks to Zavarine Nirere, but she's going to be relieved of that position in a few moments' time. Paladin is going to bring this home. Still quite a way to go. It's a tight camera angle. You can't quite see where she is relative to the finish, but she's into the rainbow stripes hoarded section, and here we go, heads up just to this crest. She's going to come over the top. It's going to be our first sub 50-minute time, and all credit to Paladin. Just at that respite zone right now. It's almost cruelty in action as you watch it. Back out of the saddle, just wants to get the best time possible. You see the line, but actually it just seems to go further and further away from you with every pedal stroke. There is this little dish she has to go into and come out of once again. It's not the most challenging finale in terms of geography here, considering what she's already put in, but stops the clock. And 1 minute and 30 trim. We got a 48.36. That is a very strong time. And thanks to Zavarine Nirere for setting a great benchmark. But it's Soraya Paladin that takes the lead.
Yeah, tough moment for Nirere there. She'll leave that hot seat, but we just once again must mark what a brilliant benchmark she put in early on today. But Soraya Paladin, just weeks after breaking her collarbone, retiring from the tour, here she is now back in that hot seat.
May not be there for long because 1 minute and 12 they were separated at the third timing point, and Xiao Zhang coming in, always very dialed in terms of the efficacy of their sports programs at China. They do physiological and sometimes psychological testing to make sure that athletes are absolutely cut out for their sport. And Zhang is a fantastic prospect. They have, of course, a wide population to pick from, but Zhang is absolutely at the top of her game, and this is going to be very impressive because Paladin's time was very, very good, and I think we're going to bust the 48s big time here. So a 47, let's see what the clock stops at in a few moments' time.
Wow.
Whoa, 47.23. That's a time.
That certainly is, and typical of me, just as I'm talking about who's taking to the hot seat, of course it's going to immediately switch, and that's another heartbreaking point in a time trial, isn't it? Because riders just go to sit down and then they're straight out again, because we're going to see these times now come in thick and fast and just be bettered and bettered.
Yeah, a velvet hot seat? No, plastic stacker, sorry. It's a tough whole game. That was a fantastic ride by Xiao Zhang. Congratulations to her. Let's see how the splits start to reveal themselves, because I've got to tell you that Norway's Ugset has just taken off Zhang's time, 46 seconds at the third checkpoint. So if she wants a hot seat, she better go and sit on it quick.
I would. Just as the next rider came in, I'd run over, park myself on it just for a moment to sit there. But yeah, difficult when you're not in it for long. But it is showing us just the class of the riders that we've got out on the course now.
Absolutely wonderful. Still in recovery mode, and that is going to be the watchword for quite a few. 10.4 kilometres for Hoosens. Before she finishes her run. Sigrid Itterhus Ugezet, I think I said that right, is fastest through the third timing point by a margin over Zhang, who's just set our benchmark at the finish. 46 seconds to the good at the third checkpoint. That is enormous.
Talking of enormous time gaps, I think we're going to see a special ride, as we've come to expect from Anna van der Breggen. Eyes on her now, of course. And I know I keep saying it, but you've just got to observe her position on this bike. She is just flawless, isn't she? And you can see the way she has got her head positioned as well. And that little look up and then tuck back into position. And it makes all the difference.
Well, you're starting to see athletes eat into those around them. Marta Hoosens just comes by Mauritius, Marigan Legesse, and over to the other side of the road, and absolutely just tracing a golden thread through this tapestry of pain. Gosh, I need to get a T-shirt made with that phrase on it. Van der Breggen tucks in, a little bit of shuffle here on the saddle. You see her encroaching the front. Let's see her readjust herself again in a moment. This is one of the things that can actually hamper you as on a time trial run, is if you can't stay planted. And it's a difficult thing to mitigate against. We've had gripper saddles in the past. We've had some rather challenging looks, to be honest. Tony Martin once decided that he was going to get his own gripper saddle and decided to glue wet and dry sandpaper on his saddle. Unfortunately, it began to eat through his kit, and then it began to eat through him. And that wasn't a good look. So yes, there was an allowance, and some of the technology is actually built-in gripper saddles, and so the what we used to call butt shuffle has actually kind of ebbed a little bit. But occasionally you see riders just struggling to find that comfortable position. It's a mark of how much power they're putting in, that they get out of position and then have to readjust. If you're constantly readjusting, it doesn't help.
It doesn't, but if you look at how solid she is now in this position, I think it's all about, I've talked about, surprises on the day, haven't I? And the conditions, you can't utterly predict them down to the finest elements of, exactly what the temperature is going to be, how the exact humidity is going to be the week you come into competition. But if anybody knows exactly what to expect from herself and the position, but you're right, yeah, there's some shifting around there, but she is very, very used to being in this TT position. She has put hours upon hours and hours and hours, not only throughout her entire career to perfect this, but recently she will have put such a big focus on today as well. We talked earlier about the fact that we've got some really big names absent from the men's field, the women's field, and whether or not they thought they could target a result today. The fact that Anna van der Breggen is fielding this TT means she is well drilled and well prepared to do something special.
That's the voice of Rebecca Charlton, who's joined me, Carlton Kirby, here for the UCI Road World Championships. We're in Kigali, in Rwanda. Well, there's been population here since 8,000 BC, they've found evidence of. And quite a few things have changed. We're having a bit of a party right now. And that's because this is the first time, of course, that the World Championships have been held here on the African continent. And it won't be the last, because it's been absolutely spectacular. Beautifully organised. And, of course, our thanks to the UCI and Monsieur Le Partillon, and indeed everybody who have collected together to produce what has been an amazing achievement. And just look at it as well. We have retina fizzing sunshine. It is glorious. There's very little wind. There will be even conditions for absolutely everyone throughout the run. A near perfect time trial, you might say. Well, some time trialists will possibly disagree with you, basically saying this is maybe not for the purists, but that makes it even more entertaining, because the questions that now we have as to who will thrive in this field have widened. We've got classics riders who can actually push the time trial bikes spectacularly so. And in fact, it's not the first time that the World Championships, the time trial, has featured altitude, but there's a lot in this course. We've got 460 metres of elevation gain spread over the 31.2 kilometres of the course, which is significant over such a short distance. So there are rises and falls, there's cobble sections as well. It's brilliant.
It's utterly brilliant, and it's even more brilliant because there were elements of the course that we'd all had a look at prior to today, thinking they might not be as taxing as they could be, but they evidently are. That final section is brutal after everything else they've contended with. And with the duration of today that we're looking at, this level of distance for a time trial and that elevation gain, it is all about not going into the red too early in those early time splits, as we just see Anna van der Breggen there overtaking Tennille Campbell, who went out ahead of her today, of course, for Trinidad and Tobago. But here we are with Anna van der Breggen, and I keep talking about the importance of pacing, and it's even more important when you're looking at riders taking on the altitude that they are at today, and the things like the air quality, the humidity. If you go into the red on a climb, it's bad. If you go into the red at altitude, with that to contend with as well, recovery becomes all the more difficult each kilometre you go on.
Urška Zigert, Slovenia, in their familiar national green, Slovenian racing green, apparently. There we are. We will, of course, be seeing that in the men's race a little bit later on as well. A certain Mr. Tadej Pogačar, you may have heard of him. He will be going off.
He's not bad.
He's all right, you know. Well, he can push a pedal.
Just about.
Meanwhile, we come back to this spectacular. It's the finish at the convention centre here, and UCI is going to unseat Bao Zhang, who has only just finished. And, well, we said that some of the best may well be busting the 45. We're not quite there just yet, but we're getting close. This is going to be sub 46, and Xiao Zhang is also rather wonderfully applauding.
Gracious.
That's just lovely to see.
Yeah.
Isn't it? You know, she's still got the velvet throne as it stands at the moment, but
celebrating there
exactly.
for Sigrid Ytres Haugset coming in here.
How lovely. Line is about to welcome UCI. She's still got this little rise and fall to deal with. The margin is going to be less than a minute, I think, by the time she reaches the line. But what a performance this is. Just about there. Here we go. She trims 59 seconds for a 46.24. And rather wonderfully, Xiao Zhang applauds her rival for what she has just achieved.
Yeah, she knew, didn't she? She knew she was off on her way out of the hot seat and took a moment to celebrate the time of Sigrid Ytres Haugset here. And yeah, that's a nice moment.
Absolutely wonderful. It's a glorious day, isn't it? It's it reminds me, this road, of the run down from the ridge down to Eyam. Oh, yeah. I'm talking Derbyshire. Only because of the greenery, perhaps, but not the weather. And I've got to say, not the food either. They do a spectacular here. Some of the cuisine in these parts of the world are absolutely wonderful. So yeah, got a little bit of a piquancy to it as well. If you care to enjoy, some of the open air restaurants here are absolutely gorgeous. It's a film festival here as well.
Look at that smile.
How lovely. She's done it. She's finished.
It's well, land of 1,000 hills.
Yeah.
Is where we have.
Done them all today.
Just as I say, look at this setting, land of 1,000 hills, and it's not an easy course.
No, it's not. After which, cup of tea. Why not? These are the tea plantations, and rather beautiful they are as well. In fact, some of the black tea that you enjoy does indeed come from Africa. You talk about all the tea in China, Indian tea as well. Africa produces some amazing teas, and I've got to tell you that here in Rwanda, they're particularly proud of their brew. We'll be having one a little bit later. Meanwhile, this is Sigrid is our leader for the time being. I do fancy a cup of tea, actually, but anyway.
This is what I'm interested to see, Carlton, is how much Anna van der Breggen keeps the pressure on down the descents. And I was thinking she's going to start pedaling some of these downwards roads, and that is evidently the amount of power that this rider is able to get out of each part of this course. And we know how fast these descents are, but gearing again has been such a consideration coming into today to get over the ramps, but to really maximize what you can do, because when you're looking at those top 3 places today, the medal contention places, that is going to mean everything in terms of how much power they can keep carrying, of course, at every point of today.
You know what? In any kind of speed event, and I remember talking to the great Terry Reimer, who was an endurance motorcyclist, 24-hour motorcycle racing. I said, how is it you're so dominant? And he said, by making the easy bits hard. And I just thought that is absolutely right, and we're seeing that. We're seeing that from Anna van der Breggen. It's an easy bit. Don't take a break. This is where you can make a difference, because if everyone else is taking a break, power through, make the easy bit hard, and you're going to do something spectacular.
Exactly that. And we know in this sport, that's what it takes. That's what it comes down to. Did you manage to carry a little bit of power through a section that somebody else didn't? That could win it. Here's Niewiadoma.
Make the easy bits hard. Listen to
Love
Terry.
that. So true.
Here we go, Niewiadoma, and that's a big giveaway, I'm afraid. A minute and a half down at this point. That's a surprise.
It is a surprise. Kasia Niewiadoma, we know her class, we know her all-round ability as well, that she can really succeed in different disciplines, but looking to suffer there.
Look at that, the way that curve was and how quickly she was not fearful about grounding a pedal. That is knowing your machine apart from anything else. Knowing your lean angles, knowing when you can get the power on as you come out of a corner without actually getting yourself destabilized and into trouble. She kept that so smooth. This is wisdom.
It is wisdom, and that's what she brings to our sport, and that's why I'm so delighted she is back in this fold of the World Tour peloton at the very top end of it. And I think, going back to my point before, when she announced that she'd come back, there were big question marks over whether you can be out of the sport. We know she would have kept training, of course, she evidently did, but whether or not you can translate that into race success is another thing. And she came into the Spring Classics and did exactly that. And I think we then had such high expectations of her all season and just went back into thinking of her as an out-and-out favourite, forgetting that she's been away from this sport. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to get some more answers today. But here's Anna Kiesenhofer, who many people will, of course, remember from her win at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, where she just, she made a staggering move and secured that victory, and I think surprised herself, although perhaps not, because I think she was well aware of her capabilities. But she's had a really interesting journey in this sport, coming out of the pro team fold for 2025 and actually taking on a coaching role in Team Picnic Postanel and the team staff behind the scenes. But she's completely decided, right, I'm going to focus in on the World Championships today in the time trial.
Gosh, this looks like a challenging start, I must say, for Rusa. Hope she's okay. I mean, to me, Rusa is potentially our favourite for today. So Marlon gets herself ready and underway. This is going to be very, very special. Reigning Swiss time trial champion. Swiss time, of course. Swiss time is running out. Famous line. Which song was that? Smoke on the Water, of course. Deep Purple. We know that.
I didn't.
Deep into the red. Hoosens, and I'm afraid 47.53. Should be a little disappointed with that, I'm afraid. We'll get back to Marlen Russe in a few moments' time. 3 medals, 2 silvers and a bronze she's had, of course, in the Worlds. But last year suffered a bit of burnout, which is a shame. Self-declared, I've got to say. But yes, she is, when it comes to time trialling, absolutely spectacular. Forced to abandon Tour de France Femmes in July due to illness, which is something that you have to retrieve to bounce back from. And in fact, everyone's going to get bad luck in their career, and illness, I think, is one of the most unlucky things, because it's got nothing to do with form. It's got nothing to do with kind of injury, really, and your recovery rates, or indeed your dedication. You can't mitigate against getting ill, and it happens to everybody. But you've got to get back from it, haven't you?
It's really hard. It's really hard because I think there's been so many big narratives that played into how good this season's been, and I genuinely believe that this, for me, is the best season of women's cycling we have ever had. It has just been spectacular.
That's because you've been commentating it, obviously.
No. God. And I think, and we've got eyes on Kiesenhofer here. It'll be really interesting to see what she can do today. And but back to your point there on Marlen Russe. There was a lot of illness going around, stomach bug, sickness, and we know that can spread not only throughout a team, you're all sharing rooms, you're at a Grand Tour together, but it can transcend that and go for the entire peloton. And we saw so many people with huge targets of coming in spectacular form to the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, being immediately taken out with illness. Of course, most prominently being Marlen Russe, to fall victim of that illness. And she was quite open, as she normally is in interviews, which I love because she's so candid. But she was saying, I'm just too unwell to even consider being at my peak, and we saw that very early on, forcing her to retire. There's Brodie Chapman of Australia starting, another person that we always talk about in a time trial, because as you'll see, she is able to push it to the limit.
Well, in Oz, everyone, of course, is a time trialist, because it's how you start your game, really. Race against the clock, point to points, out and backs, as they're sometimes called. So out into the outback and then back again. Defending national champion is Brodie Chapman, and you don't wear the green and gold for nothing. She is absolutely fabulous. We love the Aussies and the way that they absolutely are so attack-minded. A sporting-based nation is how Australia can describe itself quite honourably. For the population they have, the champions that they produce is off the scale.
It is such an exciting part of the world, isn't it? Especially in time trials. Let's just go when we finished here. But no, I think for me, what has really stood out, I guess this season, but always with Brodie Chapman, is the ability she has to be such a workhorse for her trade team. She has been a super domestique, but she's also then, when it transfers back to being her as an individual, she delivers. And I don't think that's an easy balance, because we know the psychology of being a domestique, working for others. You do completely transfer your mindset and how you perform that role. So to then put full focus back into yourself, to delivering on the day, that takes a lot of skill. And Brodie Chapman brings so much experience to that, and she'll be great out there today. Yeah,
I mean, she's quite remarkable, to be honest, the sort of list of success that she's had, considering the knockbacks that everyone gets here, and just to maintain it. Third in the time trial at the Giro, second in the time trial at the Thüringen Ladies Tour as well. I mean, she's brilliant. So let's see how she goes. Kiesenhofer is on course, the Austrian, to do something great, but she's never afraid to hide her discomfort. Let's put it that way. She was absolutely internally screaming there. Niedermeyer is next. And away she goes. I mean, she is, of course, the national champion. And it was Germany that brought tea, apparently, to Rwanda back in the day. I don't know where they got the tea plants from. They probably nicked them from the Brits, who obviously nicked them from the Chinese and then set up their own plantations in India. I know. I mean, China's had the monopoly on tea, and now it's everywhere, but particularly some of the best of it here in Rwanda. Still haven't got a cup of tea. But anyway, Kiesenhofer, we're looking at her right now. Van der Breggen with a 35.44 at the third intermediate and 1:53 up. This is rude.
I love your quotes. You know that, Carlton. They're all, I was going to say Twitter bios, X bios now. But in their own right, they stand alone, Carlton. Legendary. 1.5 kilometres remaining for Anna van der Breggen. We're seeing her navigate these cobbles now. Be interesting to look at her position on the bike, which I've talked about so much today. But back with Kiesenhofer here. And as you mentioned before, there are certain riders, actually Anna van der Breggen, very good at it, at just concealing any evidence of pain on their face. But Kiesenhofer is very much heart on sleeve. This is the amount of effort I'm pouring into this. She played down her chances coming into today, saying she didn't have the ideal preparation. But she's another rider that always focuses on a target, evidently, because she won the Olympic Games that way.
Lake Kivu, absolutely beautiful. It's almost like an inland sea, this. It's a landlocked nation, of course, Rwanda. But at one side of this great lake, you almost can't see the other side of it. It's absolutely beautiful and well worth a visit. Back to the BK Arena. Labous is about to engage, and we've got the very best now. This is where it starts to get properly serious. Juliette Labous was actually beaten by Cédrine Kerbayol, who we've already seen on course. But Juliette Labous, again, another one of the very, very strong time trialists from a very strong nation when it comes to this discipline, France. And away she goes. Her left eardrum will have a ringing sound in it by the time she leaves the arena here, because that's the side the drummers are upon. Away she goes, and that time tunnel rear disc. See what she can do, shall we? Anna Henderson will be next, then Chloe Dygert, and then, of course, Demi Vollering to draw the start house to a close and give the drummers a break. Meanwhile, everyone's going to be saying, oh, give us a break. Van der Breggen is absolutely in charge. This could well be meddling significance. Let's wait and see. Sigrid is having a look. She's got a big grin, shaking her head.
She's like, that's okay.
Just sheer appreciation. I don't mind being
Breggen.
beaten by Van der Breggen. How lovely is this?
If you're going to be beaten by someone, you would just accept it, wouldn't you? If it was Van der Breggen coming in to take your time and better it. You can see the look on Sigrid Ytterhasset's face there. Yeah, okay. She's the best in the biz. But she's only just come out of that position in this push to the line. She's been so neat all day on every kilometre of this course. She knows how important it's going to be to get absolutely every inch of power and leave it all out on the road. And she's a rider that so well knows how to do that. Look at this coming into the line here and back down in TT position.
Every single pedal stroke matters. Make the easy bits hard. Don't finish at the line. Think about finishing beyond it, and it's beyond even her expectations. That is a powerhouse performance of exceptional quality and delivery. Wow, we have a heck of a winner here, at least for the time being. Let us wait and see how long this can last, but at the finish line, we're in the 44s, for goodness sake. The trim is 2 minutes and 23 at the finish with a 44.01, and she has broken into the 42s as an average, a 42.5 average pace throughout that punishing course. Underscores Anna van der Breggen's sheer greatness.
Talked about textbook displays of dominance from Anna van der Breggen. Look at the damage she's done there. That was just a joy to watch, and she was so calm, as we've come to expect from this rider, so measured in her effort. Nothing is left to chance. But here's Anna Henderson for Great Britain.
She's off and underway, and Anna Henderson has now got a big task on her hands, possibly career defining. Let's wait and see. She hasn't yet moved on to a podium as far as the worlds are concerned. That will be her big target, to get a medal. Let's hope that that indeed happens to her, because you know what? It's not beyond the realms of possibilities. And this rider on your screen now proves that. If you have belief, it counts for a massive percentage of what you can deliver.
It completely does. And psychology, as we know, is so important. But I think teams are placing so much more importance on understanding the mental approach to coming into these races, and how well you deal with pressure can, of course, massively affect your result on the day. Anna Henderson does deliver when it matters, doesn't she? Yeah. She has really proven that in her career, albeit she's still such a young rider, achieving such big things in her list of achievements so far in this sport. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what she does today. She's another rider that's had to come back from so many setbacks, from injuries, and she's got full focus on today. So I think it could be an exciting ride. But we're going to say that, aren't we, for the last few riders, because there is some serious competition out on the road at the moment. And indeed, with our last couple of riders to go off that start ramp, they are going to challenge the time of Anna van der Breggen. And one of those people is her teammate Demi Vollering from Dutch Cycling this week. And that will be very interesting to see what Vollering can do. And I think we always say it, don't we? Anything can happen, but it can. We don't wish it on a rider, but we can see mistakes, we can see crashes, we can see people push a turn too much. It'll be very interesting to see who really capitalises on everything today. Talking of which, someone that can do that very well, one of our big favourites, Chloe Dygert.
Chloe Dygert getting ready. Bronze last year, of course. She'd like, by sheer alchemy and force of will, to turn that to gold today. Let us wait and see. She's got Demi Vollering, of course, still to come off the ramp, who was the best placed, and indeed in this last year, and will be wearing number 1. Here we go. So, Great Britain versus the United States versus Netherlands, France, Germany, Austria, Switzerland. Well, it has a European whiff to that list of favourites. However, we are racing in Africa, and we thank the people of Rwanda and Kigali. We thank the UCI as well for this amazing event, and it's just so beautifully delivered. And right now, it's a question of just digging in for a little bit of glory. And in fact, why not have a lot of glory? Yes, we're getting ourselves greedy now because the performances are spectacular. That corner looked a bit out of shape here for Kaisenhofer. The dead turn is a difficult thing to master. You've got to get that absolutely bang on, haven't you? Lose a couple of seconds there.
Yeah, and that's what it all comes down in, being in the most aero extreme position if you can't hold it, if you're constantly shifting around. And here we have eyes now on Kasia Niewiadoma of Poland, and it looks like she's suffered out there today.
Certainly has, and we've seen a few grimaces. This is not a grin, this is absolute end of resources, and I'm afraid by the time she crosses the line it's going to be possibly nearer to the 3-minute mark than it is the 2-minute mark here, but no shame in this. Some of the conditions will be better to the liking of some riders than others, but bang in the middle of my prediction there, it is 2.5 minutes, I'm afraid, giving away, 2:31 to be precise. But, as you've just heard, good enough for third place, which explains some of the big margins that we have had. Slotting into third place behind Sigrid Ugeset and indeed Zhao Zhang, who's at 3 minutes and 22. It's a big gap still. Later on, I think every second may well start to count. You can only guess, but what we are seeing is that Van der Breggen's time, we assumed the times would be between 45 minutes and 50. I think we did all right with our assumptions, to be honest. A 44.01
You did
Van
all
der
the
Breggen.
I'll give you that credit.
Well,
that's the truth.
So I'll tell you, maths is not my strong point. But anyway, it was, you know, even a stopped clock is right twice a day, don't forget. Anyway, Vollering is about to get off and underway. This is going to close out. The drummers can have a bit of a break. Looks like some of the skins here might actually go pop at any moment now, but they've maintained their smile throughout. And I'm not surprised, because this has been grin-makingly brilliant, this event.
everything about today has been joyful, hasn't it?
Yep.
We've got a spectacular field out on the road. We've had riders who probably never dreamt that they would be fielding a World Championships, who've taken to that start ramp early today. It's been purely joyful. Here is Chloe Dygert. She is a massive favourite today, of course, for the USA. And I feel like in recent years, everybody focuses on and talks about how horrendously she crashed at the Worlds in 2020. And many people will remember that because it was just such a devastating crash and subsequent injury. But the way she's come back from that and just fought to get back to this level and done, again, so many all-round successful rides in the last few years, I'm excited for Dygert today. Here is Cedrine Cabal coming in on her ride.
Yes, same initials as me, CK. But not Colin Kirby, it's Cedrine Cabal. It sounds like Kirby, actually, but no, it does not sound like a good number, I'm afraid. However you look at it, still going to be good enough to nudge that podium, and there it is. But it shows you really the dominance of Anna van der Breggen when you start to indeed extrapolate those who've gone well here. Who's going to go better than Anna van der Breggen? I don't know how long that time's going to last, but I think she's going to get herself a little bit comfy in that hot seat. Cedrine Cabal will take some time to recover. It'd be nice to hear, actually, from some of those who completed the task today. But we want to give, to keep it live for those who are out on course, Demi Vollering will close us out today. Time for the drummers to have a break. They'll be back on duty, of course, for the men's event. That will indeed get itself off and underway in, what, about an hour and 20 minutes. The men will begin.
When you've had your cup of tea.
Oh, it's desperate, quite frankly. And yes, we will, of course, draw this to a magnificent conclusion. The very best of today is still to come. Here it is. I cannot wait to see which one of the women is going to be world champion, because there are so many deserved cases, and each one with a different story to tell as well. It's magnificent.
Yeah, there's so many different stories within this peloton today, isn't there? And indeed, people focusing in on the road race in a week's time as well, as Monica Trincocolin for Italy comes in here. And we did expect these big time differences on a course like today.
Yep, we did. It's starting to seat in here. She gave away 1:53 at the third checkpoint to Anna van der Breggen, and she's not that far off that margin right now, which means that she's held it very well in the most difficult part of the course. So there it is. That's the margin now. So every second after this counts as what she's lost in the latter part of the course. But it's not much. This is a very, very strong performance by the young Italian.
It is. And it's really good to qualify that, isn't it? As I mentioned, the nature of this course means we did expect big time gaps, and that's enough to ride her into second currently. But it is interesting when you're talking about how when we get to these medal positions, every second is going to count, every split second counts against the clock. It always does. And if you look at where Anna van der Breggen came in, as we just see what our current standings look like, Trincocolin now indeed going into second there, as it currently stands out on the course. But Anna van der Breggen came across that line so smoothly. She did not waste any effort coming across the cobbles, transitioning back down into the skis, back on the TT bars, and she has drilled that to perfection, and that's what time will tell. Very shortly, we'll see if that's made enough of a difference to keep her in that hot seat. You can just see the effort that this has taken out on the course today.
You should arrive empty.
Yeah.
That is the idea, to use every single fibre of your being to deliver. Your finish line isn't the finish line itself if you're amongst the very best. You have to think beyond the finish line. You have to go through the finish line, not to finish there, but to power through it. Attack the finish line. Make the easy bits hard. When everyone else is starting to think about easing up, taking a break, you need to stay focused and on it. And that's the way that you can achieve greatness. And Anna van der Breggen has done it on so many occasions. I think almost having that physiological and psychological will and memory of having been there to visit those dark places makes it an easier task.
It certainly does, and yeah, it's all about knowing what to expect, and if you've been in that place and you know how to handle it well, it's going to serve a purpose on the day. And I was talking a moment ago, before we saw Vollering start, about how you can have the most aggressive aero position, but if it doesn't suit you, it's not going to be a position you can hold. But it's the same with someone like Chloe Dygert, can put so much pressure into a turn and know her limit, know where she can hold it, and sometimes exceed it. We have seen that, of course. We've seen all these riders at some point in their career push the limit of a time trial and potentially come off on a turn, especially if we're not knowing what to expect with weather conditions, if it's been partially wet on the day. You know, we've seen riders push past that limit, but these riders that we're seeing out on the course now know better than anybody today where that limit is, how you balance that fine line, whether it's an aggressive position, whether it's powering down a descent, whether it's taking a technical turn at absolute pace. They know what they have in the tank. They've recce'd it, they've practiced it, they know exactly what to do on every inch of this course, and that's what you need to be a TT specialist at the end of the day.
Oh, Chloe Dygert, after that horrific crash, we only dwell on it because of the effectiveness with which she's put that behind her. She
Completely.
could well be our champion by the end of today. We just don't know. She's that. You talk about mentality there, Rebecca, and she's got absolutely everything dialed in. A proper predator, as lovely as you can be off the bike, and just the most dialed in, focused, predatory individual, which is what you have to be when you are in the office, which is on the bike.
And I've spoken to so many riders about that because, you know, being in our position, we have these lovely chats with riders when they are personable and off the bike, and we're very relaxed in terms of the circumstance we're chatting to them. And then the focus that descends on them in a bunch sprint, in a time trial, on race day, they have to have that. They have to be able to switch that on and off. And again, the best riders in the world can evidently do that to perfection, because that's what it takes to be this good on the bike, is to not let any outside noise in. And every rider has a different psychological approach, a different way of looking at the sport, but they all have this laser focus. And yeah, you ultimately need that switch, I think, to put it on and off. But here is Marlen Reusser. We haven't had too much sight of her so far, have we, out on the course? But we were talking before, when she was on that start ramp earlier, about how much illness she's had to contend with this season. And for me, it's another sign, I think, in a way, of how we've seen the women's peloton and racing schedule evolve, in that once upon a time, female riders would have to field absolutely everything. Now we're seeing riders target different Grand Tours throughout the season, not perhaps target everything. And that becomes important when riders have back-to-back-to-back targets and then illness hits them and you can't recover properly. And we had such high hopes for Reusser coming into the Tour de France after everything she did early season. The battle with Demi Vollering that was just set up to perfection. It was what we all wanted. But she had such bad luck with illness, couldn't ultimately field the Tour, but she's got away. She's been quite quiet as to how her preparations have gone, but we presume they've gone very well.
Well, she's certainly gone loud after going quiet, because at the first timing point, she is 15 seconds to the good of Anna van der Breggen. Van der Breggen was not the fastest at that point. In fact, there's now 3 riders quicker than her at the first intermediate. But Van der Breggen ran what we often refer to, for those that don't know, as a negative split. So she kept something back. Some reserves, which she knew she would be spending later on. And that's wisdom, and that comes with experience, of which Anna van der Breggen has plenty. Reusser, though, has gone all in early. Now, if she can hold it, and that is a big if, then the Swiss could actually produce something magnificent. She is 9 seconds to the good of Katrine Allerud, 13 seconds better than Niedermayer. And she is 15 seconds faster at the first split than Anna van der Breggen. So there's a lot to be done here. Juliette Labousse was 5th quickest, with Brodie Chapman has actually just gone through 5th quickest, but she's giving away 15 seconds to van der Breggen. So there's a lot at stake, and it's the latter part of this course where you are going to find or lose those seconds, because that's where the most difficult tasks lie, not least the cobbles that we have to deal with. That cobbled climb at the end is going to be a championship definer, I think.
And these riders will have considered exactly where they can afford to be in terms of going into that red or not in those earlier parts of today's course, because as you say, there's so many challenges in the latter part of that. But as with Demi Vollering, Marlon Reusser knows exactly how to pace for herself as an individual, and I think that's something that becomes quite difficult as a rider as well throughout their career, is not looking around at what everybody else is doing. We know that you can look around and say, well, what gearing is that rider running? Have they gone for the same pacing strategy? But ultimately, when you are able to win time trials at the level that someone like Reusser is, you ride your own pace, you do your own plan, and you don't let anybody knock your confidence with that. You come in with utter belief, and I think that's what's been fascinating about the demeanour of Reusser, is she knows exactly what she's capable of doing today. But somebody else that's had a very good run into this with good preparations is Demi Vollering.
I cannot wait for this second intermediate split. We've got head-to-head rolling here between Vollering and Daiger, which is absolutely fascinating. As you can see, the 16-second gap on their current part of the course, which is one measured against the other. So we've got proper battles going on here. We talked about some of the areas within the circuit as well. We're hardly going round and round. We're going around the houses, you might say, and uphill and down dale as well. This is a proper mixed course. And as a result, because it's not an absolutely pure time trialling course, it offers us up some speculation as to who might thrive today. Marlene Reusser started off as my favourite today, but even though she has an advantage at the first checkpoint, it's the survivability of the latter part of the course that is going to find our winner. Here she is, and the target time for her is a 28:35. She's very close to the next checkpoint. It's up ahead of her, and I think she might still be in the lead. Now, if she is, this is going to be a question of trying to carry this to the latter part of the course, and that's the big task. She's already taken a big bite out of, well, just about everybody. Let's see what time that this clock stops. It's our intermediate, the second one. This is a big check for her and a big wake-up call for everybody else as to what's required to go forward. Wow, 28 seconds up. She is in phenomenal pace, and look at how smooth she looks as well, unencumbered by diversions. She has one focus, and that is a gold medal and a rainbow jersey, and she might well already be halfway to pulling it on.
And nobody will know better what challenges lay ahead in the latter parts of this course. Reusser is a joy to watch in the time trial because of that level of understanding, of experience, of riding her own race. But as much as she wants rainbow bands on her shoulders at the end of today, so does Chloe Dygert for the USA. And back to your point, that a lot of people talk about how serious her crash was in 2020 at the Worlds. And I think it's something that, as a rider, she's such a positive force, isn't she, that she's like, right, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about where I am now. But you can see when you're behind the scenes at races, sometimes she needs help because of the long-lasting effects of how serious that injury on her leg was. And she doesn't dwell on it. She goes back out there fighting at the absolute top of her class every single time. And she is another rider that has not only gone for individual results, but has been working tirelessly all season for her trade team. And that's why I think today could be very special for Dygert, because today is ultimate focus on her target, on her goal of getting those rainbow bands.
And here she is. It's the ultimate, isn't it? Reusser, we talk about 2 silvers and a bronze in the discipline, but needs to take that step forwards. Dygert could well be, Chloe could be one of those to stop her. Let's have a look at the splits, shall we, as they reveal themselves to us. Dygert was only 6th quickest at the first timing point. She is coming up to stop the clock shortly. But here is Benito Pelissier at the line for Spain. This is a good time. However, our expectations have now been altered going forward, I'm afraid. And so it's a cruel game, this we play. You can finish second, but it's margins as well which count for an awful lot. She's going to be solidly into second place by the looks of things, and she is. That's a silver medal, but a minute and 40 is an enormous gap, and I feel like we're going to get closer, I'm afraid, to Anna van der Breggen's target than has just been seen.
Yeah, of course, we've got to mark how brilliant these times that are being set now are, but back in the thick of the action, these time gaps are going to be a lot smaller, let's say, as we've got our real podium contenders coming in to these points in the course. We've got eyes now on Demi Vollering, of course, the Dutch teammate of Anna van der Breggen, who we've seen put in a brilliant time to put her into that hot seat earlier. But I think that's something that's always been a talking point when we come to the World Road Race, is just how much Dutch talent there actually is within one team.
Look at this. How close is this? What a battle. We said every second counts. How about less than a second? 0.68 at that split. What a head-to-head we've got going on at the moment. And there'll be others that come and join the fun. This is amazing. Rusa at the first intermediate, just about 3/4 of a second only separating Marlene Rusa and indeed Demi Vollering. And right now, this is going to go absolutely right down to the wire. Essentially, they're on the same time. What a battle.
This is incredible. It's what we wanted. Yep. It's what we hoped for, and it is delivering. And now it will be a case of us watching exactly how much these riders can get out of these sections of the course.
Just look at this. At this point, Van der Breggen was pedalling, but it's a focused turn down here. How much energy do you want to put into that? And then the escape. And do you remember how urgently Anna van der Breggen got on the pedals as well and looked smoother, I've got to say. But Marlene Rusa, maybe she carried in exactly the right pace to actually deal with that technical section. Looked slightly more ragged as she got the power down, but that is... Don't read too much into my reading of that. She now is smooth as absolute silk, and her deportment on the bike is absolutely wonderful to watch. She almost looks like a cartoon rendition of perfection on the bike.
Yeah, completely. And that's what we're talking about now, isn't it, with these last few riders out on the course. It is utter perfection with such small margins between them. And it is, as you say, it is hard to tell because somebody might be able to capitalise on one part of the course more than another rider, and then of course we know other people can pull that back in different parts of it. Maybe someone doesn't keep the pressure on a turn, but maybe they then are suited better to an incline or a descent. Here's Anna Henderson. We just see Chloe Dygert up there. These times are going to be so close between these riders because they all want it. Not only are we talking about them being well drilled, well prepared, having been at altitude, having the best kit and equipment in this field, but they want it. They're so hungry for the World Championship bands, and it's so significant. Of course it is, to wear that for the rest of, well, for the next season, for the year.
She's about 5 minutes away from her second intermediate, but I can tell you Anna Henderson only gave away 12 seconds to Marlene Rusa at the first split. Now, the first split, after 16 minutes and 34 of racing, the clock stopped for Rusa at checkpoint 1. Vollering only 0.68 of a second down upon her. Katrien Allerud at 9 seconds adrift at that point. Anna Henderson 12 seconds. Anna van der Breggen 15 seconds off that mark. Niedermeyer was 13 seconds, by the way, in 5th place. Van der Breggen 6th quickest at that first timing point. And the head-to-head here is absolutely laser locked on. You'd better be good at every single moment.
Well, I'm sure everybody has followed this season as closely as we have, but coming in this year and seeing Marlene Rusa switch teams to Movistar, of course, former teammate of Demi Vollering at SD Works Pro Time, when we saw her switch teams, her demeanour changed. She became a GC contender, not only that, a GC leader. We were treated to the head-to-head battle between Rusa and Vollering, and we hoped for that today. We knew that they They both had it in them to have the tightest possible battle, and that's what's playing out now. And we were expecting to see that at the Tour.
Whoa!
We didn't get that.
Enormous.
But look at this.
23 seconds, she's getting quicker. Oh, my goodness.
And this is what I was talking about. Marlen Reusser knows what lies ahead, and she is a pacing expert. Her ability as a tactician in time trials is why she's won so many times. And she will not have underestimated this course. She won't have been doing inaccurate reading on what she needs to do with her pacing. She just knows how to get it right. And yeah, that's what we're seeing at play now.
This is absolutely remarkable. She was 15 seconds up on Van der Breggen at the first checkpoint, and we said, is this survivable? If you can carry it. We talked earlier on about being able to get up to pace and then glide with it. And some others are more peaky. They will, like an old ice hockey stick, they can go smooth and then deliver something at the end. Others kind of peak and then go into a trough. But Marlen Reusser is doing an amazing job. Following split is going to be fascinating in a few moments' time. Reusser had an advantage over Van der Breggen of 15 seconds at the first split. Van der Breggen, who still sits in the hot seat, 28 seconds was her gain over the second checkpoint. And so how can she possibly carry it? Reusser has an advantage of 23 seconds at the third. Can she hold? It's a tough finish, as you are seeing here from Kaisenhofer. 7th place, nearly 3 minutes down. It shows you just what the gulf in, indeed, results are at the line. At the moment, it's Anna van der Breggen, who will have seen, all right, maybe a slightly diminished, 5 seconds between checkpoint 2 and 3. Can Reusser hold on? I think if Reusser copes with the final climb, she should have this. But it's actually, now I'm thinking about it, it's going to be less of a gap than perhaps we were expecting.
Indeed. I mean, you've asked the question there on Marlen Reusser, and I would say absolutely she can deliver. What she's done this season, what we know she's done in previous seasons in time trials as well, she is so capable at understanding and navigating the challenges up ahead in the latter part of this course. I think she's going to put in an incredibly special ride today. That said, we are seeing very, very small competitive time gaps here. It is absolutely thrilling, but we have missed out during parts of the summer because of Reusser's illness to that battle between Vollering and Reusser, and here it is now playing out in front of our eyes.
Got about 5 minutes left for Vollering to get to the second intermediate. A reminder that the gap was virtually the same, but 0.7 of a second separating. Here's Henderson. Now, she was 4th at the first time split, don't forget. Gave away 12. We're bringing them in. This is Allerud. And the clock's only just gone red against her, so she's close at hand. She's got to go into this little dip. She's not going to beat Anna van der Breggen. She may move into a medaling place here. Let's wait and see at the final. In fact, she should be good enough for silver for now. Coming through the heat haze, it's getting warmer out there. Temperatures hovering around about 27 Celsius, but nudging up, I think, in the sunshine here to over 30. So possibly discomfort for some, but this is a great shot by Allerud. Silver medal for now.
Brilliant ride from Allerud. And we've talked so much about pacing, and you do not want to get that wrong either way, but you don't want to leave anything out on the road. And evidently, you can just see the level of suffering coming in. Here we are back with Reusser, and we expected a special ride. We expected big things from her, and my goodness, she is certainly giving us what we wanted.
Check it out. She has, indeed, the steepest part, the most uncomfortable part, I think, has just been dispatched. So she has the remainder to deal with, and you can see the shock waves just going through her shoulders here. There is another steep test just up ahead, but she's doing a fabulous job. Her target time, by the way, at the finish is a 44.01, so she's still 4 minutes away. And you're thinking, well, she's only 1,400 metres, so she should easily do it. No, it's going to be close because the time starts to get stripped out here. Let's see.
It certainly does, and that is the part of the course, I think, that we found it quite hard to predict early on, and we've just seen how much the riders have had to navigate, to suffer. We think they're almost there. It's a long, long stretch to that line, and I'm saying that's that here, so I can only imagine how tough that pull is to the line. But just look at what Reusser is doing here, and I think psychologically, after the disappointment she had at not being able to field the Tour in the way that she'd planned to do, that would have fired her up even more mentally to plan ahead to come in at absolute peak today.
Check this out. She has dispatched the cobbles. She's on to the asphalt. There's the Flamme Rouge. She's going to roll everybody, Reusser. It's a Rolls-Royce performance. This could be spectacular. She's smoothed out the bumps. She's powering home. Gives herself just a moment here to double check into the corner. I think she knows that maybe she's got this in the bag, and it might be by a handsome margin as well. My goodness, we'll be back to her as she finishes, but Chloe Daggett is just coming, and this at the intermediate is a shock.
It is. This is a really big shock for Chloe Daggett. I mean, I've said time and time again today that we had so much unpredictability that this course was going to offer today. And this has been a tough day for Daggett.
Certainly has. She was giving away 28 seconds at the first intermediate. Meanwhile, let's get back to this, shall we? Oh, this is wonderful. This is a limousine performance by this athlete. Absolutely perfect. She has smoothed out the course and actually delivered something incredibly special here. In fact, she's saved the power until last. She comes up over the rise here, but her rise has been inexorable, I think you might say. This is potentially going to be our winning time. She started off as favourite in my eyes, and she has lived up to the billing. She's opened the door, closed it behind her, and said, this is my party. And you know what? Nobody else is invited. Let's see if we get some gate crashes late on, but I believe that this is going to be a championship winning performance. Reusser hits the line brilliantly. Whoa, 43.09 is exponentially brilliant.
What a ride from Marlen Reusser. What perfection and delivery. And do you know what? When she came into the section we knew was going to be brutal, and under that Flamme Rouge, she made it look almost effortless. That is how much she danced through those closing meters to deliver such a staggering time. We knew she'd had setbacks this season. She targeted this. She had such, I was going to say a quiet confidence about her. No, she had an outright confidence coming into today. The way she spoke in pre-race interviews, she knew she had something very special in the bag, and you can just see she has delivered out there to perfection today.
That is amazing. 43.3 kilometres per hour average. A full, almost, kilometre an hour faster than everyone else who's finished so far. She had lost just 5 seconds between the checkpoint 2 and 3, and then decided to go to the top table and eat the cake. She has come home brilliantly with an advantage, get this, over Anna van der Breggen of 51.89 seconds, nearly 52 seconds clear of the mighty Anna van der Breggen. Let us see if anyone can get close. It's a big, big ask. We still have riders out there who may deny her, but for right now, Marlen Reusser looks amazing.
Absolutely incredible. Here we are with Anna Henderson, 5.4 kilometres remaining for the rider from Great Britain. And, oh gosh, we just can't shout enough about Marlen Reusser this season. For me, it's just been a fairy tale season for her, and we've had so many ups and downs that we've lived through with her. She came in and showed us what she could do as a GC leader. As I say, not just coming in as, right, I might be a big contender now, but dominating, winning in ways we didn't see from her in previous seasons because she wasn't given the freedom. She perhaps wasn't in the same headspace that she's been in this year. She's had that utter confidence, the confidence of Team Movistar, doing everything to support around her. She didn't have an ideal end to the summer. She went away and she prepared at altitude and she targeted the worlds today. And oh my goodness, we've just seen that play out to utter perfection. She couldn't have hoped for that to go any better, of course. We're just seeing the damage it's done as we've got our last riders out on the course now.
Henderson comes through fourth quickest at the third intermediate, giving away 38 seconds to Reusser. Chances of finding that later on are possibly slim, but we're starting to see some times that would have had the beating of Anna van der Breggen potentially. This is one of them. Brodie Chapman, I still think she is going to be in a bronze medal position by the time she hits the line here. But nonetheless, we're seeing some terrific performances. And it may well be we have modest margins between the medals, but possibly not between gold and silver. Let us wait and see who can get close to Marleen Reusser. But right now is Chapman coming in for what potentially could be a bronze medal position. I believe it's going to be tight because Allerud sits on a 124 and she knows she's racing for that right now. Chapman comes to the line. Is she going to get there? She knows she's got to sprint for it and does so brilliantly. And indeed, bronze medal position so far, pushing Katrien Allerud just out of the medals right now. Reusser, provisional gold ahead of van der Breggen. And now, indeed, we're starting to see some great performances. Brodie Chapman has just produced one herself.
Brodie Chapman, class as always, and we do have to keep qualifying those times, don't we? Because we've seen some brilliant rides today that on any other day would have put them right up there at the top of those standings. But Reusser has just blown everybody out of the water today. Here we are back with Anna Henderson of Great Britain, 3.1 kilometres remaining for her. And you can just see her experience, though, coming through here because she has stayed and remained calm throughout this course.
Great run, I've got to say. And, you know, there is, when you're seeing performances like Marleen Reusser has produced, there is no shame in finishing in the top 10 behind such performances. It's where you're going to be. Vollering double checks into the corner, almost got the line here, just slightly out of kilter, but immediately on the power with 7.3 kilometres to go. Now then, Vollering, let's give you an update of where she has been sitting. Second intermediate was 28 seconds down on Marleen Reusser, almost exactly the same time, incidentally, as Anna van der Breggen. So, in terms of needle on the bragging rights, she wants to go extremely strongly. Let us see what she nails when we get to the third timing point, our third checkpoint here. Her target is a 35.21. Van der Breggen was 23 seconds down on that margin, so we're about a minute and a half away from where she wants to be. We'll be back with her in a few moments' time. We've got a lovely tracing shot here. Gosh, it looks warm, doesn't it?
It certainly does. It certainly does, and it's definitely hotting up here as we're just
bit more breeze
eagerly
as well,
anticipating this. It's been just everything that we hoped for today. Antonia Niedermaier for Germany here, and we've said this, haven't we? But these rides that we're seeing come in now are brilliant rides. But it's just showing of what Reusser has put in today.
It's going to be I think she'll be just outside the medals by the time this clock stops, I'm afraid. But it'll be a top 5 for Niedermaier. And that is a creditable performance by the young German. Here we are, a minute and 29, in fact. So good enough, I think, for 5th place as it stands at the moment. Well, you always look back at your performances, and you may well not look at the margins, but a top 10 in the World Championships is always going to be something. Oh, this is a big tie-up on this punishing climb here. And this is where the hurt really starts to kick in. 1,300 metres, as you can see, with an average of 6.3%. She looks to me to be on an even steeper approach just to this 11%. Finally gets a bit of traction and pushing on. I think she's possibly a little bit closer than the 1.9 is indicated here because it's 1,300 metres. And clearly this is a very steep section.
Exactly that, because we look a lot at the percentage and what it averages out at, but not always what it peaks at. And you can see there that she was approaching that 11% section. And I think when we started to see that earlier on today, we realised the pressure that is keeping on the riders right until that finish line, which is why you can never say it's over. Vollering, heart on sleeve, always fights for the victory with everything she can dedicate and throw at a ride.
Third quickest in that checkpoint, and a 36-second margin, so she sits behind Anna van der Breggen. That will, I am sure, be one of her primary targets, essentially. She wants to get in the medals, but that's a big retrieval to try and find what Royce did. Every single time we came, Royce, I beg your pardon, every time we came to the splits, I was thinking, surely this must have faded. And when I saw Royce's time between checkpoint 2 and checkpoint 3 had indeed moderated, she dropped 5 seconds to Van der Breggen. But to then turn that round, turn around a 23-second advantage and actually make it a 51-second advantage at the end, that showed you just how much she was able to pour onto the latter part of the course. And you can see from what's on your screen at the moment how difficult that is. Labous comes to the line shortly. She's still got that sort of hellish finale to deal with. And it's almost Heartbreak Hotel here, because every time you think, oh, the finish line is just ahead of us, no, there's still this pesky dish to deal with. Best served cold for some. And there we are, 6th quickest out of the top 5. And just a handful of seconds, just a couple of seconds off that top 5 coveted position. It's a cruel game, this.
It's really cool, and still, again, a really solid ride there. And I think today I've talked about that unpredictability, because you can compare with previous World Championships, can't you, in terms of what is the elevation gain, but where that sits, where that comes, what the road surface is, what the altitude is, the air condition, it all plays a part on the day. And these riders are human, and we're seeing that now with Dygert.
Seeing the tops of the trees just nod a little bit, some like the riders, I guess you might say, as they try and take on this peak. But well protected is the course. In fact, it's been almost equal conditions for everybody, possibly a couple of degrees change in temperature. Anna Henderson on this power section of the course at the moment, but throwing in the climbs has, I don't think it's diminished this time trial at all. I think it's enhanced it. It's made it absolutely fascinating how they've coped.
Yeah, the climbs have been really prominent, and it's easy to write off an elevation saying, you know, these riders will make light work of it, but we've evidently seen that's not been the case today. It's been absolutely brutal, and Royce has just perfected it better than anybody else by far.
Henderson is coming to the finish here, and not going to beat Royce because the clock has already turned red, but I think she's going to be thinking about a bronze medal position potentially. Let us see. Can't quite see on the course. This is a tight shot as to where she is. Here we are. Rainbow barriers right now, but she's still got to go into the pesky saucer. Over the top.
It's so well described as a saucer, but it's really tough. And just when we, never mind the rider, just when we think they're coming into sight of that finish line, there's still a really big push. And when every second and split second counts, that's what it takes to keep pushing to the line. And this has been a really tough effort today.
Out of the saddle, back into it, out of the saddle again, into the dip, over the crest. Final couple of curves. There is that really gnarly, nasty, almost punishing, cruel, let's say, finale to this course. I mean, it's fabulous entertainment for us, but this is about top 10 positions for Anna Henderson at the moment. Let's see where she sits. 7th place for now, minute and 37 down, but what a ride that was.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed. She threw everything into getting a top 3 today, but ultimately on reflection, I think she'll see what a strong ride that was.
Well, that spittle-laced chin tells you everything you need to know about what's required today. That was brilliant by Anna Henderson, finishing in 7th place, but Royce is our leader. And look at the margin, 51.89. And then look how many are encamped within a 10-second boundary of that bronze medal. It is really tough. It was designed to be so. and the Nyungwe National Park here with its absolutely beautiful mists, gorillas in the mists, you might say. Well, we've got cycling beasts here as well that are doing a phenomenal job, and let us enjoy it, shall we? Because this is for our entertainment, and for some, it's for their sufferance, I'm afraid. 1,200 metres for Chloe Duggett to get home. At the third split, she'd already given away 1:12, and this looks like a task too far.
Chloe Duggett came in with a lot of pressure on her today for the USA. Such a big favourite and such a dedicated rider that absolutely leaves everything out there. And again, you know, we've seen brilliant rides, but Roycer has set such a huge benchmark, and it's been so tough out there with all the different conditions, the elements. It's been a really hard day in the saddle, but yeah, Duggett brings class to this peloton, and she's still done that today.
She certainly has. Vollering will close out this amazing women's time trial here at the Road World Championships. We are in Kigali, Rwanda, and we know, I think now, that our champion is going to be Marlon Roycer. What a performance. They've pushed hard. Van der Breggen, second at that third timing point. Vollering was a further 13 seconds down on her compatriot, and I don't think that's turnaroundable, if indeed that is even a word. And how do you how do you find the words to describe what the athletes have provided for us today? It's been magnificent.
It is really tough to find the right words, isn't it? As Demi Vollering just exits that cobbled section onto the smooth tarmac. We thought maybe when riders reached that smooth tarmac, it would be not a respite, because it never is in a T2, but it might ease up a bit. But as you can see, as Chloe Duggett comes in for the USA here, just how brutal it is, how much the riders are having to push to that line. They always do push everything to the line, but this is not an easy run-in, and it's been brutal today.
And this is where the cruelty starts. As we say, this is not the finish line. There's still a corner to be taken, another rise. And then, of course, the guillotine does fall when the clock stops. She is looking for a top 10. I think she is potentially going to get it. But let's have a look. Chloe Duggett stops the clock here. 8th place for now with a 2:25, which means she does get a top 10. I think she'll finish 9th for this discipline. She'll be disappointed with that. And indeed, drawing proceedings to a close will be a very brave Demi Vollering as well. Chloe Duggett has already, bronze it was last year, but she's already closed her account for today at least. What can Vollering achieve? Let us wait and see. She is gunning for a medal at the moment. Marlon Roycer is indeed in the champion spot. She is our champion already, because the clock is red here against Vollering. But can she possibly finish? Her target for silver is 51.89. I don't think she's going to get there. It's going to be a bronze medal, I believe, for Demi Vollering here. 2 medals, of course, for the Netherlands. That will mean, and is it going to be even crueler than that? Let's wait and see. This is the closeout of proceedings here at the Worlds. She knows what's required. She's out of the saddle, driving for the line, and she'll stop it for a bronze medal behind Anna van der Breggen, who takes silver. And the Swiss world champion is Marlon Roycer, after one of the most incredible rides we have seen on a time trial machine. What a day of racing we have had.
And the gold medal goes to Switzerland.
A lot of riders came in today saying, I'm not quite sure what I can expect from myself on this course, on the day. But there's one rider that came in and said, yep, my preparations have gone well, and that was Marlon Roycer, and she delivered.
Marlon Roycer is a world champion. I can't tell you how much pleasure that gives me just to say it. And look at the margin over the great Anna van der Breggen, who herself doing an amazing thing, coming out of retirement to get a silver medal here at the Worlds. A 51.89 was the margin. That shows you the Swiss dominance here. 2 from the Netherlands on the podium, with Demi Vollering closing us out here a deficit of 1:04. No shame in that when you realise what Marlon Reuser has achieved here. Brodie Chapman in 4th place, just out of the medals by a margin of 16 seconds. Katrien Allerud bags a top 5 spot, finishing 4 seconds behind Brodie Chapman. Another 5-second margin to Antonia Niedermeyer. Then Juliette Labousse, brave it was for 7th place. Fabulous performance by Anna Henderson to finish 8th, ahead of Chloe Dygert. And Mirella Benito it is from Spain that rounds out the top 10 on this, the first ever World Championship elite time trial in Africa. Thank you, Kigali. Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you, the UCI, for an amazing race. What a wonderful day, and what a way to open these World Championships on the elite roster. Nothing better, and no one better than Marlon Reuser and her performance today. That was a privilege to have watched.
It was a privilege. It was utterly remarkable, and we did expect big things, didn't we? And she didn't disappoint. Somebody else that didn't disappoint was Anna van der Breggen. I think that's a really big talking point actually from today, because I think she will be mightily delighted with how that went.
Here's our winner.
Marlon Reuser, 3 times on the podium of the World Championships. You have it. You have your title. It makes this victory maybe even more sweet for you.
Even more? No, I have the feeling I was like 10 times on the podium. Yeah, I can almost not believe it. I know it's real and it happened, but I tried so many times and it didn't work out, and now I think I made it, and it's really special. But it was such an effort. I'm still it's more than 15 minutes ago, but I'm still think I need to let it settle.
Talk to us about this, the effort, because the course was really brutal.
Yeah, maybe you see I'm still breathing, and I'm actually not that type of lactic acid, high lactic acid rider, but this course you could really pace it polarized. So I came to the finish line with quite some, I really went really hard on the climbs, and on the final climb, maybe even I went too hard in the beginning, so I was full of lactic acid, but I think it was the right way to pace it. And I think also I have an advantage as I'm quite a heavy rider, so without a lot of effort I still go down pretty fast, and then I can put all my effort in the climb. So I did this, and it was super hard. It was so hard. But yeah, I made it. I'm so glad. I'm so happy. And especially also, I know everybody says this, but I mean it from deep down my heart. So many people work with me so much to do this, since so many years, with such a lot of passion and love. We do it together, and that finally I can kind of reward it. I don't know if this is really something you should say, but it feels a little bit like this. So it's really the goal we worked for, and that I can achieve it now makes me happy for myself, but even more for the whole group that is around me, and that I really, even off the sport, not only in the sport, but even if the sport would not be here, I'm really full of love for these people, and it's so nice that we can do this together.
And you do it in Africa. First time the World Championships are in Africa. What was the atmosphere like?
Yeah, it's really special for me. I was never in Africa or Rwanda before. But to be honest, during an ITT, also in the preparation, and now it's really closed here. So I don't really realize a lot because I'm so much in the tunnel. There could be black walls, pink walls, stars, sun, whatever. I don't really realize. I'm just focused on my effort. So it's maybe ask me again in 1 week or more in the road race where you have more of the atmosphere really coming to you. So far, it was just a question of how are the climatic conditions, how is the parkour, how is the roads. So these were more the questions we had in mind.
You'll have a good taste on the podium. Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How lovely. Marlon Royce spreading the love to all of those who've helped her achieve what she has delivered. Finally. And I've got to say, we send the love straight back to her as well. What a wonderful acceptance speech that was.
It was. You could tell that she was just following her heart there with that post-race chat, couldn't you? And she was considering what she wanted to so honestly and openly pour out about all the people that have supported her. She was saying what an effort it was, but she did look remarkably fresh, which I think only Marlon Royce could do.
Interesting that she said she took a polarizing view of it, and by that what she meant, polar is to actually go to every single point, to raise your game at every single margin. She dominated throughout the entire run. There was no point within her effort today where she was in second place. No point at all. She absolutely nailed every single one. First time check, she had an advantage over Derry Vollering by 0.68 of a second when you add up all of the checks. At the second checkpoint, her margin of advantage was at 28. She said she was starting to suffer out there. Of course she was. And she raised her game again, still, but by a diminished margin. 23 seconds she led at the third checkpoint. And then she knew that she just had to go all in if she was going to finally be declared world champion after visiting what she described as 10 times or something, the podium. Then she found it. She dug deeper than anybody, and she won by an enormous margin. This is the World Championships with some very, very accomplished riders around her. And she won by 51.89 seconds. That is a huge underscoring of an achievement that we thank her for.
And a lot of people evidently suffered more than they perhaps thought they would out on the course in these conditions today. But she was so well prepared, wasn't she? I mean, she did nod to the fact, and something you talked about earlier, is had she herself gone out too hard? Did she actually think that she might have overcooked it slightly in the early split? But the way she was able to recover and, as you say, not only maintain, but just better and better and better her time on everybody else by such a huge margin. That was an incredibly impressive ride. And I think that's been the narrative of her whole season, along the lines of what she was summing up in that post-race interview, is that she has felt the love. She has felt the support, not only from the team and the fans, but so many people important to her have put that ultimate belief in her this season. To get ill just when she was targeting the Tour was devastating for her, and I think I really felt that today, that this is the one she had to get, she wanted to get, and she's done it. And it's not only a joyful moment, but you could see the emotion starting to pour through her there. And I think we always get an honest take from Royce. It's not always emotional. Today you could really see that she was about to go.
Yeah.
In a nice way.
Absolutely. I was nearly going myself, to be honest.
Yes, we were.
There you are. We love our heroes in this sport, and it's something that's it's so honest in the way that it's achieved. You have to give absolutely everything, and she has on so many occasions, and it's never quite worked out for her. But I believe that makes this victory and this title all the more special for her. You could see that.
And you've got to be happy and you've got to be content.
Yeah.
And it's no good going to the best team in the world if you don't find your perfect fit, if you don't feel like you know, a certain technique is working for you going into races. And I think the way she has ridden things differently this year, it's working for her. And she's so, so happy in her own skin. You can see it.
She's going to be wearing a rainbow jersey next year. How lovely is that? I wonder what her first event will be where she wears it.
And I do believe her when she says she can't quite believe in the moment that she's done it, because every rider that dreams of turning professional dreams of the rainbow bands, and she's done it. And she will be able to stare at that jersey and start to believe it.
Well, they say that if you win a jersey, the way of celebrating is to sleep in it.
Well, I would. I'd never take it off unless they forced it off for the wrong discipline. But what I also love is that you always have the bands on your sleeve, and that's something I really enjoy in our sport, is you can always see that mark. And for anybody, new fans, which we so happily welcome into the fold, can join the sport and see, well, that person a few years back was world champion. You never lose that on your kit, and that's special.
Well, fabulous runs today, and congratulations to Anna van der Breggen as well, which is a phenomenal story. Demi Vollering as well for keeping this very much alive. It was really not fully resolved, our medals, until the very last. Demi Vollering with a bronze medal here. Anna van der Breggen taking silver, so 2 medals for the Netherlands, proving that the scene is, of course, as healthy as it's ever been. But what a story for Anna van der Breggen to come back out of retirement and still get a silver medal at the Worlds. Is just, well, mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing, and you've got to add context to exactly what she's achieved, don't you? And I think, as I said before, she will be really happy with how today's gone. I think it's been interesting to watch her mood through the season, because you touched upon this much earlier on in the race today, that she's riding in a different way because the pressure is different. She's come back, her first return year to the peloton. She's not come in saying, I'm going to be the out-and-out favourite. I'm going to be coming in assuming I'm going to be the best. Whereas at one point in her career, we always looked to her to try and take the victory. That pressure has to an extent come off because of all the qualifying factors. She's been a very successful Team DS. To transfer her skills back onto the road is a big task, but she's done that. And as you say, securing silver today, I would imagine she will certainly go away smiling with that.
Well, I'm smiling. I just think it's an amazing performance. And what must that do? I hope it's not taken as almost a disappointment. Oh, can you imagine? She's back. It kind of pushes everyone one further step down the podium. But more than that, I think what people have to realise, and athletes in particular, is that Anna van der Breggen is a beacon. And if that can be achieved, and at the age that she is as well, then what's possible for everybody else? You have to appreciate what has been provided us. Demi Vollering, bronze medal for her, despite the time tunnel disc at the back. It didn't spin quite as well as she would have hoped, finishing ultimately 13 seconds in arrears of Anna van der Breggen. But I think ultimately there'll be no shame in that. 2 medals for the Netherlands is a strong performance, but it's about Switzerland and Marlen Reusser, who is our world champion. Well, we're just waiting for our podiums. Of course, the coveted rainbow bands, which can never be taken off you. They'll always be displayed, as Rebecca was reminding us. It will be on the sleeve caps of, indeed, Marlon Reusser for the rest of her career. What a lovely acknowledgement that is. And we'd just like to take a moment as well to just say thank you to everybody. It has just been brilliant. The course itself, the integrity of the course was impeccably observed. Didn't see a single person crossing the road. No loose dogs on off leashes. Just joy from the fans who, if you notice as well, nobody was giving a hello mum to the camera. Everyone was just watching the athletes. And that, to me, is proof positive of just how massive this sport is here and how loved it is. The fact that the World Championships finally come to Africa.
Do you know what? That is such an interesting observation, actually. And now you've said that, I'm thinking back to all the images of the crowds and how much they were utterly absorbed by the racing passing them. And we don't always get to see that these days. We don't enjoy that dedication of fans always. We see people more interested in getting in a selfie, unfortunately, which we've talked about a lot. But they were there for it. They were utterly excited about all the action unfurling in front of them, and that's what we want for the sport, especially in this part of the world. It's transcending this race, isn't it? It's inspiring and it's important.
Do you know what? It's kind of like, it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about us. And that's what today felt like.
Felt like a really special moment for the sport, didn't it?
Really did. And it's not over. We've got the men's, of course, to come once we have fated our champions. But it's been an absolute privilege, I've got to say. And an honour to sit next to Rebecca Charlton, who's been fabulous today. So, thank
Carlton Kirby, you are absolutely charming.
Well, you know, somebody's got to do it.
It's been such a privilege. It genuinely has.
The bugles are out. It sounds like a podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Road World Championships in Kigali. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la cérémonie protocolaire de championnat du monde de route UCI 2025 à Kigali.
Ikaze kuri mwese muteraniye hano, tubaha ikaze mu birori byo gutanga ibihembo ku bakinnyi bitwaye neza muri shampiyona y'isi y'amagare y'ibihumbi 2025 UCI Road World Championships iri gukinirwa ahangaha i Kigali.
Awards ceremony of the 2025 UCI Road World Championships Women Elite Individual Time Trial. Cérémonie protocolaire de championnat du monde route UCI 2025 contre la montre individuelle Femme Elite.
Hagiye gutangwa ibihembo ku bitwaye neza mu cyiciro cy'abagore mu gusiganwa n'ibihe ku giti cy'umuntu Individual Time Trial ITT.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mrs. Catherine Nash, UCI Vice President. Les médailles et le maillot seront remis par Madame Catherine Nash, Vice-Présidente de l'UCI.
Imidari n'imyambaro igenerwa abatsinze igiye gutangwa na Madame Catherine Nash, umuyobozi mukuru wungirije wa UCI.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, representing the Netherlands. À la troisième place, et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant les Pays-Bas.
Ku mwanya wa gatatu n'umudari w'umuringa byegukanwe n'umukinnyi ukinira ikipe y'Ubuholandi akaba ari
Demi Valerie.
Well, she'll take this, I am certain. To have two Netherlands riders on at the podium is exceptional. And the smiles tell you just how much she appreciates that bronze medal. I'd like to think of it as rose gold.
In second place, and winner of the
We do love a
silver
bit of
medal,
rose gold.
representing the Netherlands.
But yeah, three riders that were just outstanding today.
Ku mwanya wa kabiri n'umudabu wa feza yegukanye n'umukinnyi ukinira Ubuholande.
Anna van der Breggen.
And just look at that, where she hears her name and realises what she has achieved. A silver medal, that I like to call platinum, has been achieved by Anna van der Breggen.
I said, didn't I? I thought she'd be quite happy with that today, and you can really see that. This actually is a really special moment for her. And this first year back, she's delighted. Look at that look.
And winner of the gold medal, representing Switzerland. À la première place, champion du monde de UCI et gagnant de la médaille d'or représentant la Suisse.
Champion ISI yo gusiganwa ku magare n'umudari wa zahabu yegukanywe n'umukinnyi ukinira igihugu cy'Ubusuwisi.
Marlene Reusser.
Oh, you know what? That is joy unbridled. Not only for her, but for cycling
amazing.
fans everywhere. What an achievement.
The look on Royce's face. I mean, Anna van der Breggen is pretty happy, but look at Royce. She is really starting to absorb this moment now, and it's such a common theme to have a post-race interview where a rider hasn't quite believed it or accepted it's happened yet, but this is her moment, and she's put the jersey on. The World Championship bands now are upon her, and this is emotional and special.
Do you know, nobody could deny Marlene Reusser anything at the moment.
And now the gifts will be presented
Queen of the world.
What a podium.
Les cadeaux seront remis par Madame Clémentine Moukeka, secrétaire permanente au ministère des Affaires étrangères.
Impano zigiye gutangwa na
Well, the Minister of Foreign Affairs is indeed handing out the goodies here, and the goodie bag, and indeed our eternal thanks as well for what was a fabulous competition. It will, of course, be the Swiss anthem that we hear ringing out. She still
look at
hasn't
that.
got over it. Well, you
Pure
know what?
joy.
She's got a cuddly gorilla.
I love that's what you've picked out in this moment,
Well,
the common theme.
Exactly.
But
I think Rebecca Charlton could probably say the same today, to be honest. But,
oh, I'm just enjoying every minute of watching her joy in this moment.
amazing. And of course, our thanks to those responsible for timing here. Tissot gets a rather lovely watch. The gifts just keep on coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, represent the national anthem of Switzerland. Mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la Suisse.
mudufashe nanone gushimira uwegukanye shampiyona y'isi y'amagare mu gukomeza kumuha icyubahiro. Twese duhaguruke mu gihe haririmbwa indirimbo yubahiriza igihugu cye cy'Ubusuwisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez applaudir une dernière fois nos médaillés.
What a fabulous podium, and what a great way to round out this opening day.
Just genuine smiles all round, each and every competitor knowing what they've done there.
Lovely as well, to my mind, that the time trial has been kind of brought back essentially a week before the road race. So to give it almost more currency, I think, to have it separated as an event. And what a great way to open these championships.
It really has been, and we just got sight of the crowds there. What a special day. We've said it a few times, but I sincerely mean that. And yeah, the looks of these riders on this podium, they know what they did out there today. And Roysa was ultimately too strong for everybody else. What a perfection she brought to the action today. She knew what she could do, but delivering it is another thing, isn't it? And she kept her calm, she kept to her strategy. She's got too much to hold now, too many prizes. Nice problem to have.
Exactly. Well, the photographers have to have their moment. She'll look into the lenses of every single one of them. They'll call her over, don't worry. You know, as a cameraman, he used to get all the best shots at the Worlds, and he actually put a dealy bopper on his lens.
A what?
It's a spring with a little furry animal on the top, and he used to just let it go, and they'd all look straight over his camera.
Wow, you learn something new every day. Well, when I'm sat next to you, Carlton, I do.
Oh, yeah. There is our friend Victor. Well, one gorilla and another, both cuddly. It's time then for a signing, of course, to appear at a charity auction near you soon. Now then, there is usually one that gets signed by everyone, all of the champions, and then there's a few others as well that appear somewhere else.
I have to just interject and say that actually I have been in a similar position when Lizzie Deignan asked me to hold her jersey after the podium, and I found there was a lot of pressure on her being able to get a smooth signature to sign the jersey.
Here we go.
We've all been there.
There we are. The first signature that we've had. If that's the collective jersey, I think it might be. Fantastic.
And she can just enjoy all of this process now, can't she? There's so much that goes with a victory like this.
Confirmation of how today finished. They've signed us off. And what a beautiful way to open up these World Championships. Coming up in possibly around 10 minutes' time, just enough time for us to have a nice cheese salad sandwich. Hopefully. We'll be back with you and the men's race here. My name's Carlton Kirby. Thanks to you at home and, of course, to Rebecca Charlton. What a great opener that we have had, and more racing to come today.
It couldn't have been better. We had so many questions. They've been answered.
To sink in the national anthem, the podium ceremony, and that jersey. What does it mean for you?
It was not so much time to sink in, but to stand on the podium and to hear the national anthem and to see some of the people you worked with. Like, I could stay there for one hour and just enjoy it. It's such a moment of bliss.
Because it took time to come. It took time to come. This world title. It makes it even more special.
Yeah, I mean, if it would have been 5 years ago like this, I think it's not the same. Like, I think in German, you can translate, we have a word that says Zangengeburt. It's a hard giving birth, a hard way to give birth. I think it felt kind of like this a bit. So it's really, really nice for me.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Well, I'm not quite sure that metaphor was entirely understood, but we'll go with it. I think she's saying about the effort that was involved, and the reward is joyous. There's a lot of pain, but in the end, it was worth it. That's how I'm
now just pondering like how my experience of labour would stack up in doing that course. I think I'd take the labour.
Next transmission is at 13:45. We might even get a tarte aux pommes as well, and a coffee, and maybe a cup of Rwandan tea. But for the time being, we have loved being your hosts, and we'll see you again in about 20 minutes' time when the racing begins again. Our coverage will start in about 7 minutes' time of the men's event. But for now, from me, Carlton Kirby, and from Rebecca Charlton, thank you for being with us for the ride. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, best we've seen of him really in a while. But speaking of best performances, the winner of the previous round, Ronan Dunn, is on track for Mondraker. Here comes the Irishman. Straight into a leech really for Ronan and making it work now. 160 beats per minute on the Whoop Live.
And he's had one of the most turbulent seasons so far. Big crash earlier in the year, big crash in La Tuile, and he's come back to win the last round we had in Leger.
But crucially, Nico, as well, he's moved away from that tag of just being a mud rider. Some of his big results coming in the dry now.
For sure, and he's a fan favorite because you know he's going to throw everything he possibly can at the run, but that's become a lot smoother for him than it did earlier in his career.
Charging hard, he'll be screaming at himself here. Not that you can hear it over the fans this weekend, but Ronan Dunn
had to take a foot off there. Nico, bike just slid out.
You wouldn't want to be doing a run after Ronan. He's blowing all the ruts out.
Come on, Ronan, let's go. He's charging hard through here, and he's almost consolidated that speed. He's not quite as crazy. He gets to bring it back in. It's comfortable.
He's going to open this up further here.
Yeah, this is going to be faster again. Wait for the split. 2.1. No, he's lost a tenth of a second. So straight from the podium at the UCI World Championships. The young Irishman will go so deep off that drop. Here he comes down to the bridge now. 2 turns to go for Ronan Dunn. Is this going to be a hot seat run? Is it going to be more than that? Is it going to be a win this afternoon? Is he going to go back-to-back with that result in Leger? Ronan Dunn crossed the line and goes fastest by 2.6 seconds. Oh, they keep coming. Next up, Amaury Piron for Commensal. Muck off by Ride in Addiction. Yet to chalk a win in 2025. Once won so badly.
Loic Bruni mentioned earlier this morning just how difficult it is to navigate the rocks up there. There's more and more emerging, and they're so sharp. There is no room for error. You must be as precise as you can be amongst some of the gnarliest rock sections up there.
This is notoriously a track for punctures because, like you said, they do come out. They might not be ones riders are aware of, but as in those braking zones, sharp rocks are coming out throughout the day.
Second place in Loudenvielle for this man. His best result of the season so far. Still waiting on that win. A win today would put him level with Sam Hill in the overall wins tally on 13, but looking super strong and ominously tidy out there. Piron, he's back, but just by 100th of a second. And Nico, a lot of discussion out there this weekend as well about the weight of the bikes. I mean, a heavier bike should suit this place, shouldn't it?
It helps to carry momentum once you get that mass moving, it doesn't want to slow down, and it makes the bike feel calmer too. So I think riders really like that.
Emery's had a few issues the last couple of races with wheels and tyres. He opted to go for no insert in the rear today, which is quite a risky scenario considering how many blunt force impacts are going through that rear wheel. But he's up. He went up in tyre pressure on the rear tyre to get through. He had a mechanical yesterday which caused him to miss it.
He's faster by 9/10 of a second than Ronan Dunn.
But that harder rear tyre pressure with no insert allows him to push through the corners. 0.9 of a second in the next split. 0.7 up now.
7/10 now, so he's lost a couple in there, but crucially, the light remains green. The number can say what it wants. Round that rut really, really neatly. Just gets that big body so low over the bars as well.
It's also, it's hard to remember. He broke his collarbone like 8 weeks ago.
We said that on our track walk, didn't we? It feels ludicrous to mention it, but yeah, destroyed the collarbone and straight back on. Has to rely on every part of that collarbone.
He's been doing
Stay upright there.
Emery takes a breath before the next timing.
7/10 of a second, holding station now.
He's holding pace with Ronan Dunn down the bottom. Ronan had a couple of wild moments down lower here.
We know that Dunn checked that front tyre as he crossed the line and shook the head. Piron has one sector left here. Lenderheide, I thought he was jumping out of the track there. Piron over the bridge, over the drop, across the line. Is this going to be it? Piron goes fastest by 1.1 seconds in Lenderheide. First Benoit Coulange, then Ronan Dunn. Only survived one rider.
Season this year, you could tell that confidence he got from the podium in Leo gang.
Big roar from the crowd.
Absolutely the flat off of that one.
That must have been the flat, Josh. Track's really straight and true down through the elevator shaft. Nice exit as well, Josh.
Henry Kiefer is definitely one of the young athletes that are leading the charge of this next wave of downhill rider.
Fabian Burrell watching on 1.2 seconds back at the third split for Kiefer now.
Kiefer, Dunn, O'Sheen O'Callaghan, Jackson Goldstone, Jordan Williams. There's a great wave of young talent in our elite men's field at the minute. Henry Kiefer is definitely one of the best.
But it is nothing compared to what we're going to be faced with next year whenever the current crop of juniors come up.
You see how far he jumped off that wall. That was really impressive. It's hard to tell because you got a lily pad. You jump over the first rock, there's another rock garden, and then you jump off the wall, and he hit it the best we've seen today.
Henry Kiefer through the next split. It's 1/10 of a second all of a sudden. Henry Kiefer has found time amidst the trees here in Lenzerheide.
That rock garden was a key moment there. He butted the backside and he got some great speed on the way out where Emery Piron got held up. And he pulled back 0.1 of a second in the lower split.
Henry Kiefer fresh off the UCI Dyno World Championships podium. Is he going to go on the hot seat here at the UCI Dyno World Cup in Lenzerheide? Misses out by 0.4 of a second. Fabian Burrell applauds it. Big run. Up next, Lockie Stevens McNabb for Trek Factory Racing.
He's really put the Trek team on his back this year and been carrying the team with all the big results.
Did he just double something into the woods we haven't seen yet? It looked like he got a cheeky backside that no one's actually attempted so far today. Backside. Roars into the fans, giving it to him.
On.
Slyly gets hung up there. Once again, it's going to cost him a little bit of time, but if anyone can make it up, it's Lockie.
See him look down at the bike as well.
Yeah, and he stopped pedaling. Oh, what? That's what we want to see. Lockie Stevens McNabb has been pulling some gaps like that all season.
Yeah.
The talent of the young Kiwi is second to none.
Just has that eye, doesn't he? Eye for detail. 1.3 seconds. So in touch with Piron here as much as anyone has been at this point in the run. Yeah, there's Andrew Chandru, Ryan Bodge, the boys from Trek Factory Racing watching on. Whoa, makes the track so wide there. What an entry into those, Josh.
See that? He threaded the needle and then gapped off the wall. That's so technical.
Oh, that was good. He gets a good butter on the bank there. He might pull back a little bit of time here. He might bring it back to 1.5 seconds. Lockie Stevens McNabb's putting on a good charge at the back end.
6/10 of a second. He's in touch here, Lockie Stevens McNabb. He's running out of track in Lenzerheide, but all of a sudden, this is doable.
0.6 of a second in the final split. There's 25 seconds to play with.
Is Lockie Stevens McNabb going to dislodge Commensal Muck-Off by riding Addictions? Emery Piron out in the hot seat. Here comes the flying Kiwi. Down the line, Lockie Stevens McNabb goes third. 0.8 of a second back off Piron. Bangs the bars.
A solid run in qualifying, but he wasn't mega pumped on it. He was keen to send her on today.
Oh no, disaster out of the gate for Ryan Pinkerton. Oh, devastating.
No.
Nico, what's happened there?
He got hung up on the start thing there.
I honestly don't know what happened.
Oh, no.
Obviously, his front wheel hit the start pole, but I don't know what caused that.
4 wins earlier on this season in a row. The UCI World Champion stripes on his bike, having won them at the first time of asking. Josh, it started. All action. How is it going to continue?
If Jackson can be in touch at this second split, I think it's going to be all to gain from there to the finish.
Let's see as he goes off the end of this log. He's back by half a second, so Piron. Oh, this is going to be one of those ones that seesaws back and forth. Steve Pete watching on the bottom from the Santa Cruz Syndicate can hardly watch.
I think that's right where he needs to be. He's so good through this steep technical stuff that he can make that time back.
Oh, he gets hung up a little bit.
Whoa, Jackson Goldstone goes down and Lenzerheide, the UCI World Champion, is on the deck in Switzerland.
He's got to push back up. He went out of the tape.
He's got to rush too. If he can get some points today, that could add up by the last race.
Is what Loic Bruni wants out of 2025. It's just calming down live on air. Loic Bruni leaves the start hut and gets about his work here in Lenzerheide in the Bike Kingdom.
Look at the start of the man. Speaking of butter, this is going to be incredible.
No matter who wins today, whether it's Bruni, whether it's Piron, they will go equal with Sam Hill in the overall wins tally of 13 UCI World Cup wins. It's all to play for Bruni.
I couldn't think of a better honor in mountain bike racing.
The flying fossil is real.
It's been solid, but he's going to need to go if he wants all the points he can get.
Loic Bruni on track, looking so strong. He's performed better than anyone else at this venue over the years. He's won a world championship here, 2 second places, 2 third places at UCI Downhill World Cup level. Beautiful straight line across there, Josh.
Exit the rocks well, doesn't get hung up. This is looking good for this next split here, but he's still got 1.1 to play with.
Get him to that split. Loic Bruni, 6 per second. It's back on. It's back on. You know, Bruni could win here today.
0.6 of a second with the gnarliest rock garden to go. We've got Thames Cliff.
Loic Bruni.
Corners left.
Loic Bruni heading towards the finish line over the bridge. Is it going to be advantage Bruni after Lenzerheide? Is he riding himself into the lead of the UCI Downhill World Cup in front of our very eyes? Bruni crosses the line and goes 5th. 1.6 seconds back up your winner today. Amaury Piron draws level with Sam Hill in the all-time wins count on the 13 UCI Downhill World Cup wins. Bruni can't believe it. He's already processing what that means for the overall.
That race had all of it.
Yeah.
Rocky Stevens-McNabb in 3rd.
Piron, Kiefer, Stevens McNabb, Dunn, Bruni, your top 5. Terry on his 114th start in 6th. Kolb, Hart, Shaw, Meyer-Smith, Danny Hart up in 8th place, 120 races into his career. Ethan Craig, Brosnan in 12th, Vergier down in 13th, Hartenster, Norton, Coulange, Connolly, Hatton. What could have been for Ryan Pinkerton this afternoon in 19th? Ravelli, O'Callaghan 21st, Castellanos Liberal's time stood up. Jackson Goldstone in 25th. So we will get the points computations on this to you just as soon as we've got them, but could be a big day in the title race, Josh.
Look at the names.
Yeah, it is, but honestly, I really didn't expect that one. It was quite a nightmare weekend for me. A lot of problems, mechanicals, and yeah, everything looked like was going wrong. So I was, okay, no expectation, just give everything you have today, and it was enough for the win. Honestly, I didn't expect it because my win was not so good. Just through the bottom, I was super slow. But yeah, was enough today, so I was really stoked.
There's a lot that goes into these races. All these 3 athletes, everyone on the podium, everyone on the field here today. We see the athletes on the podium, but there's a huge team effort of mechanics.
Here we go then. Loic Bruni leads the way in the UCI Downhill World Cup overall by 100 points.
Well, there he is, He's a 27-year-old rider. He's had a couple of wins in his career. He's joined Caruel Seguros RGA for this season. Before that, he rode for smaller teams. So I'd imagine he wants to show that he's a rider to count on, that he's prepared to go out, work hard, be out there in the front. Is he allowed to do this? Isn't this against the rules? Or is that saddle just touching? I wonder whether he's just had that moment of he's used to being out on his own training. He probably does it out training and he's
It was quite
tired.
extreme, though.
It was very extreme, the way he was riding. And he's just going to go through to the massive crowd in Salamanca, cheering La Vuelta. He takes the bonus seconds. Now it's about 1 minute 23 seconds on what happens in the peloton. Pidcock goes through the centre. He's looking across at Vingegaard and the right-hand side Red Bull, but there is a sign of Almeida, but he's not up near the front right now. Vingegaard is going to go for the bonus.
Here comes UAE.
Then UAE move on the left with Soler, but it might be a bit too late. Vingegaard is going to go for the bonus seconds. He sprints. Pedersen is trying to get on terms. He gets squeezed on the inside, and Vingegaard takes 2 bonus seconds. 4 bonus seconds. That's a very important moment, Hannah, in this Vuelta.
When this man was in Elkhoff Kasper, he was a former teammate of the now World Tour rider Joseph Cherney, and also the former rider Jan Barter.
And here's the acceleration. Pedersen's getting involved. Look at the face of Mikko. Oh, whoa. Pedersen almost takes Rivera out.
I think that was a little bit more of Rivera coming across, and as Pedersen was swinging off, having done his turn in the echelon.
Hannah, so what happened here? Whoa. Now 2 riders from the Burgos BH team have decided time to go up the road after 3 hours of racing. And suddenly we get an acceleration. Big move, and Vingegaard has gone off the front in a group of riders in that red jersey, and there are all sorts of warning signs going out. Jay Vine suddenly trying to respond here. Riders have realised that the red jersey is going up the road.
Real danger moment as Ivo Oliveira is trapped on the left-hand side of the road and can't find his way through.
It's incredible to watch. The Vuelta is flying up. Problem here. Looks like a crash for Louis Meintjes. He's hit the deck, bit of road furniture. It's lucky he's not even more damaged than that, because that was fast.
Got the bollards. He's the only rider to come down. Whether he went straight over that
He's lucky,
yellow barrier.
Look at the length on this peloton now. Well, if you were going to try and move up, it's way too late. You need to be near the front of this peloton now.
Still looking around, where is Elia Viviani? And here comes Alpecin de Koning with Jasper Philipsen, and it's all starting to get squeezed as riders try and find the way through here.
This is the run into the finish now. Philipsen is locked in. Pedersen is there. Turner is there. Arne Marek gets set as well. Olar is set for this sprint. Alpecin de Koning now are about to launch. Jasper Philipsen to try and win yet another stage. Philipsen has sat in the wheels all day today. Is he going to explode in and win this one? Pedersen now kicks, but Philipsen has had the most wonderful lead out. Pedersen and Philipsen going for the line. Philipsen now goes. Jasper Philipsen. Philipsen is going to win yet again. Jasper Philipsen wins the stage. What a victory by this rider from Alpecin de Koning when it looked like maybe things weren't going his way today. He delivers yet again. The sprint was absolutely perfect.
Pedersen having to come from fifth wheel, off the wheel of the Venezuelan champion Alois Aular, who leaves it a little bit late. This is where Philipsen has already got the launch, he's already got the jump. Alois Aular coming up fast, as was Pedersen, but meanwhile, Philipsen had already gone, he'd already got the jump, he had 3 bike lengths. He mentioned really for Alois Aular. I think he left it. He's the rider of Movistar with the white jersey, the champion of his nation. He left it quite late to really open up the sprint, to really make that acceleration.
had a big old test. They're going off at 2.5-minute margins. So first underway is our Rwandan hero. And as you can see, the party is still in full swing. Our drummers are back. They've missed, unfortunately, sending off Shema up the road, but they are here and ready to beat out a rhythm for this man. Well, it's all quiet. Got to hear the beeps. Well, we heard one of them. That was good. The drummers are here, and Ngwata has departed. They're all where they need to be. Unfortunately, they missed their friend, Shemu. He didn't... Well, I mean, his benefit is that his eardrums are still absolutely where they need to be. But Ngwata now needs to dig in deep. And we've noted as well that some of the riders here will be aboard road steeds, others on certainly more focused time trial machines, but take nothing away from the effort and indeed the input that they will be putting into this ride. This is big news for every single one of these early runners.
It really is, and it's really worth talking a little bit about the tech that we're going to see on show. And it's always exciting for tech geeks like myself. I don't know about you, Carlton, but I do love a TT day and exploring the options that riders have available to them. And we are going to see a contrast in times to date, but we're going to see a big contrast in the technology available to these riders and the setup in terms of whether people are in a full TT position with a very customised bike for the merits of using it today, and people that are going to be on a more standard road bike setup because they simply don't have that structure around them to provide enough funding to really drill them in with a TT position. As you say, there's riders in this field, and indeed in the women's earlier today, that are for the first time getting exposed to a world championships at this level of UCI racing. And it's so important for the development of riders in this part of the world. And Team Africa Rising has sort of formed from what was originally a Rwandan-based cycling team initiative, and then it expanded across different parts of Africa to really develop under 23 and junior riders to get to the top level of cycling. And they can't get there if we don't go through steps of riders getting exposed to this level, getting the experience, maybe having to field a race with a standard road bike setup. And we're seeing the sport evolve in Africa and get better and better with riders able to come into being fed to the higher echelons of the peloton.
Jalal Edouard is next for South Sudan. You know, the panoply of nations that we've got here is absolutely outstanding. It's so wonderful as well that we have come to Africa for the first time, the biggest continent on the planet, and just so very special for us to be here. And indeed, able to welcome so many different nations as well that haven't had perhaps the expense of leaving the great continent and have allowed themselves the honour of actually coming and competing. So we're going to see a whole panoply of different levels potentially of performance, but don't read too much into that, at least in the early phase, because it's an absolute honour to witness them racing, and it will be big news for everybody back home. Of course, this man from Tanzania hasn't come as far as some others, and of course Shemu Nissan Yumwi, who went off earlier on, our national champion of Rwanda, given the honour of opening the race for us today. And here he is, just 35.4 kilometres to go. It's a long day.
The singing Yumba here. Yeah. Sorry, Carlton. Sorry. Yeah, he's been the first off on the start ramp, and it's an interesting one because I can only imagine the sense of occasion, the pressure on your shoulders, the balance, I guess the fine balance of knowing that this is so special, you want to absorb it in this part of the world, being a Rwandan cyclist, being first off, But equally, we know how brutal for the women's race. We've seen it. We know how brutal this course is and how much focus it takes. And so, yeah, it's not one that this rider will be able to absorb fully at the moment. But reflecting on how amazing today has been is going to be something for later. But yeah, we had a lot of questions answered because we'd seen riders out there covering recons of the course on social media, but I think it was only when we saw the women at race pace that we realised that there were more elements perhaps to contend with than we had considered on paper.
Well, this is Ibrahim Jallo of Sierra Leone. I've got to say, I really like this kit. It's kind of colour block in the old look kind of way. I absolutely love it. UCI, of course, it's about all bike disciplines. It's not just about time trialling and road racing, although that is our focus. Even virtually, it is, of course, an homage as well as our great overriding institution that looks after, it's the crucible, really, if you like, of all forms of bike racing. So whatever it is you like to do on two wheels, or occasionally three, you found your home right here with the UCI. UCI, all bikes, all competition for everybody. How lovely is that?
I know you did as well, of course, Carlton, but I had the pleasure of being involved in the Super Worlds when it came to Glasgow in Scotland. And I think that montages like that give me such goosebumps now because I was at the heart of every discipline that week. And I think it just hit me how vast this sport is and what we have going on in it and how it transcends cycling, inspires more and more people to get active, and it's a really special thing. We're in a good place in the sport.
And we're in a good place here. The Volcanoes National Park. It's absolutely beautiful. Best known for its endangered mountain gorillas. Yes. An unparalleled opportunity you will get to go and witness those beautiful, powerful yet gentle creatures. And in fact, if you pay to have yourself a guide, you will get closer than perhaps you could even begin to imagine was possible to those amazing creatures. Time then to get ourselves into the zone, and this man, Diarra, is of course representing Mali. I've got to say, when you come to a Worlds, the choice of kit, when you get national jerseys and national representation up for grabs, stripped out of sponsorship, there's a purity about it, and there's some amazing designs. And every single one that comes to the podium here, I'm thinking, I wonder if they do treble XL.
Well, I have been looking at a lot of the potential technology that we're going to see displayed today, and I think it's a really good talking point, actually, is when we see riders obviously go from their trade team kit into what we'll see them representing today in terms of their national kit. And each rider has different kit, of course, available to them depending on what national team they're riding for. And some riders will have been putting in endless hours of development in aero testing, in knowing exactly how their kit's going to perform. And as we discussed with the bike setup, some of our earlier starters today, there might be a big discrepancy in the kit that's been available to them, even if they have a skin suit or not. So I think as we get further and further on in today's proceedings, it's going to become more of a talking point as to who's developed their own kit for today, which riders have been allowed by their federation to say this is exactly what I want. And of course, a large part of that is down to funding as well, which we'll see big discrepancies in again today. But the important point being, as you made earlier, Carlton, is the representation we're seeing today is really, really significant.
Well, we've got quite a playground for you today. World Championships individual time trials, occasionally they're quite simple courses. I think the simplest we ever had was actually in Qatar. You know, take a pancake, iron it, play billiards on it. That was the kind of surface we were dealing with. This is anything but. It's not unheard of to have climbs, but when you have this level of altitude gain within such a short distance, it is something quite exceptional. We are indeed playing with about 500 meters of altitude gain in this men's individual time trial, and some of the peaks are really, really sterling, to say the very least. We're playing with those peaks, and of course wherever there are peaks there are troughs as well. So there are fast sections, there are climbs. It's very difficult to set a rhythm for those, say for the drummers of course, who are doing a brilliant job, for those within the run. It's not necessarily for the pure time trialists, which has meant that there are some who've decided that this is not going to be their game to play. There's no Filip Ogana here, for example. Primož Roglič has decided not to come along. I think to their detriment, to be honest, because bizarrely, I think it might have suited them.
I feel like, I mean, it's very easy to say, isn't it? Oh, it's unpredictable. We say that a lot in cycling, but truly today has been so hard to predict and hard to navigate for the riders in terms of pacing it. And not only because of the course, but we are operating at an altitude of 1,500 metres, and a lot of the riders reported back, including the likes of Domi Vollering, that the air quality was affecting whether or not riders were able to go into the red and recover from that. So we've had reports that, you know, there's so many elements that riders are climatising to today. And I think because of that, no one really could call it coming into today as to who it was ultimately going to play in the favour of. But yeah, I think when we look at the likes of Filip Ogana, you expect him to field a time trial. People want him to, of course. So there are some big names missing from the list today. But that said, we have some pretty handy names that are going to be going off later today. But it is going to be fascinating because you have your out-and-out favourites, but anything can happen on this course. I think we've played down the elevation.
I love being here. The people are beautiful, the weather's amazing, and I think it's so special for them to have this race, and we can really feel that. So absolutely stoked to be here. Yeah, it's tough. There's not a lot of recovery, and there's a hell of a lot of climbing. I think if you think back to the Tour when we had the uphill TT or the mountain TT, this course has got the same amount of climbing as that. So it's absolutely brutal. The downhills are rapid, the roads are as good a roads as you've ever ridden on. So it's going to be an absolutely flying, rapid course and a very hard one. Look, I think it's about doing the best power I can, the best average speed, and seeing where that lands. I think I know what I'd be happy with in terms of power and speed at the finish line, and if I can get close to what I want, then you can't do much more than that, can you? So, but hopefully, I think if I can do what I'm aiming for, it should be competitive.
Fantastic. It's good that Luke Plapp's gone for an aero haircut as well, I noticed. Something I've been sporting for quite some time, but anyway. We just saw Ahmed Bedreddin Wais, who is part of the refugee Olympic team, originally from Syria. And wonderful to see that there is that representation as well. It's about spreading the love of cycling. And of course, the UCI have indeed brought cycling to Africa. Not that it wasn't here already. The Tour of Rwanda, very well established as on the UCI calendar, but for the World Championships to come here, as you can see from the fans, this has gone down so well with absolutely everybody. The nation are agog, and look at the way, we mentioned it during the women's race as well, the faces follow the riders. I absolutely love that. This is a treat for absolutely everybody, including ourselves. And this is Ibrahim Majolo just about to catch here Jalal Edouard, who looks to be labouring just a little bit, the rider from South Sudan, on the climb here. You can see that even at the moment we're looking at right now, you can see the differences in the kit and indeed what is available to the athletes in terms of funding. But this is something that the World Championships help to even out over time, just bringing the news of cycling really to everybody.
Completely, and you've got to start somewhere with that development process, and that's why we keep nodding to the fact that this is really, really important. And as you say, it's not just different styles on the bike, it's different setups, it's different kit availability. It's just night and day for some of these riders, but gaining this experience coming onto this world stage is what we're ultimately talking about. And we mentioned that we're missing the likes of Ghana, but within this field there's so many talking points, so many stories. And you were talking there about the Olympic refugee team. And yeah, we have got all these stories that we're now talking about in our sport that we otherwise wouldn't be. And we're shining a spotlight on that.
We are. And indeed, it doesn't need a spotlight to be shone on this amazing country. Just make sure you try it out. It's absolutely wonderful. Time then for the departures to continue, and they're coming off thick and fast right now. 14:02 local time. This is Mohamed Fia Handsoa of Malaysia, and indeed we have Guinea-Bissau, who will be represented in Madagascar, I beg your pardon. We have Guinea-Bissau coming off shortly, and then the Comoros Islands. Do you know, all it does is prove to me what a global phenomena cycling is. It's a way of binding people together. It's also the most spectacular canvas upon which to paint the best of a nation, and that's what we are seeing here in Rwanda. It is a beautiful place and an impeccably well organised, indeed, World Championships. Yes, it's a nation that historically has had its troubles, but then again, you could say that about any country. There was, of course, the genocide in 1994. Since then, money globally has poured into this part of the world. And as you can see, the infrastructure is impeccable. The roads are brilliant that we are playing with, and the welcome of the people here has just been exceptional. It feels like Africa is kind of putting an arm around cycling rather than the other way around. And for that, we are grateful. This has been wonderful so far. Great experience. And the racing is going to get absolutely white hot. Rebecca's already mentioned the names that are indeed about to grace us. Florian Vermeersch will be the first sort of major name, I am sure, that some of you know about. The Belgian will be off the ramp in about 20 minutes' time. And then at the end of a long, hard run, you get to have yourself a nice cup of tea. And these are the tea growing areas of Rwanda, introduced at the turn of the last century. I believe it was by the Germans, quite frankly, who somehow managed to find some tea plants in India and then decided to export those and set up their own growing sections here. Tea cultivation full and proper, once the plants had been truly developed, didn't happen until just after the Second World War, 1952 in fact. And now it's one of the major tea producers in the world. So obviously there's China, there's India, Ceylon, some would wager. Tea in all kinds of parts of the world, but in Rwanda you get a very, very nice hearty brew. And it's a heady brew that we've got right now. The atmosphere inside the BK Stadium just heralding yet another departure. It's been a party all day, this.
It's been such a huge party. And as I mentioned earlier, I love the way that the start ramp is structured in the middle of that indoor arena, because it's just allowing that sense of occasion to be amplified here in Rwanda. And you mentioned the Tour of Rwanda and how important that has been. And we're also aware of that. And I think if you look at the crowds that line the roads for that race every year, and then you look at today, it's amplified even more. And it's evident that these crowds are so invested in watching the racing, and we've seen that all day so far. And I'm really enjoying that element and the celebration that is going on today in Rwanda for these championships.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a really binding event, this, and the build-up has been tremendous. I mean, even years ago when it was first announced that we would be bringing this to Rwanda, the government and indeed the people of this great nation have been coalescing really and just making sure that they are ready to welcome it. And even various border conflicts that have been bedeviling this part of the world have quietened and indeed been resolved apparently. And I like to feel that just as the Olympics as well itself likes to regard itself as a peacemaking opportunity, that cycling and the UCI World Championships have delivered something similar here in this amazing country, where the main characteristic is the sheer friendliness of the locals, and you can see it. The beaming faces is just brilliant. So we're here to enjoy ourselves and trust you are as well. Let's hear from Paul Seixas, shall we? Who, of course, will be going off a little bit later. He's one of our favoured riders today, very accomplished in his own right, and I am certain that he's going to deliver something special. He could easily get a top 5, Paul Seixas. Expectation levels.
C'est sûr que c'est particulier, niveau culturel, c'est bien différent de chez nous. Mais après, franchement, moi, je me suis préparé pour ça, donc ça me dérange pas tellement. Le climat est finalement peut-être un peu moins différent de ce que je pensais. Donc franchement, je me suis assez vite adapté. On verra, mais ouais, voilà, c'est une course comme une autre.
Climate may be a little different to what he was expecting, but he says he's adapted very quickly and he's very much looking forward to the run. Adapting to the climate may well indeed hamper a few, although the temperature of the day just ebbing ever so slightly. We've been averaging around about 27. Now, there are storm clouds gathering, but they are away from, indeed, the course for the time being. I'm just hoping it stays dry for everybody. We've had almost a pre-storm, it kind of feels like pre-monsoony, really. It's a dry season, this, so rain not particularly expected. You might see some of the fronds of the palms here as you look past the crowd here at the cumulonimbus that are starting to gather. We may have some rain later, but I think the course itself is going to avoid that. The only problem is that as you get cumulonimbus forming over some of the hills, you get a draft being drawn in, and that can indeed just add a little bit of wind to a factor later on. So it might be, if that wind does pick up later, that it hampers some of the late riders. Let's see. Maybe that will just be an equalisation, really, because the highest quality will, of course, be coming off towards the end. Let's see.
Well, let's see indeed. Shemu Nsengimba is the rider that we have eyes on at the moment for Rwanda, of course, and he was the first to set off on that start ramp in that beautiful start arena with all that crowd support, which indeed continues for him for every kilometre of the action, with all the fans lining the roads here. We talked about how special this is, but yeah, I just can't say enough what this moment will mean to this rider as an individual, for everybody on looking on this day and this historical day for the UCI World Championships. And yeah, a solid performance so far, and we're very likely going to see him take to that hot seat at the conclusion of his ride today.
Well, earlier on we had Zavarine Niere, and she was in the hot seat for quite some time. She really set a belting pace out there, and I am sure that ISIGANWA will do pretty much the same. Meanwhile, next off is Ricardo Sogede from Benin. Benin also famous for drummers, actually. I'm waiting to see a Tongan or a Samoan. Have you ever heard Samoan drums?
I'm not sure.
That's something, I tell you. Hollowed out trees, and they make one heck of a noise.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably not then.
Well, I spent a lot of time in the South Pacific, as you found out yesterday.
I did.
Yeah. I haven't seen a Tuvaluan representative yet, but it'll happen. I was once responsible for forming the Tuvaluan beach volleyball team. Yeah, tried to get them in the Commonwealth Games.
Wow.
I know. You know, my sporting credentials are planetary. Anyway, not interplanetary, not yet. We'll see. First football match on Mars, that's what I'm after. Anyway, we are indeed digging deep right now, as you can possibly tell. But our rolling terrain is now being revealed to us. Now, this is a long run. I'm expecting that we may well start to nudge the hour mark by the time we get to the end. That is a hell of a long time to stay in position on a time trial bike and to have the imposition of climbs, cobbles, inclines. Quite frankly, the crowd is absolutely wonderful, but you're going to go into a very, very dark tunnel indeed in terms of pain and effort that you've got to put into this.
Yeah, it's really, really tough today, and it was interesting to get the insights from Luke Plapp earlier on, wasn't it? It's his interview that we had the pleasure of seeing, and yeah, just giving his honest appraisal and summary of what he thinks lies ahead today. Of course, a lot of these riders will have done extensive recons when they arrived, and we now know how many resources teams and riders have even before setting sights on a course. We have the likes of VeloViewer, where we can really hone in on what's going to lie ahead for the riders. But yeah, he, I think, said pretty much it's going to be brutal. 40.6 kilometres, 681 metres of elevation gain. So a lot is being thrown into this world's course this year.
Well, it's designed to be tough. Now, China in the women's race also produced some great performances, and I'm expecting pretty much the same because, quite frankly, when China get invested in a sport, they don't really let it go until they have target achievements. And I'm sure that Zhankun Liu will be one of those. He is bound to go strongly. I'm just looking down the roster. I think China have actually come with just one representative. Yes, indeed. So it's all upon his... Sure, I beg your pardon. We have Hayoyu Sao going off a little bit later on. This is the Akagera National Park, where you get the Big Five. Do you know what the Big Five are? It's not 5-star. That was a long time ago. And since their last hit, it's been a while. But here, yeah, the Big Five are rhinos, lions, elephants, running out now, giraffes, there we are, and buffalo. I remembered them all. That's an achievement in itself. I always wonder about buffalo.
I never doubted you.
Are they one of the Big Five? They are here, apparently.
I'll let you answer that.
I'd have gone crocodiles. Something like that. But anyway, you know, I mean, buffalo, yes. Crocodile, ooh, you know. Anyway, back to it. 19.5 kilometres before he gets home. That's got to hurt. I mean, you've already emptied yourself on the race. You are, getting on for half an hour into your run. You've still got 19 kilometres with the worst part at the end in terms of effort that you're going to have to put in. That's cruel.
It's really interesting to look at the pacing of riders today, and something else to observe as we go on through our start list today is how much riders are able to keep time trial position as well, keeping the skis and keep aero, because again there's a big variation in who's able to have the time to prepare sitting in that ultimate position for this duration with this elevation. And of course, as we get towards the latter starters, we'll see more and more riders able to hold position a little bit longer. But it is really interesting to look at the Côte de Nyanza and the elevation of that, because although we're looking at averages of around 6% on some of these climbs, they do top out at 11%. So as Luke Plapp was saying, yeah, there's a significant amount of inclines today.
Here is Ahmed Weiss for the refugee Olympic team. Went very strongly in the Asian Games, finished in 9th place in the road race, and has indeed competed in so many events on behalf of refugees and the Refugee Council. And all credit to him, proving that through sport, you can overcome all kinds of things that life throws at you. And, you know, so wonderful that he is here.
It's really wonderful. He began cycling at 14 years old. And I'm just looking down the list of his palmares, and yeah, he represented the Olympic refugee team at the 2020 Summer Olympics in Tokyo, of course, and he's competed in 6 editions of the UCI Road World Championships. And yeah, he started at a young age, but of course had a very troubled, difficult journey. So the fact that he is here racing today is important, and it is the stories that come out of our beautiful sport that we need to keep shouting about.
We certainly do. And Segeyuma is here on course, and with 2.5-minute margins, he should stay clear. Edward Jalal of South Sudan will probably have something to say about that, but let's wait and see. We've seen Hassan Sharif of Tanzania completing the Tanzanian, indeed, input at the beginning, as Ngwata is already on course. Next up, Laurent Gervais of Canada will be off the ramp. In fact, I think he may well have just departed. Dick Dormout is also going to take to the podium. I think it is our Canadian friend, actually, that's just about to get off and underway. Backpedaling, that's a way of keeping your legs moving without moving. Laurent Gervais representing Canada, another phenomenal nation, I should say. And they've got phenomenal nature, of course. Canada is also a nation that punches above its weight, particularly in track cycling, and indeed brings it to the road occasionally as well. Remember the great win of Ryder Ejidal in the Giro d'Italia, which warmed the cockles of my heart, I must admit. Lovely guy, and never met a Canadian I don't like. I mean, there's probably a few I wouldn't like, but I haven't met them yet.
You've yet to meet them.
Yes. Meanwhile, Unsung Gyuma is still out there and doing a job of opening the course for us. He's going to set our benchmark for us here.
Yeah, Shemu Nsegiyimba is out front. He will presumably take to the hot seat. As the first rider off on the ramp this morning, this afternoon? We're in the afternoon, aren't we? Yeah. Let me just check my time of day. Yeah, so of course he was the starter for our elite men's time trial. And yeah, the timing 0.1, so the first split, the gap was 1:45. So he's going to look to ride into that hot seat. And yeah, it will be a really big moment for this rider. And he's still at the head of that course.
Well, I'm just passing by the Kigali Genocide Memorial, which, of course, is a solid reminder of just what a dark place humanity can go to. But this nation has turned itself around absolutely amazingly and is now a very hospitable and beautiful place to come. As I said, all nations have had their dark moments. It's how you move away from them that indeed is the mark of a great country, and that is what we have here. A fabulous place that we are absolutely loving, enjoying, while of course acknowledging those who have passed. Well, as the eternal flame burns for those who have passed, right now it's the moment of truth for some of these riders. Slightly upright positioned for to be on a time trialing bike, but maybe like a spinnaker, he's going to indeed catch the wind and head through. The breeze is just starting to pick up ever so slightly, and it might well be slightly impactful as we get deeper into the day, but for now, those who are opening the course have got a free run, a free hand. I'm hoping that our benchmark times, the timing 0.1, has indeed been breached by this man, and he's quickest so far. And I've got to tell you, of the 7 riders who come through, by a handsome margin, 1:45 quicker than the nearest rider to him. So ISIGANWA, they've put some very, very good riders, Rwanda, out first just to give us a proper benchmark and get a look at them on the hot seat, I reckon. He's going well.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen this, haven't we, early on in the women's elite race and indeed the men's, with ISIGANWA just putting in a really solid ride here. And so he's obviously just gone past the second checkpoint, so the only rider to have gone through the first two. But as you say, the time gap's significant, as we saw him at timing point 1. So we're seeing riders scale the Côte de Nyanza today, then descend, do a dead turn and come back up again on the other side with, of course, a different gradient and a different approach to that summit. So there is a lot of climbing to contend with today, and it's perhaps had even more of an impact than we first thought. And there's a lot of riders looking at that 681 metres of climbing and of course having to consider exactly how they pace that coming into those time splits. And I think the narrative enhances throughout the day, of course, with more and more riders setting off on that start ramp, as to how individual riders are planning their race, because we can't always tell, of course, can we, in the early checkpoints, whether somebody is going to have a part of the course that favours them more to pull it back, for example. And in the latter part of this course today for this TT, and we'll get to see it in all its glory very shortly, the Côte de Kimihurura contains a lot of cobbles and quite a long drag.
Oh yes, and including a ramp of 11% that you have to negotiate for a couple of hundred metres. Unfortunately, we have a non-starter here in Karoma. As declared a non-starter, one can only guess what the issues are, but there's a bit of sadness about that. I always think if indeed you don't get to actually start for something that you must have been building up for an awful long time, there has to be a very good reason.
Yeah, it's really difficult, isn't it? And with a time trial, we sadly have seen that, where people are in big anticipation of starting and something happens, and once that slot's gone, it's gone. And yeah, that's mighty disappointing, especially at the UCI World Championship level. So yeah, very sorry to see him not start today. I think, yeah, there's so many elements to consider, going back to my point on what we see in the latter part of today's time trial course. Of course, 40.6 kilometres. And as we approach the end of that, we have the section of cobbles, and then once they're off that surface, there's more climbing towards the end, of course. And I wonder how much elements like tyre pressure have come into the conversations, because although it's late in the day, you do not want to fall at that hurdle by having any sort of technical difficulties on that run-in.
So our friend from Sierra Leone, it could be something just as simple as having missed your slot, and you're not allowed to indeed go beyond that. I believe he is the only rider from Sierra Leone as well, so it can actually just be nothing more than just having not had your eyes on the clock, as simple as that. It's brutal in that regard, isn't it? You're not allowed to enter the course if you're not on time.
Yeah, there's so many elements like that, isn't there, across our sport, and all the rules in terms of track cycling. We see it a lot in terms of whether you're allowed a restart or not, and there's perhaps more nuance to that. But I find that when new fans of the sport start exploring all these rules and things, a lot of people say, well, what do you mean they can't just start a little bit later, or they don't get an opportunity if they've had a problem? But it's not always the case, of course.
Indeed. Well, this man is here. Ghana's Victor Akpabli is Victor Akpabli is off the ramp. Next up, it'll be Florian Vermeersch of Belgium. And dare I say, that may well indeed be our early benchmark. However, having said that, Rwanda and their own riders have been brilliant. And when they give us their national champions, we have been sitting up and appreciating what they are delivering. The man from Madagascar here, Mohamed Fatih Hian Zoa, is off and underway. I tell you what, I like this bike. It's not the most dialed-in time trial machine. We've talked about the different kits, but it's kind of quite sinuous and lovely, old school, like me.
And I think that's what we're seeing a display of here with this rider, is just look at the focus, the dedication, everything that he's putting into this ride, despite being on that start ramp, knowing that you're going to have the likes of Remco and Tadej later, who have got absolutely everything on their side, everything dialed in. But this rider is just putting everything in to getting the most he can out of himself, out of his equipment. And we're seeing a lot of that on display today.
I must admit, my heart goes out to him. Different funding levels, of course, for different federations. Of all the sports, however, I've got to say that cycling is, in terms of its equipment, it's quite open, I must admit, to all. The variation between, let's just take motorsport for a moment, shall we? A regular car and indeed a Formula One car is an eternal difference between them. From the very best, from the very best of the shop-bought bikes to the pro bikes, there isn't that kind of void. So if nations get behind cycling, they can make huge vaults in terms of their delivery of success. You just look at a South American nation of Colombia, for goodness sake. There's the amount of stars that have come out of there. We have Eritrea and Ethiopia, of course, that are starting within Africa likewise. So it's a sport where it's easy to make big gains for not an inordinate amount of investment, and we love that. Off the ramp, it's Florian Vermeersch, and so it is somebody that perhaps we're a little more familiar with, at least out of these early riders, and somebody who can go very well, taking advantage of the quota, fielding 3 riders actually, courtesy of having won it. You're allowed to have the champion plus 2. So Florian Vermeersch is here. How will he go?
Well, I would say that we're expecting a solid ride, and it's something that you've nodded to. Of course, we would expect as we go up this start list, as we get closer and closer to the conclusion of today, we're going to see more and more exciting rides come out of the bag. But something I wanted to go back to is UCI here and the display that we've seen in terms of the start order, and that they have really put on show their best talent from Rwanda here today. And we've had a real good opportunity to have eyes on the first 2 riders in the women's and the men's to start, to go, have the availability to go into that hot seat. But they've put in really, really good rides today, those 2 riders from Rwanda.
The Volcanoes National Park, and there was a gorilla. That gorilla looked like it got a microphone. Maybe it's just the way I'm looking at the statue, but beautiful. The natural parks here there's so many natural, indeed, attractions, I've got to say, here in Rwanda. The Nyungwe Forest National Park, just nestled between the mountains and some of the water features, and of course the mountain gorillas themselves. As we say, amazing creatures, and indeed the scheme to help them and their population to grow has been, I guess, an example to the world. It's fantastic. The mountain gorillas, and in fact in the lowland areas with the white rhinoceros as well. 70 new arrivals of the rhinos, and an ever-growing population of the mountain gorillas in the Volcano National Park. Something to be proud of for this nation. Well, there's one silverback, ascends the peaks. Another will take on some peaks and troughs of this course, and indeed it is a tough ask, I think it's fair to say, with over 600 metres of altitude gain compressed into this short time trial by some standards, but long by others. And in fact, if we talk about altitude gain, this course is the most peaky that we've had since 2001 in Lisbon. Can you believe that?
I can believe it. I can believe it, having seen everything at play earlier on today in the women's elite time trial. I think it's also notable, obviously, the structure of a course, the layout of it is not just looking at the pure elevation gain, as you know. It's the positioning of it in terms of pacing that effort. And I think a lot of riders have arrived here and had a good recon, a good look at exactly what lies ahead. And the severity of the latter part of this course, I think, has perhaps been bigger than people anticipated. But it's given us so much to talk about, and not only in the pacing and the form of the riders and their preparations for that, and potentially how much a rider has been able to train at altitude compared with riders that haven't. It's also the tech as well, in terms of a rider's time trial position. How long are they able to stay in that position on a course like this? You know, we've seen a lot of the best riders being forced out of position with how much these gradients are biting when they're reaching the heights of around 11%. And you've also got to navigate cobbles. Is it a gain to stay in the skis, to stay in that position, or are you better off trying to power over them out of those bars? So it'll be really telling to see when we get the smaller time gaps coming through a little bit later as to how riders are approaching it. But we've talked a lot about the elevation gain, but of course on the other side of that we've got some really, really pivotal descents that do lend themselves to really high speeds, open wide roads. And how much can a rider continue to unleash power on that? That's where we can have an eagle eye on people's gearing choices.
This is Edwin Undungu of Kenya, about another famed place for its tea, I've got to tell you. Yeah, I do love a rich Kenyan black tea. It's just absolutely amazing. There is Kenyan white tea as well, but to be honest, the black tea is a heady brew. Gives you a boost. You tell I need one. Anyway, here is our friend, and to be honest, the second and third checkpoints are separated by not a mighty distance, but just to give you an example of how far ahead of the field that Nissen RY'UMUKINO is, he's been through the third checkpoint, and only 2 riders have been through the second checkpoint, which of course he led through as well. So it's going to be a proper benchmark for him. Just passing by one of the formal gardens here. Top topiary, I've got to say, around the fountain there, but haven't said that for a while. Meanwhile, just get himself slightly out of line here. Can't decide which side of the road to go to. Looking down, I hope he hasn't got a gear issue. I think it's just fatigue just starting to settle in, because he's turning himself inside out. He's got to do so for another 5.2 kilometres. And the worst part of his run is still to come. Yes. It'll be the first view for some people of that test.
Yeah, it's a really, really neat ride, isn't it, from the RY'UMUKINO. And yeah, I think it's no surprise that he set off first, because what a benchmark he's setting. And we've been able to look now at some of these intermediate time splits and see the damage that he is doing and the vast time gaps, actually.
Goodness me.
Talking of which.
Yes, that is Apollino Carr of Guinea-Bissau, and he has just been speared by Dalhani of the Comoros Islands. And the pace difference there was absolutely startling. Meanwhile, a big pickup here by Jaikun Liu of China. Actually, do you know what? He looks like Bradley Wiggins on the bike here. Similar kind of style. Bradley had quite a shimmy, but a very, very effective time trialist he was as well.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. Yeah, and we've talked about the contrast that we were expecting to see in sections of this field, let's say, and that has been so stark, that's been so apparent, but it is something that we've discussed a lot with some of these riders going off with these early time slots, is that we are seeing that variety.
Ethiopia's Bijay Radey going off. Next, it will be Briton John from Guyana. I think that's the right way around. Artem Nish will then be joining us, and it then starts to get really quite dialed in terms of those who are going to be on more favoured equipment, let's put it that way, and possibly going to start really affecting the timing sheets, but no disrespect to those who are up the road.
Absolutely not.
And loving the fact that our friend from Rwanda, Nisingiyuma, is still bossing the field at the moment through every single checkpoint.
Yeah, really, really solid ride from the Nisingiyuma. And as we saw, you can just get the visibility on how smooth the ride is, can't you? And he's just been in such a brilliant position all day, really. And yeah, he's got his sights on that hot seat, and we'll get eyes on that when he completes his ride, of course. And it's been really, really good to see from the Rwandan cyclist to go off on that start ramp first to really absorb this occasion. But of course, keeping ultimate focus. Talking of which, 2.3 kilometres remains for Nisingiyuma of Rwanda. And then barring incident, which we very much hope we don't see, he will go into that hot seat first.
He's already on cobbles, as you can see. And right now, you'll see the shock waves just ripping through his wrists, elbows and shoulders here. This is not a comfortable surface.
It's not comfortable, but look at the way he's using that power transfer here and making relatively light work of a section we know is so difficult. And I think, the psychological aspect of coming in with so much on your shoulders for a rider like Nisingiyuma today, I think it's amazing. And I've just said about this, enormous pressure, but the enormous support that comes with that as well. And I think different riders are able to absorb different levels of that out on the road, aren't they? Because some people like to shut that out, as you know, and just pure focus. Some people channel it, absorb it, use it to put in the best effort they possibly can. And some people just have to shut it out until they've finished, until it's job done. But he's doing a tremendous job over these cobbles, and just every inch of power transfer that he can now.
Loving watching him. Schemmel in his element, one can only hope. At the moment, he looks like he's tying up ever so slightly, but this is an awful lot steeper than perhaps it appears. And it's about to get even worse. It nudges up to, indeed, 11%, but look at the pace he is going at the moment. 13 and 14 kilometres per hour. It tells you exactly what he's having to deal with. Gravity is not his friend at the moment, I'm afraid. And in fact, there's a Heartbreak Hill, which is where he's coming to, where they go over several little rises. Upon every crest, they're thinking, well, redemption must be just over this next hill. And it's just not. It keeps going, doesn't it? Like some kind of pesky nightmare roller coaster ride through a house of horrors. And you're just waiting for to be gobbled up by the big beast at the end. And here we go. There is that 11% just ahead of him. Give him a cheer, everybody. He's going to need it.
Heartbreak Hill is a very good summary for this section of the course, isn't it? Because it's painful for us watching just how long this final 2 kilometres feels, let alone the rider that is out first, setting the benchmark today, and indeed every rider that takes on this elite time trial for the men today. It's agonising seeing just how long 1.5 kilometres remaining can be, but it's all about keeping as smooth as possible over this segment, and it has proven to be a big talking point already today in terms of how many elements are at play on this course. It's not just the elevation, it's not just the fact that we have a section of cobbles, it's where that comes in the course. And in terms of pacing, the riders know what lies ahead of them. They know that latter part is so pivotal. And also in the tech that they're using, what are the tyre pressures going to look like for this? Is that a big consideration for people? You do not want to fail with your kit coming in at that last point in the course when you might think you've got it in the bag. So yeah, every element of this time trial and the preparations for it have been really crucial.
This is Ahmed Bedreddin Wais, the refugee Olympic team, and I just love watching this man. I mean, he is clearly struggling, but he is, if nothing else, absolutely rack full of determination to make this count. 35 years of age now. He's been around for quite some time, but he's honoured us with his presence. And the very fact that he has the will to do this and just to drive himself on, it's a credit to him and indeed to those who have helped him to get here.
Completely, and I think at every level you have to focus on your own race, don't you? Everybody's got a target within a race, and it's going to look vastly different for different competitors, but it doesn't take anything away from the importance of that rider being here today, and that is the story for a lot of these early starters. But talking of early starters, RY'UMUKINO coming into the closing meters of his ride, and it has been brilliant today.
Good man, a very good man indeed. Well, we said around about an hour we could be seeing times. Well, he's trimmed that. He's going to be in the 56s by the time he finishes. He's still got these desperate little rises and falls which account for the last 300 or 400 meters, and it really is rather cruel. I mean, it's great entertainment for us, and he is smiling through the grimace as well, and bless him for that. He comes up out of the heat haze which is still being displayed here despite the clouds which have just taken away the sunshine for a moment. But a beam of brightness is going to fall upon this man. He comes over this rise, he'll go into another one. And look at the reception he is receiving here. They're waiting for him, and so are we. He's going to be the first man to stop the clock on this Men's Elite World Championship time trial, and he wants to finish under 57. He's going to do it as well. Wonderful.
What a ride from Seamus Nsengiyumva. Every inch of that hurt, but you could see the mix of grimace and pure delight coming into those crowds to finish a time trial effort of this magnitude. He, of course, was the first rider to start in this field today in that beautiful arena with so much sense of occasion, of importance around today. The first time we've had the World Championships, the UCI Worlds, come to Africa, here in Rwanda, in Kigali, and he will now take to that hot seat. And yeah, that was a fine example of the local talent.
Some beautiful buildings here as well. This is the convention centre here in Kigali, modelled upon a beehive, apparently. Traditional beehive. Not one, I believe, built by bees, but they used to make beehives out of kind of bound rope. There we are. Built up in a spiral. You know, save you having to climb a tree to get your honey, that kind of thing. Anyway, moving on, more technology. Rope beehives, it's worth pondering. Gervais, we are looking at the moment, and we're waiting for our splits. Gervais, second quickest, 10 seconds down at the first split to Nsengiyumva, who has indeed completed the course. But showing you just how competitive the Rwandans are. They will naturally have practiced every single twist and turn, probably knows every single millimetre of this course. The man has just finished, but Laurent Gervais is on his case, and as we have seen earlier in the women's time trial, running a negative split, holding your pace throughout. I mean, our women's champion, I won't give the game away, did an amazing job of nailing every single split, to be fair, to achieve the title. Right now, Laurent Gervais may well be moderating his pace. He could be our leader at the end of this run.
And it's no small feat, is it, to achieve that? And we talk about riders mapping out their effort and knowing exactly what they can do, but doing that on race day with the different pressures that are thrown at a rider in that scenario, you can't guarantee it. You cannot guarantee mentally, physically how you're going to feel at each point. And yeah, how much you are absorbing on the day of all the potential difficulties thrown at you. And again, as we move up the list to the pointy end today, you know, there's riders that will have psychologists around them or have ultimate team support, will have played out every inch of this race in their head for quite some time before fielding it. But that's not going to be the case for everyone. But I think we're seeing the gains refined and refined for our top competitors, and it's fascinating from every element of the sport.
Some very vocal support, I must say, for Ahmed Orkin here. Well, I've seen him in action on the track, Ahmed. Also seen him in the Tour of Turkey. Well, a constant reminder of the history of this now great nation. And this is the Campaign Against Genocide Museum and their gardens. And a rather spectacular statue, I must say, as well, stands as a proud testament to the courage, resilience and ultimate unity of the Rwandan people to put that unimaginable horror behind us and indeed move on. And having the UCI World Championships is absolutely part of, indeed, that celebration, that this is now a peaceful and beautiful nation with some extraordinarily friendly people that have welcomed us roundly. And Laurent Gervais at the moment is being screamed through every single benchmark, and he is standing up to the test, doing a phenomenal job. And I think the Canadian will be our leader at the end of this run. Let's see how his latest splits are going. He's coming to the second split. In fact, it'll be a little while before he gets there. In about 6 minutes' time, he should be there. And I think that he may well have taken control of this. Take nothing away from ISIGANWA. I think his run was absolutely one to write home about. This is Lake Kivu, as you can see, and it's an absolutely beautiful. It is, of course, a landlocked nation, but yet, of course, it does have these enormous bodies of water, and how beautiful they are as well. Almost tranquil. It kind of looks like an ocean opening up before you. I mean, some of the lakes in Africa are unbelievably large. Lake Victoria, many of you will know, is I mean, you get to the middle of Lake Victoria and you may as well be in the Pacific Ocean. You have no sight of any land either side of it. It's so vast, and there's some big bodies of water as well, of course, here in Rwanda, which very much part of our backdrop today, and very beautiful they are too. Well, how beautiful that run is going to be for Gervais, we will wait to find out. Meanwhile, back to the start house. And it is Red Walters who is off the ramp for Grenada. You know, no rider who takes part in this is going to forget this. It is a life experience for everybody who witnesses it. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's spectacular. We were so excited at the start of the day, and it's just delivered, hasn't it? It's not disappointed whatsoever. It's, yeah, in every element of it, it's been a real joy, a real pleasure to observe this so far, and it's going to get better and better as more of our riders manifest their rides today. But we've, of course, got such big talking points in our contenders. We've mentioned people, including Ghana, that aren't here, but the people that are here are, yes, are going to certainly get our tongues wagging. And we have Tadej Pogačar going later, much later on, of course, as we'd expect. But Remco Evenepoel wants to make history, and the biggest talking point coming into this has been their head-to-head and what the outcome of that might be today.
Let's see, shall we? They measure each other's success against each other, and why not have that ultimate benchmark? I often think that the likes of Remco Evenepoel, you know, they say Tadej Pogačar, somebody like Tadej Pogačar comes along once in a lifetime. Why did it have to be in my lifetime? Because, I mean, it is a dominant performance by Tadej Pogačar. He skipped the Vuelta, so I'm actually wondering what sort of shape he's going to be in to take on Remco Evenepoel, who's also had a bit of a gap himself, of course, by design, stepped off the bike in the Tour, as you well know, changing teams. So we'll see what sort of mood he's coming here. I think the very fact that Remco Evenepoel could get the hat-trick 3 in a row, it's too big to pass up, surely.
It's a big mind game, isn't it? Yeah. Between those two riders, and we are here for it. We absolutely love that battle. And I just think, from looking at all the anecdotes and quotes in the press so far from Remco this week, he's so confident and he's really throwing it out there, isn't he, publicly to Pogačar, which makes it even more of a joy for us to anticipate.
Aurélien de Comeron is next, riding for Mauritius. Do you know what? I want them to come to my next birthday party. I like this vibe.
You're going to have to see about arranging it. It would be spectacular, wouldn't it?
I could put a hip out, to be honest, quite easily. We thought about going to a samba bar last night. We thought again because we were just we were dedicated to you.
Well, I was going to say we decided to talk about development of skin suits and things like that instead. But it did sound good. Next time.
Next time. Gervais still catching. In fact, I think this is his second, I was going to say minute man, but it's 2.5 minute men, isn't it, in front of him. So Gervais is eating into the crowd. In fact, he's caught 3 riders out there. That was Ricardo Sogede. He's just moved by from Benin. So he looks like he is having a very effective run as we dwell on, of course, the Volcanoes National Park once again. These volcanoes, you know, there's 2 ways to form mountains. One is by tectonic motion, and the other is, of course, by volcanic activity. One gets thrown up from the deep, and the other is the movement of the Earth's crust. I mean, I'm telling you, you're getting it all here.
That's at least my second geography lesson of the day.
No, there'll be more.
One was teaching me how time zones work.
We are playing here in Kigali, this wonderful capital of the great country of Rwanda. And we are loving the cycling so far. It's about to get very, very intense. And I think our benchmark, our next one, in fact, I think he's just coming up to our next split in a few moments' time. We, of course, are busying ourselves not only in keeping it. Oh, hello, it's Cox gone red against him. So still, ISIGANWA has the advantage now. It's 13 seconds down. It looks like it's going to be magnified far more than that. So what's Gervais got for the latter part of the course? And I don't think he's got the measure of ISIGANWA, who has done an absolute dream start. We had no reference to it until this moment. But the very fact that Gervais has been found out by this kind of margin, all it does is underscore what the Rwandan did a little bit, Rwandan champion, I should say, Shemu did a little bit earlier on. Because this is 3 times the advantage.
Yeah, it was a really, really stunning early ride, really solid performance. So after the first intermediate time check, Florian Vermeersch came in 45 seconds up on ISIGANWA and Gervais at 56. But he looks to be coming, let's have a confirmation of what happens at this second intermediate time check.
He's just been through it, 39, near enough. 38.82, there it is.
There we go, confirmation of that.
So Liu at 2 minutes and 44. So still Rwanda will be indeed continue the dancing band theme, because they've got a lot to celebrate with a fantastic performance by their national champion and ISIGANWA, who has done an amazing job and is still out of reach. I'll be getting in touch with Anthony McCrossan a little bit later on, because the Kimu Ronku market have got a special hat sale tonight. And I'm just hoping that it can bring me back something rather special. Let's wait and see. Baskets, shoes, kitchenware, and artisan-made crafts, and homemade herbal remedies. That sounds like a winter warmer. Meanwhile, Gervais sails by another. This is Dalani of the Comoros Islands. Very sort of old school looking coloured kit there. I actually really quite like that. In the old racing days, the solid, the national colours were reflected, and they had to have a meeting, and I believe it was in France, to decide on the national racing colours of all nations. And apparently we missed the boat, the Brits did, and got to the meeting late, and all that was left was green, which is British racing green. There we are. So, there we are. Don't know why. But let's go for a little heli shot over the magnificent tea plantations once again. Still haven't had a cup of tea. Anyway, it's time for Mr. Munton. Byron, in fact. Well, somebody, of course, well known for a Grand Tour. Let's see how he gets on. was talking Byron there, but anyway, that was a long time ago. This is Byron Munton for the Republic of South Africa. In fact, for many years, of course, African success generally tended to focus on South Africa, but the focus has kind of moved to include many other nations of the great continent, hasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just keeping an eagle eye here. I'm distracting myself on the performance of Vermeersch. And we've talked a lot about our expectations in different tech setups, and just look at the contrast here as we're starting to see him go through these timing points. And 45 seconds he was up on RY'UMUKINO at the first time check. And we'll see what plays out in the rest of his ride for Belgium. But I've also been trying to really have a look at the gear selection of some of these riders, because I think what will happen as we get further on today will be that differences can be made on these descents. And so I think, again, it's been quite a difficult measure to get of the preparation of the bike, given the elevation gain, but given how much they'll want to unleash as much power as possible on other parts of this course, including those wide descents. So, yeah, I'm sure we'll get a bike close-up of Florian Vermeersch in a moment.
This looks like a dried-up mangrove lake, I believe, in the Agera National Park, because just the very nature of it. It looks like, indeed, this is a dry lake. Maybe it has been warmer than in other parts of the year. We're in one of the two dry seasons. There are two dry seasons, two wet seasons. So we are in a dry season, although I've got to say, with the billowing clouds here and a look of glissé upon the road, I actually wonder if we haven't had a little bit of light rain through the course by the looks of things.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it now? And we've been speculating as to these conditions, as to whether or not things like air condition, air quality, and the altitude we're at, and the humidity level, like all these things have been discussion points, haven't they, coming in? I'm just seeing the pure image of joy and enthusiasm there, which has not waned all day from our crowds here.
Still waiting for Canada to finish, but they have another rider off and underway as Laurent Gervais is out on course. This is Michael Leonard who starts now. Took a big step with his 10th place in the Basque Country, but not performed at the same level since. But as you can see with his feisty start here, he means business. He's on full attack mode, gets himself on the skis right now. He can climb well as a time trialist, so he's got that skill set to his name. Possibly handicapped by the route. Let's wait and see. I think that he will be okay, and he certainly started busy.
Yeah, and it's really good, isn't it, to see riders just explode out of the start arena, down that ramp out, and you can just see how people are settling into their ride. And it's so nerve-wracking to get the pacing right today. Yep. I'm having to hold back because I keep going to talk about the result of the women's race, but I am going to hold back on that. But it is interesting to hear insights from riders that have taken to the course earlier today and saying that even themselves haven't known whether they've got the pacing right during the ride, because the plans have somewhat gone out the window on the course today. And you were saying we might have well seen the skies open up a little bit. And some of the riders were saying when a lot of the Europeans arrived to Rwanda in preparation for today and the start of this World Championships, that they weren't sure what to expect from the conditions, from the humidity, from this part of the world. So it's been interesting to see how riders have fared, and not all of us have been able to predict how some riders are going to fare, even if they are favourites on paper. And here's Florian Vermeersch for Belgium. 17.2 kilometres remaining for him.
Target time was a 34.26. I think he's going to breach that, so he should be in the lead, but it's a question of just by how much. And unfortunately, we just cut away from him at a rather important moment. Because, with the Belgians getting an extra pass because they have the defending champion Remco Evenepoel, Florian Vermeersch is kind of here as a guest. And so he's taken his opportunity to go for it. This is Ryan Taramay. Now, somebody who on his day can actually produce very, very good time trials. The Estonian is often in the service of others, so he doesn't, even if there's a time trial in a stage race, he will often not be allowed to fully go for it because he's got to be a support rider within his trade team. So he wouldn't be expected to turn himself inside out for a time trial and give himself a chance of winning it. Today, he's got a great chance of going strongly. So Ryan Taramay will go well. We're still waiting, though, to see what Florian Vermeersch does through this split. And here it is. Now, don't forget, 34.26 is his time. He's easily going to be ahead of that. And so this will be our new benchmark. Now, he was trailing, don't forget, by... he had an advantage, I beg your pardon, at the first split of 45 seconds. Let's see what his advantage is this time. Has he held on to it? We'll get 3 checks along the way, and, of course, our finale at the end. We'll see if he's tying up just a little bit or whether he's managed to extend it. The clock will stop, of course, when he just bridges this corner. You'll see that. Still very much green. It'll stay green against him, and he has found another 6 seconds. So this is going to come down to how he can cope with the final climb over the cobbles, which we'll be seeing a little bit later on. But for now, he's in the bird seat.
He certainly is, and we were expecting this, weren't we, when we looked down our start list at who was perhaps a little bit more of an earlier starter today, and we expected big things at this point from Vermeersch, and he's delivering that, and it's really interesting. But you can see that Nsengimba put in a really solid benchmark for everybody to follow today, but this is, a solid ride from the Belgian with 16.2 kilometres remaining. Just getting more aerial shots here of our area here in Rwanda. But yes, back to your point on riders' priorities and how different that will look coming into a World Championships. And I think that that's another really interesting element to this, is we can compare how a rider has approached a time trial, of course, in the likes of a Grand Tour. But, as you've well pointed out, that is probably not a priority for a lot of this field if they are working in support of teammates. So when they come in with a solo objective from themselves, that's when we really get to see some riders shine.
Darren Rafferty off the ramp. Again, somebody else that's often in the service of others. And so this will be an opportunity for him to have a straight run at this. When it comes to time trials, you wouldn't possibly say that Darren Rafferty would be at top of your list. But I think he can wrestle a route, and this is one of those which is set for a proper battle. We're coming to Leonard. He's only about 5.5 minutes into his run, so he's a long way from the first checkpoint. However, just dwelling very briefly on the second and third checkpoints are really quite close together. When you're at full flight, they're probably only about 6 minutes apart, 6 or 7 minutes apart. So we're going to get the next Vermeersch checkpoint in just a moment's time. And my feeling is, well, let's see. If he found another, 7 seconds from his first checkpoint, he added to the margin that he had. In fact, let me just double check that. 6 seconds. I know there's some pedants of you out there, and you want these things absolutely bang on. So he was leading by 45.2 at the first checkpoint, leading by 51.7 at the second checkpoint. But the third checkpoint comes to us a bit like ground rush, so he's going to be through that very, very soon. It's a power part of the course, as you can see. He's holding a great line here, just inside that those yellow markers, and he's nearly there. So if the margin is bigger than 51 seconds advantage, so 51 seconds in green, he's holding it, and we'll see how he delivers it a little bit later on. Meanwhile, it's delivery time for our friend from the Olympic refugee team, and it is Ahmed Bedreddin Wais who is going to come home and stop the clock. It's not about the time for this man, it's about the very fact that he's here at all, and we salute him.
We certainly do. A real story of inspiration from this rider fielding today, and as you say, that's the important factor. getting sights once again on these crowds, and we know from the Tour of Rwanda that they are pretty spectacular, but that's elevated further today, and this means so much here in Rwanda.
I just love the way that when the riders pop up over the brow there, as he stops the clock at 8 minutes and 21, all we see from the crowd is the back of their heads, because they're all watching for the rider. And that is an acclamation of their love for the sport, and I love them back for it.
We do. We love to see that, because we don't always see it. And yeah, they are just purely absorbed in this bike race today. And what a bike race it is.
Here we go. This is going to be a big one. So Vermeersch is possibly about 1.5 minutes, I would say, away from stopping the clock right now. Let's see, 11.3 kilometres is what he has remaining. And I think we're going to ride along with him, because this will be an important juncture for us. When he stops the clock, he's got to do it at the end of this little highway. There's a slight turn in the road, and he's, you know, there's a lot to be said for riding the painted surface, but he doesn't seem to be too bothered about that. But this, the reason he's not holding a solid line is partially exhaustion, but also the amount of power he's delivering. There's a lot of torque going through the back wheel here, and he means business. This is going to be a good time.
Yeah, he really does. And yeah, it's really interesting to see the variation of styles on the bike as we switch between riders. But that is what is going to be so crucial in these time splits today, isn't it? It's just how much power these riders can get out. And I think Luke Platt was saying in his pre-race interview, wasn't he, that actually it's not respite on this course, is it? It's any respite is where you've got to make the difference, where you've got to keep challenging your rivals, or where you've got to ultimately keep that power down, which is where it comes into the consideration of the gear ratios that these riders are looking at to get scaling up those ascents over the cobbles without difficulty, but also maximising these really fast, wide, powerful sections like Vermeersch's.
Well, his target time at this third checkpoint is a 41.50, and you will excuse me, see the little inflatables in a few moments' time. He's reaching out for them. There's an amazing aqua park here, but I think it's mountain filled for some of the runoff that we get from the high ground which surrounds us here. Garcia Piana, a very good track cyclist, I have to say. And coming with track cycling is often a level, especially if you're a 6-day racer, a level of discomfort and bike handling, which I think is magnified in terms of what they offer. So yeah, I expect Garcia Piana to actually have a pretty good run. We'll have more on him in a moment. Check this out. Clock still rolling. Green. There's the Tissot timing point, and 1.5 minutes.
Wow.
Goodness me, he has found 39 more seconds in the very short jump between checkpoints 2 and 3. There's not much gap between those checkpoints. He's absolutely eating the course, and he'll be our new leader for sure.
Yeah, Florian Vermeersch will become our leader of this race for Belgium. We haven't had a huge amount of opportunity to see Nsengimba in that hot seat, have we? But it's always so interesting to watch a rider. Happily, we were so delighted to see him take into that spot for Rwanda, going off as the first rider on our start ramp. But yeah, I mean, riders know generally, don't they, when their time is going to be up in that seat, especially when you've got someone like Vermeersch out on the course. So yeah, I like to sometimes see the moment that a rider is just waiting with bated breath to see how long they're going to sit in a chair. But yeah, it's been brilliant that the Rwandan cyclist has been given the opportunity to take that on early today.
You want to see an ideal cyclist torso? Look no further here than Michael Leonard. It's that sort of conical shape, allowing you to have enormous lung capacity with a very tight waist. Sort of the upside down of my torso, really. But anyway, yeah.
Stop it.
That is the idea. Meanwhile, back downstairs. Yes, Mr. Vermeersch. He's got the most difficult part of the course still to deal with, and nothing is certain in this game. And thankfully, so far today, we haven't seen any technicals, have we?
No, I can't believe you've gone there and said it.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we'll just apologise now for the curse that we're giving for all the subsequent riders on this course. But yeah, I mean, that is a big consideration. You need everything to go your way. You probably want to look at refining tyre pressures over those cobbles because it comes quite late in the day.
Sobrero takes off the ramp here, and Mattia Sobrero is kind of the other Italian, isn't it? We always talk about Pippo Ganna, and but I mean, fancy living in his shadow. I mean, he's a big lad; he casts a big shadow, but in more ways than one, not just physically, but metaphorically as well. Mattia Sobrero, it's his chance to come out from underneath that shadow here today. What can he do?
Yeah, it's a really good point, isn't it? Because, yeah, for anyone just joining us, we've noted some of the big names that we would always expect to look for, like Filippo Ganna in a time trial. But there have been many riders today given that opportunity, including him, to shine. And, yeah, I'm here for it. I think it's going to be really exciting. And we've got a very interesting field out here today. And as we see each and every one of those go off, we're going to see these time gaps just be tighter and tighter. And the absolute fireworks that I can vaguely say that we were offered in the women's race. But yeah, I think, again, we talk a lot about psychology playing a part. And if you have felt that you are not the nation's priority, that you're not team number one, I mean, that's got to have an effect. So to be told, right, you've got the backing, you've got your opportunity to target this, go for it, I mean, that's got to make a difference, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And Sobrero's got a great chance as well. In the Vuelta, he crashed in the team race, the team time trial. And that was a missing piston, basically, for his team. And so he has to pick himself up and just get on with the belief of doing something special. I think Sobrero will go really strongly today. I think he's one of those outside picks because he's got the chance to shine, and I think he will.
And you can't underestimate that. And it's such a game, our sport, isn't it? In every element of it. And you can have the out-and-out favourite that doesn't have it all their way on the day. And that does happen. And it happens, it happens a lot in our sport. And that's why you can never say, right, this is how we're going to see the conclusion of a race play out before we've seen it. That's why we love our sport. But I do think psychology is being considered more and more. And riders are placing importance on that, and you've got to have the belief. You've got to ultimately have the belief, especially on a time trial, because the headspace that you go to, which is why I was never good at a time trial, is because, especially on a course of this distance, you can go to many different places in your head, and to keep that ultimate belief in your timing, in your pacing of it, it's not easy.
This course is not easy either. Liu goes second, but gives away well over 1:50, as you've seen at the line. That tells you just how big the gaps are, and what a great job that Nissan Yuma has indeed produced. Here's Luke Plapp. He's off and underway. He's only just departed, and this will again be somebody who, provided he keeps it upright, could have a very fine run today. He's had a pretty wild season, to be honest. Half a Giro and a whole tour is what you might say. What's he going to snack on today? Let's find out, shall we? That is how we stack up Liu with 3 minutes and 28. I misread an intermediate time. The difference between first and second, what this is doing is telling you what our Rwandan champion Shemu did. That was brilliant.
Yeah, Nsengimba put in a really solid early ride. First rider off, of course, for Rwanda. Took to that hot seat. But yeah, we don't always know what to expect early on, do we, when we're seeing the start order of the day. But a really solid ride from the Rwandan rider.
Here is Gervais, and it's just going to go against him. There it is at the line. I had quite high hopes for Gervais. In fact, he lost a lot of time between the first and the second checkpoints. Looks like he's regathered some of that time, but this is the Heartbreak Hill that we talk about. You go into a series of little what looked like ramps, and you think the finish line must be just over this one, and no, you've got another hill to climb, and here he comes, just into our consciousness right now, and he's going to end up, what, 40 plus seconds down, I'm afraid, by the time he crosses the line. But strong effort, that should be good enough for second place at the moment, and it is, as the countdown continues. Seixas, we spoke to him earlier, said he was a bit surprised by the conditions here. Weather conditions we're talking, the humidity, and indeed almost the heaviness, possibly, of expectation. I expect him to go very well. Back to Luke Plapp. Well, the last time we saw him, he was actually pretty fresh, 7th in San Sebastian. But the thought is that he has been keeping everything for today. Australian time trial champion, and with the likes of Turbo Durbo hanging around, he was, in fact, I think, smashed him in 21, didn't he? And then was a champion in 24, and indeed this year as well, which is why he wears the old green and gold. And I like Luke Plapp.
The old green and gold.
Yeah, that's what they call it, mate.
Oh, like so many of the Aussies, he's got such a brilliant personality,
Yes,
isn't he, that it brings us well. And I was just like looking back at his interview that he offered us earlier today. He says he's absolutely stoked to be here, which I love as a quote. And his summary of the course was, the downhills are rapid. And we've talked about that element of not thinking, well, this descent's a respite. Of course, for riders like Plapp, they are going to be capitalising on absolutely everything they can there. And it'll be interesting to see, if we get eyes on that point of the course, what he can carry through that dead turn as well, because I think that's where we're going to start seeing riders when it gets down to the level of Luke Plapp, of Tadej Pogačar, of Remco Evenepoel. That's where the pressure is going to be put on, and you've got to get that balance right. You can't push it to the point where you risk coming off on a turn, but equally, if your rivals are giving it everything through that, you've got to do that as well. But I think that's where riders come into a TT with such a clear idea of how they're going to ride it, and sticking to that as much as humanly possible.
Onto the cobbles, and in fact it's about the 2 kilometre mark where you get the steepest gradients here. It says that's extended over 1.3. Forget that. It's actually longer. It's actually a margin bigger than that. You hit the 11% very, very soon, and you can see the way the buildings here are indented. You can also see from his pace, quite frankly, this will be knocked back for him probably to about 16 to 20 kilometres per hour, which is slow for him. Meanwhile, Mauro Schmidt gets off and underway out of the start house. This could actually prove to be maybe a little bit of a surprise. And you see what I was talking about. It's about 2Ks out, isn't it? The steepest part of it, not 1,300 metres. So it's actually a lot more intense from a lot further out. 13 kilometres an hour. This is the hurt zone. 2Ks out.
It really is. And I was talking earlier about how this section of cobbles comes in the latter point. Of course, you don't want to have a flat, you don't want to have a problem mechanical at any point in a T2 course. Of course you don't. But what I was alluding to is the fact that this is kind of a bit of a late surprise for the riders, isn't it? It looks like on paper, on the profile, that it's quite short, but it drags for so long for these riders. It's a long couple of kilometres to that line, and we often talk about riders making that decision when we've got more hilly terrain in these time trials. We talk about riders looking at whether they would use a traditional TT setup or a road bike setup, and of course riders will have gone for the TT today, but we're seeing riders out of position, perhaps more than we would have expected, on some of these, not only the gradients but the road surface as well. And this is a really big fight towards the end of this time trial, which is why pacing has been so key, because riders going out on the arguably much more simple first part of the course, they all have in mind that this is what awaits them, this is what lies before that final for them, before they reach that finish line. And it might smooth out, but it doesn't necessarily flatten out either. So we're just seeing Vermeer reach that real pinch point now.
I don't know who New Orleans is, but his fan club are in. And here we go. Mugisha is about to come off the ramp. And this is why they are screaming for him. Mweze, he is, of course, Rwandan. Well, at the moment, they've got one in the hot seat and one in the start house. They've bookended the day beautifully. For how much longer is anybody's guess. Listen to this.
It's absolutely incredible to witness this history in the making today.
Listen to this. That is brilliant. Do you know, just the joy of it is something to witness. 1,200 metres from the line is Vermeersch. Now, he was outstanding in the UAE Tour. I had the privilege of being there. Brilliant in Belgium as well. But then he goes and disappoints in Wallonie and in Great Britain as well, Tour of Britain. What can he do here? I think he's going to be in the hot seat, but for how long is anybody's guess, because he blows so hot and cold. I think the very fact that we've had a mixed course as well will suit him. So I think this is going to be a strong time, and maybe one that will stand the test of a lot of time that remains to us.
And this is one of those points, isn't it, where we can't fully appreciate from the sights on our TV screens just what these gradients are doing to these riders at this point in the race. And you could just see the fatigue going through Florian Vermeersch there for Belgium, couldn't you? And he's got 700 metres to go, but this is not a straightforward, easy 700 metres. He's driving everything back in this time trial position, back on the skis to just pull everything. But this gives us a better indication that camera shot we just got of just how much this is biting here.
Do you know what? I think you could swap the bike for a skateboard and he'd still come home with an advantage. That is an amazing margin that he has at this point on the course. And he is going to be our new leader. We'll see how long he manages to sit in the comfy velvet green chair. But right now, he's already into the hoarded section. He's collecting yet more riders along the way. I think he's actually hoovered up 5 on his run. And so the Belgian is, once the motorcycle takes the screen away from us, here he comes up over the crest. There's another crest still to be had. I think he is still going to have more than a minute and a half by the time he reaches the line. And look at all the faces looking at him and not at us. Look at that. That is proper fans of a proper sport.
That is just spectacular to witness. The scenes here today in Kigali, Rwanda. Look at the effort of Vermeersch to put in that time.
He trims a minute and 51 off the best time so far. He is our glorious leader as Andreas Leknesund, it is, gets off the start ramp. He's out of the house, not out of the arena just yet, and the drummer's still doing a fabulous job. The only Scandinavian representative this year, Leknesund. Yeah, let's see. Never really been a time trialist, but you know what? He is fantastic at mixed terrain, and this is precisely that. Don't be surprised if he gets a top 10. What about this,
man? That's what we're seeing today, isn't it? That's what we're seeing from this course, is that the unpredictability of it has meant that it's not easy to conclude what that top 10 is going to look like, and it gives so much more jeopardy to this race, which is ultimately why we love it. Look at this setup. You're talking about the colours of the Australian national kit here, but that is a spectacular paint job and setup there. But here we're seeing Florian Vermeersch. I mean, we knew that this might be the scenes after a time trial of that distance, but you could see just emptied everything out the tank as you would. But I think what's also difficult when you go at that point in the day is, yes, he's come in with a brilliant time gap there. He'll go into that hot seat, but of course, we've got so many of the big contenders to come, and mentally it's very hard to know what's going to follow that ride.
Here comes the old cone torso, Mr. Leonard. He's going to bring this one in. Let's see how he is running through the course. Rebecca's lost it now. He was third at the first intermediate. Let's have a look. He's looking for, in fact, he's a way off it. I beg your pardon. He's got a way to go before he gets to his second intermediate. His target is a 33.34, and I think my friend Michael Shea Leonard is indeed going to do something a bit special here today. He looks like he is fully on it. So I'm putting a lot of eggs in the mixture here. Meanwhile, back to this bike.
You're meanwhile baking a cake.
I am. And what would you call this? Vanilla blueberry? Custard and mint. I don't know. It's.
Can we call Luke Platt vanilla? I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah, I do worry and wonder about some kits, but others I absolutely love. And here is the South Africa. This is a proper yippee flag, isn't it? South Africa, if you put it on its end. But yes, he's off and underway. That's Brandon Downs. Alexander Meyer is next. Then it'll be Will Barter, Miguel Heidemann and Tiedemann Arendsman, where indeed very much we start to think about the juicy stakes that are still to come, including Isaac Del Toro, who is, I don't know, the best bit of sirloin you're likely to see today. Let's see how tasty his performance is. Meanwhile, Plapp still digging in. And here he goes. He's got a long way to go at the moment. Yeah, sometimes I just think designers, they've actually got a bit more sensible of late. And I think designers become a bit more human and a bit less graphical. You know, a lot of designs that they were too sharp, they were a bit too messy, and now we're going back to the classical stuff. And I absolutely love the classical stuff. Never been a big fan of faded gradient colours. And do you remember there was it just looked like a laundry accident to me. But thankfully, we're now back to good old solid block colours, and you can always rely on Canada to produce a good kit.
Yeah, I'm just thinking now. You've set off my thought process with like a colour fade. I know what you mean.
Do you remember the Netherlands kit, which was just dots, and you couldn't see the famous orange had just gone, and basically it just looked like some kind of visual trick that they were playing on us.
I do wonder sometimes when you feel like a team has absolutely nailed the most beautiful kit and then they change it the season after, and that's disappointing. So, no, I hear you. And it's important. It's important. But talking of which, it is really interesting to see at this level who's been given some freedom to perhaps do a little bit more aero testing in terms of the, of course, the equipment, but the skin suits that have been developed for certain riders, whether or not the whole... every rider in that federation is going to be wearing the same, or whether riders have placed more importance on that. And I think that's what's been a really interesting talking point, where people have been doing so much speculation on the battle between Pogačar and Evenepoel, because we know they've both had probably quite a handy amount of time to do their refinements in terms of preparations for today, because we know it's a huge target for both of them. Of course, a target for Luke Plapp, who we've got eyes on now with 30 kilometres remaining, just having eyes now as he has that first intermediate split.
Here we go. Surprisingly, red against him at the moment, but he will thrive better on some of the peaky stuff later on. He's 19 seconds down. That's only the first intermediate. If he's running what we've been referring to as a negative split, it means he's going to keep something back to deliver it later on. Yes, the 2023 Netherlands kit was basically, somebody thought, I know, let's get rid of the orange. And I don't know who that person was with that conversation, but it didn't work, and nobody could tell them. One of the greatest things in cycling for the Dutch is
people are necessarily going to be completing and finishing off today, and I just love looking at the different styles on the bike and how people are able to just capitalise on staying neat, keeping the aero gains where possible. And it's not straightforward today, is it, in terms of keeping position? We've got so much to contend with in the latter parts of this course, and well,
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's
you know what?
It's fascinating.
I'm anti-fussy. I don't like fussiness. I like things straight up, and I love the fact that here they have the cuddly toy, which is almost essential these days for any winner, is a gorilla. Of course, it is the mountain gorilla, which of course Rwanda is renowned for. Don't mess around with that kind of stuff. Do you remember the London Olympics? They had something that looked a bit like a mobile phone.
I remember this.
Oh, check it out. And yeah. And what is it from Atlanta? Get a cheap one on eBay anytime you like. Barter. gets off and underway. William Barter is here, and he is here to do some damage, and it's to the opposition. He's going to have to do a little bit to himself as well throughout this course because it is tough, and Will Barter departs the field. Meanwhile, Leonard, check this out. Oh my goodness, the times are a-tumbling, and Vermeersch, if that was a good time, this is an enormous time. King Torso is bringing it home. I told you.
I was waiting for that, Carlton. But this
Super
is
Cone.
proving to be as thrilling.
Leonard Cohen. Go on. I'll sing the song in a minute.
Go on. I'll just give you that freedom. That's what you are progressing towards here.
Was it Suzanne takes me down to this place by the river, or was it? I can't remember. Anyway, he's my man. Come on, Leonard. This is going to be brilliant. I told you he was looking good. You wouldn't have it.
You did.
Mm.
We worry, don't we, about commentators' curse, but you've, this one's been a blessing.
He's got all the physical attributes of what is needed. He is spearing through the wind here, amazingly so. 10th place in the Basque Country. We always knew, when I saw him racing there, I thought, hang on a minute, this is really good. And from the early runners, my Canuck friend here is going to deliver something rather special. A little bit of a waver on the front wheel, but that's because he's taken in banking here, and he just makes a lovely transition to the other side of the road. He's already spying the apex that he's got to hit. He gives himself a quick look, then straight back down to the aero position to maintain it. Double check to make sure he's not getting out of line. This is fantastic riding at the moment. He knows he's on a downhill section, which has got a technical left-hander at the bottom, so he needs to shed a bit of speed. So he takes this beautiful right-hander, screams down, he'll have a left-hander, and then just has to deal with the rest of the course to bring me deep joy. Meanwhile, Van Wilder is doing it for Belgium, but I'm afraid Vermeersch in the hot seat is going to have to start thinking about a plastic stacker because he's not going to be sitting in there for much longer if Leonard keeps this up.
No, and it's so fascinating to look at the position. Like, we've discussed it endlessly, but now we are getting to this end of the action where that makes such a huge difference. And you could see him just like quick look up, as you say, and then back into position, because it's just constantly teetering on that balance, isn't it, of holding the best aero position you possibly can, but of course not allowing yourself to make any mistakes up the road on any of these turns. If any sections become a little bit more technical, you've got to be ready for that. Of course they know what lies ahead, but in practice that can be very different when you're doing this at the extreme race paces that we're seeing now. But I just really enjoy watching people get in and out of that position, because the longer you can keep it, whilst keeping it upright, of course, and manoeuvring these turns and dead turns, especially to come back up the other way, as we're seeing on today's course, you know, the more the gains have been made for riders. But yeah, you can just see now how much riders are utilising every inch of those descents that they can pedal on just to maximise the gains. But yeah, be a little bit more tentative on that turn.
Ryan Tara-May is a good time trialist, and Michael Shade Leonard is proving that potentially he is a great time trialist today. When we looked at the course originally, it seemed a bit of a stinger as far as fully committed traditional time trialists. But if you function on mixed terrain, you can thrive today. And I feel that that this man, Michael Leonard, is doing just that. Also, Canada seem to be able to mark themselves out for greatness. They seem to time their runs, either that into the Olympics, into the World Championships, into just about anything that is required. They seem to time their runs absolutely brilliantly. They always thrive on track and road, and right now this man is thriving on this time trial.
And that's what you need, isn't it? So we just watch him take that turn. And it's such a fine art, but also to be given the ability to do that, as you say, to do it effectively, because of course everybody's season can look very different, and to get your preparations and your timing right, and to decide when you look at the wider season, or not even just one season, when you're looking at Olympic cycles and how you place importance on World Championships, you can't peak for absolutely everything. And it might sound obvious, but when we've seen riders who just seem to be on this endless run of luck, we then see them get a big illness or an injury, and you're always looking at the longevity, not only of success, but your career and your well-being and your health and your ability to back up performances. So when we see people do it very well, there's a lot that's gone into that behind the scenes, of course.
Nish, second quickest so far, giving away 34 seconds to Florian Ramirez. Would have been favoured by the course. He's quite a good sort of hills man. So maybe somebody as well that you wouldn't have expected to produce a spectacular performance here. Second quickest so far, and, albeit giving away 34 seconds. All of the timing sheets are about to be ripped up, as indeed Michael Leonard will be coming home fairly shortly. Here indeed is Luke Plapp. Looks like he's chugging just a little bit. That's not a classical position he's in at the moment. Does get there right now. We'll see how he is thriving or struggling a little bit later on. Indeed, as far as the latest times are concerned, Luke Plapp was fourth at the first timing point, giving away 19 seconds. We'll see whether that's been magnified or whether he's held on to the margin for this next one. It will give us an indication of how much he's got left for the rest of the run.
Yeah, well, I'm just having a look down now at some of these earlier splits, and yeah, we just had sight on Luke Plapp, didn't we? Just sort of going back into that position and just getting himself back to where he wanted to be physically in that position on the bike. Van Wilder here for Belgium.
Again, this is potentially going to be a trim. He's still got a way to go to get to Michael Leonard's time, which really did give us a big wake-up. But Van Wilder as well is going to set yet a new benchmark. We are loving this. We're seeing the pendulum swing almost constantly, and it's back into the Belgian vanguard right now by a margin of 42 seconds. What a trim that is.
It certainly is. Just getting sights as it just gets better and better as we go. But back we are at the start ramp.
Del Toro, what a prospect. And I mean, how has he carried himself out of the Giro d'Italia, for goodness sake? And what might have been? We ask that so often, don't we, of so many riders, and particularly at the beginning of their career. How do they cope with that? Making a lot of headlines, of course. I mean, he's one of those spectaculars, really. A lot is hanging upon his shoulders of Isaac Del Toro, isn't it?
There is, and it's down to, again, how riders handle that, isn't it? Yeah. And I think we do often look at the stars of our sport at that level that he's at. You expect riders to become superhuman, to not... I think something that we've seen become more prevalent recently is riders saying, do you know what, I do absorb the press, I do know what people are saying about me, and I do have to measure that when I come into big targets. And I think, yeah, sometimes we do make the assumption that when a rider is so good that it's water off a duck's back and they're not absorbing that. But there's so many different elements to it, to keeping your calm and to keeping your mental well-being coming into all these targets as well. And I just think that, understandably, you're going to have pressure, huge pressure on riders' shoulders. But we do sometimes have to remind ourselves that these riders are also human. And we've seen it prominently this season, haven't we? We've seen Lotte Kopecky actually come out and say, I'm just being really honest about, I'm just not having a great time this season. I've suffered with endless injuries. I've suffered with illness, with setbacks, and people are talking about me like I'm just always going to win regardless of that. And whilst it's nice to have belief in a rider, sometimes that rider just isn't going to be at their best for whatever reason. And I think she's really highlighted that there's a lot of different pressures that come with that.
You know, choosing your friends is one thing. Choosing your entourage when you are a professional as well is also of magnified importance, because the demands that they make, you have to ask yourself at a certain part in your career whether they are demanding something from you that is best for them or best for you. And sometimes there's a difference between the two, without naming any names or wanting to get involved with any finger pointing. But you know, some riders, they're just handled badly. Let's put it that way. They don't get the right guidance. And when you're a young man as well, like Isaac Del Toro, he's 21 years of age. He was runner-up in the Giro d'Italia. And he got an awful lot of stick for not winning the Giro d'Italia. For goodness sake, he's a kid. Leave him alone.
But I think that is what so quickly happens. Sometimes I have to go back to a rider's stats and go, they're only 21. And I think that, again, it goes back to that assumption that once somebody has shown either promise or a big result or has gone up to that level, because I think that narrative shifts, doesn't it? It's what is a young rider going to do? Oh, they're developing, they're coming good. But actually, once they firmly put themselves on the map and they do a big result, then our expectations as onlookers goes up and up and up. And then it changes the narrative to, well, why didn't you take that? And the kind of... trying to think of the right word here really, but there's just no allowance there for the fact that a rider is still very much learning and developing. And again, riders are the first to admit, I'm learning all the time. Even at the very, very pinnacle of the Grand Tours, riders are still learning.
Garcia Perna, this will be a disappointment to him. Possibly expected a little bit more of him. Just going back to Del Toro, runner-up in the Giro d'Italia after getting his strategy wrong, really. But Simon Yates taking a famous victory after such a margin between his first and second Grand Tour wins. But yeah, Giro d'Italia. And then guess what? He's got the rack full of disappointment, wins the Tour of Austria. Then he wins the Classica Terras Elba. Then he wins the Getxco. Then he wins the Tour of Burgos, and then he wins the Industria Artigliato, he wins the Della Toscana, he wins the Primera Città Pecoli, and he wins the Trofeo Matteotti, which is the last race he did before coming here. Leave him alone. He's a genius.
And he's 21.
He's 21.
And he's 21.
Goodness
Gosh, I was not doing that when I was 21, racking up lots of race wins.
No, when I was 21, it involved... I don't know.
We'll leave that there as to what we were up to at the age of 21.
Probably dominoes I was good at, but that was about it. Here is Romeo Abad, and he takes himself off the ramp, and we are getting to the pointy end of what remains. We have, it's Ivan Romeo. So they put him as Romeo Abad. It's Ivan Romeo, by the way, in case you were thinking, who the hell? Or who on earth is Romeo Abad?
Who's Romeo?
It's Ivan Romeo. Sobrero, it caught me out, to be honest. I was thinking, hang on, that looks like Ivan Romeo. Better check. And of course it was. Sobrero has just crossed the line at 49.81. What about Ivan Romeo? Should we call him by his correct name? Catania is going to be coming off next. This is Jay Vine you're looking at. The man who is an aficionado, would you believe, on war history.
Really?
Yes, he spends his downtime. He had some significant injuries. Yeah, I spoke to him personally about it because my dear departed dad, he was very much involved in the Korean War, and Jay and I had a long old chat about it. But yeah, he finds it absolutely fascinating. I think the levels of commitment and sacrifice that people have made because of conflict throughout the past, and yeah, it's something that just spurs him on, I think. Tales of daring do. And as a result, he's got himself a Spitfire pilot's moustache. What about that? There we are. Meanwhile...
Why?
Yes.
we'll go back to that. Here's Remco Evenepoel.
He is, with his aero haircut. He saw a picture of me and thought, that looks good.
That's what it is, yeah.
That's the one. He's going for it. And so is Luke Plapp. How's Luke doing on the splits?
Let's have a look. Confirmation of how that is looking for Luke Plapp. And of course, we just had sight of Jay Vine as well, didn't we?
We're actually waiting for his second time check. It's just about to come up. He was trailing by 21 seconds at the first split, but that's retrievable. But as his shoulders just start to waver here, and his target is a 32.06, and he's beyond that now. So every second from now until that clock stops at this second split is potentially going to be against him. There we are.
Let's have a look.
Van Wilder is the next time to fall. No, Van Wilder was our leader at this point. And as it stands, he's going to be second quickest, I think, through here, Luke Plapp. It's hard to tell with the gearing, because you just don't know when you look at the cadence that they're setting, how quickly they are going. It might look laboured, but he's still marching along second quickest.
Yeah, it's impossible. I feel like it's impossible to tell today because every single rider, no matter what power they're unleashing, is looking like they're laboured and struggling because everybody's suffering. Plapp himself said this is, it's going to be brutal today, and there is no respite, of course, on this TT course. It's one that's 40.6 kilometres in entirety, 681 metres of elevation gain, a very big slog at the end of cobbles, and then more ascending. So I don't think anybody is in the typical TT floaty style looking unlaboured, because of course there's so much to contend with.
Here's our young genius. I mean, I hope for his sake that there is another opportunity that presents itself for him to win a Grand Tour, because the chance came early, and you never know when you miss a big one, when the next one will be along for you to have a nibble at, because you can have signed up to help others. But this young Mexican is just phenomenal, and proving again that the world of cycling has stars peppered throughout this planet.
Yeah, and I see your point completely, because I can only imagine what it's like to think, well, what if I don't have the opportunity to ride for myself as the priority? What if what if my one opportunity that was the biggest of my career presented itself and I didn't capitalise on it fully? But he's 21, and I think he's got such a long road ahead of him as well, that, everybody can see what he can do, and that's absolutely amazing. And what he can do, it'll be very interesting to see how today plays out as well. Of course, he's been a name way up there when anyone has been talking about contenders for today.
Where's Michael Leonard? I'm waiting for him to finish. I don't think he's come through yet, unless he really did go pop. No, I think we're going to be waiting to see him, so I'm looking forward to that. Next start will be Walter Vargas, then Jay Vine, Bruno Amarai, Stefan Kung, Tadej Pogačar and Remco Evenepoel. The start house and its drummers will indeed fall silent fairly soon. Here's Seixas, and this is basically showing us what Ilan Van Wilder's got, because Seixas is missing something here.
Yeah, and we're just starting to see those comparisons, aren't we, as we get more and more information from these intermediate time checks. And it's been so hard to read it, and we have had so many question marks as to who was really going to be able to capitalise on this nature of course. And I think even the riders came in the last few days saying, we do not know the effects of conditions when we actually arrive there, when we acclimatise. We don't also know what every rider has had in the way of preparation, because some people, as we know, have been very visible in the very recent Grand Tour here, but other riders have been somewhat more hidden in their preparations. And I've loved the fighting talk between Remco and Tadej of I'm ready, well, I'm ready. And we know Pogačar wouldn't be here today if he didn't think he could win this, but I still think it's going to be a task, because Remco has not only got such an all-round ability of skills in this specific discipline and on a course like today, but psychologically he deals well with pressure. He wants to make history. He wants the rainbow bands again today.
I want a great fight.
Here's the other man.
It'd be wonderful to see Tadej Pogačar dealing with Remco Evenepoel and vice versa. And they're going to do it as a pure measure, because they go off one after the other.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be fascinating to see the run through the course. The head-to-heads are going to be very easy to assemble. So Tadej Pogačar setting off after Stefan Kung and before Remco Evenepoel. Meanwhile, Mr. Munton has climbed a mountain. And there is Florian Vermeersch's time. He's still got another pickup to do. It's going to be very tight, this. Here we are. Count him in like a rocket launch. I don't think he's quite going to get there. But that is a very fine effort, I've got to say, until he gets the line. He's very close indeed. Oh, my goodness. 2 seconds. And he's going to look at that and think all night, how could I have found those 2 seconds? Jay Vine comes off the ramp, carrying his fighter pilot's moustache out of the arena and into battle.
I've been admiring the moustache and the commitment to the style, but I didn't know the backstory to it. So thank you once again, Carlton, for filling me in on that. But really excited to see Jay Vine today.
Come on, Michael. Let's get this job done. There he is. Well, he's going to bring this up the mountain. He's going to be in the lead, but for how long? The tongue's hanging out like that invisible ice cream up in front of him. And now the big prize is at the line. It's a hot seat for now. And there it is, just being kept warm by Florian Vermeersch. But I think he knows as he unpacks his...
Prepping.
Yeah, he's got a little carton of orange juice down there. He's going to go and enjoy it in a minute. Meanwhile, here comes Michael Leonard, and he's going to take the lead. He's got another little rise to deal with, so it'll be closer to a minute of advantage by the end, but he has had a superb second part of this race. In fact, he's been pretty tidy throughout the entire run. Chapeau, my friend, that is brilliant. He's our new leader by 1 minute and 10.
Goodness me, what a margin there. And you just got a sight, didn't you? We got a close-up on how laboured that was on that gradient. There's not been any poker faces today on this final kilometre, has there? You can just see the tongues out, the gritted teeth of each and every rider just getting it all out on the course here today. Talking of which, here's Del Toro.
It is, yeah. At the convention centre, there it is. New benchmark. It's by Michael Leonard. Yeah, it was Suzanne was the song that I was trying to remember. There we go.
The important part of why we're all here today.
Exactly that. Del Toro, the bull. Well, let's see what he can do. He's running at the moment and doing a fantastic job. He's very active on the bike. He's a bit like one of those little pushy toys you get when you're little. His head seems to come in and out of his shoulders when he's pedaling. It's just his style. Have you never noticed that?
Well, he's 21. He's
do what he likes.
He can do anything at this point.
Right now, he's leading at the split by 9 seconds. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's all happening. It is all happening. Back to the start.
Bruno Amerai. He's off. He's underway. How do these guys do it? I don't know. I fear for their wrists.
The endurance effort, I must say, from the drumming team has been second to none. They've kept up at every intermediate time split.
They were having lunch at the beginning of the men's race. And
I know.
They missed their own man.
They missed a couple of minutes there, but they're back in full force, and now we are getting to the very hot end of the action.
We are. So Amerai is gone. There's Stefan Kung next, then Tadej Pogacar, then Remco Evenepoel. So within the next, 7 minutes, they're all going to be on course and active.
Everybody will be out.
Get yourself ready. It's going to be big news. These are deep section wheels, aren't they?
Yeah, I love looking at the display of tech, and of course it's not going to be the same for everybody. But we've also nodded to the fact that it's, of course, not just having an incredible technical setup on your bike and the best equipment, but some riders more than others have had time in their season or have placed priority in their season on actually drilling their position in that setup, because of course you don't just get into an aggressive time trial position overnight and go, right, this is how I'm going to ride at the Worlds. It takes a lot, and I think that's evolved so much as well. Each season we see something new in the way of aero gains, in the way of measuring what you can do. And I think the interesting point today as well is it's not straightforward. It's not just the case of sitting in TT position all day, because you quite simply can't. And then it's looking, as we go up the start list and more into our favourite contenders, who's keeping position longer, who's able to keep in that tuck and keep their head down. And aero testing, we know, is so important for riders that want to now win at this level. There's no stone unturned in that area now.
Back to Stefan Kung. Well, the two favourites are still to come, but Stefan Kung is somebody who can upset because occasionally he's an all-terrain vehicle. More often than not, he's having to work for others. But right now, the Swiss is hoping that he can bring yet more joy to Switzerland. There's a clue there for you. Meanwhile, this man
I've done so well.
he's getting off and underway. Fantastic. Now, he's one of the, I guess, heavier of the riders who are out here. Don't take too much away from that. Rein Taramay comes in. Clock didn't stop against him, but was about a minute and a half. Don't worry too much about that. Meanwhile, back out on course, and Mexico's Del Toro is still there. Watch his constant adjustments here, because I've been noting that within the space of a minute, he's getting 4 or 5 readjustments on the saddle. I think it's a marker of the level of commitment that he's engaged with, to be honest. This does not look like the biggest drive to this split that we are looking at right now. It'd be handy to have a clock, to be honest. You know, it is the race of truth against the clock.
It is why we're all here.
Yes, exactly. Time.
Clock's significant.
Time. It's an important thing. Meanwhile, back to Del Toro. Just a quick mention of Stefan Kung. I was just saying about how he is quite a powerful rider. By that, I mean his frame, his own bodily frame, his genus is quite thick set, but because of that, he generates a lot of power, and he's not bad at indeed some of the faster sections here, of which we have plenty, as you can see right now from Del Toro. If you can impose yourself here, that's time gained, and maybe just a bit of slip room when it comes to the peaks.
Well, it will be exactly that, and I think that is why this Worlds course has fascinated us so much today. And actually, again, not giving it all away, but in the women's race there were some surprises, weren't there?
Yeah.
Of riders we expected to come in as out-and-out favourites and to possibly capitalise more on the course than they were able to do. So that in turn I think means that you equally can't write off someone saying, well, there's this amount of elevation gain, because actually, as you say, the power that riders have been able to maintain and really gather and just push everything out of on some of these descents, like that has been possible as well. So I think, of course, we've just got such a range of riders out there today.
Cool. Look at this. Van Wilder is not only going to take control, he's smashed the clock. That is amazing.
Wow.
Well, we get a pace on that. We didn't see much of it, but Van Wilder's in charge. The reason we're hooking back is Tadej Pogačar is off the wrap. He missed the Vuelta. He has been getting himself ready for this. They know a champion. We know one as well. And he has set off absolutely dialed in. Watch these first few corners. Just raises the inside pedal here, but watch him get the power on immediately after the corner. He'll do exactly the same here. Flick-flacking round every single one of the chicanes, straight onto the skis. He'll be back off those in a moment, and here he is. But you know what? 3 seconds on the skis is better than no time on them at all. So he's out of this corner again. He's powering into position, out of the saddle. He'll be back down there. Aero magnificent, fully dialed in. He's underway.
He's underway. He's dialed. That is the word right there, Carlton. Look at that start. He effortlessly throws his bike around the course with no problem, no concern. He's got this, and he is a joy to watch because of it. We've talked about the fact that we know he's put in specific preparations for today. He is a rider that's not going to leave anything to chance. He's not, oh, I'll turn up to the TT and see how it goes. He's going to have everything on the line today, and he wants to beat Evenepoel. They have both made no secret about how big this rivalry is.
And Van Wilder is doing a brilliant job, has done a brilliant job. A 52.22 for this course is absolutely outstanding. He has bettered Michael Shea Leonard by 1 minute and 17 at the finish. That huge. Is massive. Keeping cool. And if you're thinking, well, how on earth did he manage to get through that? Well, you're actually looking at the efforts involved right there. Evenepoel is still to come. We'll see how much information is sent back down the course to Evenepoel. Meanwhile, Tadej Pogačar is already eating into this course. You're going to have to essentially do a sprint for the entire distance today if you want to beat this man. Tadej Pogačar is an all-terrain vehicle, we remind you. He climbs brilliantly, he time trials exceptionally, he can even get involved in a sprint or two. Well, he looked at the course and thought, I'm inspired to do this, took his time off La Vuelta to be time trial world champion. Remco Evenepoel knows this. He has been, of course, champion for the last 2 years and wants to make it a hat-trick. It's now.
Talking of a hat trick, Carlton, I've alluded to the fact we're going to see some spectacular kit and tech come out to play in these final few riders, and look at his helmet. It's absolutely spectacular and, of course, well earned. Why wouldn't you? But it's interesting already just to see the different techniques at the start here.
Well, he's head down sprinting. And indeed not really getting up. If you notice, when he does get on the drops, he still maintains an aero position. This is top time trialing you're looking at right now. Potentially a hat-trick of victories for him. Stays out of the saddle quite a bit longer, gets onto the skis right now. That helmet, by the way, you may have noticed what looked like a few blemishes to it as well. It's because it's real gold leaf that they have put onto the helmet and then covered it with a very light coating. So essentially, he is carrying the Olympic champion's lid with pride to bring him luck into this one.
And it's happy birthday to Tadej Pogačar.
Do you know what? There's a cake somewhere with a candle in it for him.
He wants the cake today. He certainly does.
Wants it, and he wants to eat it as well.
He always does, and actually he does. He doesn't just want to have his cake and eat it, he absolutely does.
Today might be that day. Here's Garcia Piana. Now, this is a big disappointment to me. I was hoping that this might be a flash of genius, but unfortunately it's in the pan.
Yeah. And seeing that red time split there, it's just coming through. 100 metres to go.
Well, he's raised his level when it comes to time trialling over the last couple of races. 6th place in Romandy was very, very impressive. I was there. He looked fantastic. Disappointed me because I had him as a top 5 finisher, but there you go, bless him. I've been looking forward to seeing him go today. But this time, I'm afraid, is not going to set any bonfires on underneath the timings. He is already in a virtual podium, which shows you just how classy the time has been so far. You know, Ilan van Wilde, I don't know what messages he will have sent back to Remco Evenepoel. Remco Evenepoel is not a man who's given to taking on too much information. He generally tends to do things himself in his own way. So let's just wait and see. But yeah, Garcia Piana still on the podium at the moment, but it shows you the gulf as it stands between those who've finished and those who are still to come potentially.
Yeah, it's been really interesting indeed, hasn't it? It's told us a lot of the things that we wanted to know earlier on today. But yeah, talking there about Remco Evenepoel and the way he approaches things. And I think that's what makes him such a special rider, isn't it? That he is riding his own race to an extent. He's got to have that conviction and belief in abilities and what he needs to do to secure it. And of course, you have so much team support around you. You cannot do this you can't do these things on your own in this sport, but you've got to have your own belief at the core of that. And that's what he has in spades.
Sobrero. Well, let's see. Sounds like a sun hat. The clouds, I'm afraid, have wafted in. Thankfully, it's remained dry, despite the fact it has a look of dampness about the road surface. It may well be afternoon dew that we are starting to experience. Sobrero still 3rd quickest. Can you believe it? There's a lot of tight times.
Yeah, they certainly are. Become tighter. And I was talking about the fact that, and here we go, just some confirmation there.
Sobrero, 3rd quickest behind Michael Shea Leonard and Ilan van Wilde. Still so impressed with Michael Leonard. That was a great ride, but Van Wilde was just in a different level. A 52.22. Just to put it in perspective, the only rider who's broken 46 kilometres an hour, considering the climbing that we've done. Van Wilde, brilliant. His average pace through the entire run at 46.5. The nearest was Michael Leonard at 45.4 at the finish. So a whole kilometre per hour. So extrapolate that. It's, I mean, if you're doing 46.5, what's our course length here? He finished nearly a kilometre ahead of everybody else.
It's pretty staggering, isn't
Off
it, when
the
you
scale.
put it like that? Yeah.
Here we go,
Luke Plapp.
Luke Plapp. Now then, he's in the hoarded section here. What can he deliver?
Oh, just look at the pain etched on the face of Luke Plapp. Everything now. We know how brutal this final run into the line is.
Well, he's gone into this little dish, I'm afraid. No lapping kittens at the edge of it. He is, I'm afraid, going to be second place. Yes, 27 seconds is the margin. I don't know where those kittens came from, but anyway, having kittens, I imagine all Luke Plapp fans. Didn't quite get there, but what a great effort it was by the great man. 27 seconds down on the more than impressive Ilan van Wilder, and only the second rider to bust 46 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it was a really impressive, solid ride from Plapp, wasn't it? And I think it was really hard to read his body language and the way he was executing that on the course. It's been really hard, hasn't it, to read until we've confirmation of the time checks. It's been really hard to see because everybody is suffering out there, and we know that he said that early on, is that there's no respite in terms of how it's being paced and recovery opportunities. That's another thing, isn't it? Because we know someone like Remco can just do that ultimate pacing effort to know that you're digging deep, but you can't go beyond that red, especially at the meters of elevation that these riders are operating at today. Recovery is everything, and when there isn't an opportunity to just use a descent to recover, because we know they're going to be pressing everything they can out, the power output on those sort of lengthy, wide, fast descents, you know, when you've got to make the split-second gains that Remco is going to be looking for today, because of course he wants it, but he wants it more than ever because he's going to write in history books. He wants to do it 3 times. But yeah, there's no resting, and you could see with the ride of Luke Plapp and just what that took out of him on that finish line.
Remco Evenepoel is catching the motorbike. That's a security bike just to make sure the road is clear ahead of him. And right now, this is an absolute pleasure to watch. I haven't seen too much of Tadej Pogačar so far. He set off in advance of course, Remco Evenepoel, and the first splits are indeed, we're desperate. There's an aero bottle, all the tech at our disposal, and Arensman comes in, and another good time.
Yeah, we're just watching the clock here for Arensman coming in for the Netherlands. And you can just hear the chanting by the road. You got the fan club there. But it's been spectacular all day, just the sense of atmosphere here. The first time we've seen the Worlds come to Africa, here in Rwanda, in Kigali. And, oh, gosh, what action we are seeing play out before our eyes now. Here's Stefan Kung.
It is Stefan Kung. By the way, at the first timing point, Del Toro has gone through quickest. He is 2 seconds to the good on Jay Vine. Bruna Amarai has just speared through, only 7 seconds down, and they're coming thick and fast, the big times. Van Wilder and Leknesson separated by indeed 6 seconds, waiting for Arensman to come through that second checkpoint. He was 7th quickest, despite the fans, at 18 seconds. And in fact, he's improved his position, if not the time. He's a 4th at the second checkpoint. Here's Seixas just cresting the first of a series of little rises before he actually gets to the line here. And already, for a rider like Seixas to be this far down is a real description of what Ilan van Wilder has actually produced here.
Yeah, it's just further evidence of how staggering that ride, that time set by Van Wilder was for Belgium. And yeah, as you can see here, that's the benchmark, that's the comparison. 1:38.07 there, down for Seixas.
Well, he's in 5th place. 38.07, so he is about 15 seconds down on Sobrero in 4th place. Michael Leonard still in a virtual podium at the moment for Canada after a great ride. He won't be medaling, I'm afraid, today. But Luke Plapp would have hopes. Ilan van Wilder might have some delivery, let's see. And here's Del Toro coming to the second intermediate. Clock still green on him. And don't forget that when he went through the first split, he has set our benchmark. Now, he's drifted a little bit into the clutches of Jay Van Wilder at this point. We're waiting for Jay Vine to come through here, but let's see. Oh, he's tying up a bit.
Yeah.
He went deep early.
He did, and it's yeah, I'm just like waiting, bated breath to see that stop there. But yeah, but I still don't. It's not over till it's over, and I still think that is a characteristic of today, that we're not expecting it to be really obvious early on how much somebody can set that sort of time and hold it, because of course some people will have more ability to fare the weather that we're going to see later on with the cobbles, with the ascents, with everything thrown at the riders. But very interesting to see the change in time gap there for Del Toro. Jay Vine, you just mentioned him because we haven't had sights on Jay Vine very much so far, have we? Coming through the first timing point, 2 seconds down on Del Toro.
Yeah, amazing. In fact, I don't think it appears we don't have a camera on Jay Vine, but we'll see him finish, that's for sure. And there's so much talent, to be honest, spread across the road. This course, it's kind of difficult to keep in touch with absolutely everybody. And here's Tadej Pogačar. This has been a rarity too. He's still got 30.6 kilometres of the race, the course today to deal with. He's 13 and a half minutes into his run, and he always looks so comfortable. Mm-hmm. That's the danger of this man, isn't it?
It is. He always looks so comfortable. And I think, and this is the direct comparison you were saying that we were going to get treated to, with these being our penultimate and our ultimate rider out on the course, of course. But yeah, what really strikes me with Tadej Pogačar is it's not just his effortless style and look on the bike, is it? It's his whole demeanour, the way he just is so relaxed, so often with the press. Yeah, he's just such a solid individual, isn't he? He's just really sorted and just ever calm, seemingly. But what is so staggering, and I know it's something we talk about so often, but we can't not, is his all-round ability to just continue to shock and delight cycling fans. Every time you think, today perhaps is the one time it's not suited to Pogačar. Oh no, he's turned it around, and guess what? It is, and he makes it so. And here we go. This is a really pivotal point coming up for Pogačar, but he is just a joy to watch because of it, because you can never write him off.
Check that out. Less than a second down on Del Toro, who, let's face it, put everything on the line in the first, indeed, section of this course. And then faded when it came to the second checkpoint. So he took an advantage over Jay Vine, for example, of 2 seconds at that split and turned it into a 16-second deficit, I'm afraid. So let's wait and see. Jay Vine will be next one through, actually, our next chiming point. We're having a look at him. But Remco Evenepoel, it's basically mano a mano for this one at the end between Pogačar and Evenepoel, possibly with Ilan van Wilder entering the fray. We'll see if Del Toro manages to pick it up. We'll see what Jay Vine does as well when we get our next checkpoint. I think Jay Vine might surprise us today because he's in quite a precocious mood. He's bounced back from injury and he basically went to the barbecue table at UAE and ate all the sausages. That was the welter. He helped himself to what he fancied, quite frankly, and good luck to him. It was amazing.
Jay Vine is amazing. I had the pleasure of interviewing him during the process of the Zwift Academy, and I found him so endearing from the off. He's another character in this sport that came in through a really interesting route, and then we knew from that the power he had. But, Evenepoel coming up here.
Oh my life.
Just pause that one for a moment.
You want a trim? Check that out. Now then, first intermediate. And we remind you that Tadej Pogačar has been through here. So, This is fascinating because Evenepoel leads Pogacar at the first checkpoint by 45 seconds. No disrespect to Del Toro, but Remco Evenepoel is fully dialed in. Too early? Don't know. What can Pogacar do when we get to the climbs? A lot. Can he make up 45 seconds? That is huge.
This is the fight that we have been so eagerly anticipating, isn't it? And there's still so many questions. It's certainly not over yet. But what a time already from Remco Evenepoel. We knew we had the confidence coming in.
Leknesund is coming home. The clock is red against him, so Ilan van Wilder still stands there. What is the problem with Tadej Pogacar? Is there a problem at all? Well, he's got a problem, and that's 45 seconds sized kind of problem.
I think his problem is Remco Evenepoel.
Yes, most definitely. Who is absolutely dialed in and determined. And at the moment is absolutely going for it. But whether he'll burn down is anybody's guess. On paper, Remco Evenepoel looks like the winner in waiting. But the thing about paper is it's highly flammable. Let's wait and see what plans are afoot a little bit later on.
Well, we have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. Ultimately, we don't have a choice. But this is getting very exciting indeed.
Ilan van Wilder, Leknesund only 21 seconds down. That was very close at hand at the finish. Sorry, we were still in shock regarding Remco Evenepoel's gap on Tadej Pogacar. And so it almost distracted us. But congratulations, Leknesund. That was brilliant. Another rider. There's only 3 of them at 46 kilometres per hour and more for the run. Let me just tell you that Remco Evenepoel at the moment is holding at the first time check 45.2 average. The fastest part of the course comes into the 3rd checkpoint. It involves a big downhill run which you can really pile into, and here's your head-to-head, and it's extending. Remco Evenepoel has a margin of 51 seconds. That's not 0.51 of a second. That is nearly a minute over Tadej Pogacar. What is going on? Remco Evenepoel is burning it down.
Do you know what? Remco Evenepoel has so openly said to every member of the press this week how ready he is to take on this battle. He has been not quietly confident, but so overtly ready, waiting, confident, just wanting to take on this race today and win it and secure the bands. And we knew that Tadej Pogacar wanted to upset that, and you can never ever write off Pogacar. We've just extensively said all the reasons above for that, because he has in so many scenarios not come in as the likely favourite but has just turned the tables. But I think today Remco just knew that he hadn't just had a brilliant preparation coming into it, but this is where he ultimately shines. But even just watching the two of them come off the ramp and how they approached the start of this race was so contrasting and so different. But what they have in common is that ultimate confidence of the way that they can throw the bike around with just utter conviction that they know exactly what they're doing. What a brilliant battle. And we had eyes on Jay Vine a moment ago. I was talking about him before we saw the time of Remco come in at the intermediate, and what a talking point that has proven to be. But I was talking about Jay Vine, and then we got a sight of his face actually, and he looked very calm and concentrated.
Angisha is coming in for Rwanda, and listen to the roar. Let's just let the crowd welcome him home, shall we? How nice is that? He may be 6 minutes down, but he's absolutely up there in popularity here, and thanks to him and indeed the good people of Kigali, they have produced a fabulous atmosphere here, haven't they?
And this is what is really important to know. Not only how amazing this is for Rwanda, how amazing the crowds have been and the reaction to that, but there are so many riders fielding today, and this is not about a podium position for them. It's not about a top 10 position. That's not what they came in with expectations for today. It's gaining experience at this world level, going up against the likes of Pogačar and Evenepoel and Jay Vine, and what that is going to do not only for individual riders, but it transcends that. It inspires more people in this part of the world to ride, to have positivity, to inspire generations, and it's so important.
There's your first intermediate. He's coming up to the second. Now, it would be great if he starts to split and get in amongst that scrap for time here, because at the moment Van Wilde at the second checkpoint still stands loud and proud after the impressive Leknesund at the second split got to within 6 seconds of him. Del Toro, third quickest at that point. Here comes Evenepoel. Oh, little shimmy. For goodness sake, Remco, hold it together. He's pushing absolutely to the very limit. If he needed that extra bit of road just between the feet of the barriers, he's going to take it.
But this is what we see, isn't it? At this... We need to calm down. Yeah. No, this is what we see, though, when it gets this tight, when we get to this level, at this point in the action. It's never over, and we are seeing these riders push to the absolute limit. We've seen it with the likes of Jay Vine just pushing everything to test what they can, to get everything out of themselves and the bike. But gosh, we've got heart in our mouths.
Certainly have. What's Tadej Pogačar got at the moment? Because he needs an awful lot in the remainder of this course. I mean, getting time back on riders, you think, well, 45 seconds, that's doable over a big course. But on Remco Evenepoel, that sounds like a job already completed by the Belgian. Let's see, here's Jay Vine at the moment, digging very, very deep. In Van Wilde's time, he's coming into the timing barriers right now. I think this is going to be a big trim, and not just of his moustache. This is going to be something amazing. Let's see, Jay Vine is going to get there. What's the margin? What is he going to be in green here, essentially? Clock is going to stop any moment now. 26 seconds up, that's fabulous.
Oh my goodness. Well, we were just talking about this man, weren't we? Not just about his moustache. But Jay Vine is, I was going to kind of go into his journey through this sport, and the fact that, yeah, he's been a rider that I've closely interviewed from the days of Zwift Academy. So we knew that he had power. We knew that he was completely unrivaled when you just ultimately tested what his output was. But then the way he's evolved through the sport, but not only that, he's not just had like one injury setback. The way he has regathered himself and come back from the hugest adversity. And also, I think another thing to consider today is not everybody's had the same run into this. Not everybody's had the same preparation. Some people have had completely unknown form. Other riders like Jay Vine have had back-to-back performances, and we know he's got form, but this is looking really handy today.
Amirai, part of the great ignored here, and there's no justification for it really, because this is a super solid run by the Frenchman. 52 seconds down, and you're thinking, well, 52 seconds down. Well, 45 seconds. That was Tadej Pogačar himself. So if you do the difference between Amirai and Pogačar, it's only 7 seconds. So if it wasn't for Remco Evenepoel, we'd be talking about Amirai like the stars were being realigned. Amazing. Jay Vine at the moment is also very much in that vanguard.
Yes, and I think that is something else to make sure that we qualify, is that when you do have a rider making some of those splits look like riders are quite far down, we've got to look at what ride these these guys are actually putting in, and we've had some really impressive rides that would have been well up there if it wasn't for the upset of the likes of Remco Evenepoel. But here we are back with Tadej Pogačar, just over 20 kilometres for the birthday boy.
I don't know, maybe it was that cupcake this morning. I've no idea. But
do you think that was his breakfast?
Yeah, possibly, with a candle in it.
He could still win if his nutrition was a cupcake.
Bless him. Let's see. Just under 20 kilometres to go. He looks calm, but one suggests that maybe this needs a sense of urgency, and we're seeing that dripping from Remco Evenepoel, aren't we? He looks all over the bike, Evenepoel. It's not as pretty as looking at Tadej Pogačar, but boy, is it effective.
Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? And I hope we get more split-screen views just to compare the stances of our two top favourites today.
Here's Amarai coming to the second split. Now, Jay Vine, don't forget, had the beating of Van Wilder, and I believe that Amarai will also at this point. 26 seconds is the Amarai time. Jay Vine, indeed, that was his deficit down, so possibly not quite going to be there. But we were lauding Ilan Van Wilder, and I think we need to start lauding the likes of Bruno Amarai, who's on a very exceptional run here. But as the clock works against him here, maybe news has got through as to where he stands, 40 seconds down. So that would still be better than Del Toro, who led at the first split, save for Evenepoel.
Yeah, we're keeping a good eye, aren't we, on all these splits and what that means for the wider race, because, yeah, of course, we have 3 podium positions up for grabs, and I mentioned earlier that some riders, a top 10, of course, is a major target in this race as well. So keeping an eye on the state of play of all these contenders and just keeping up with those intermediate time checks at the moment. But here he is, the man you've just mentioned.
Del Toro, he's going to finish the task. He's got to get up over the gnarly bit. He's got 2.2 kilometres to go, and the steepest part of this climb is about to come in the next 100 metres or so. You'll see that with the stripping out of the pace down to 17 kilometres an hour. This is one of the quickest through this part of the course I've seen.
Let's see what Del Toro stops the clock at. 2.1k to go, and in any other scenario we might be saying almost there, but we know how difficult this final is of this time trial here for the elite men, and 2 kilometres can seem like a mightily long way, not only for us sat here comfortably. These riders are fighting to just limit any loss at this point in the race, with just 2k remaining for Del Toro.
He's coping with this extremely well. I think he's the quickest through here that we've seen, actually.
Yeah, and again, some riders just have a completely different style on the bike. We can't always read it, but keeping smooth across this section has been a big order for some of these riders. But yeah, he's looking to be flying over this as best possible, but this is just a brutal finish to the day. Every rider who's finished has said it earlier on this morning from the women's race, but just when you think it's over, it's not, and this is impressive.
Del Toro, the bull, fabulous rider, great personality as well, was extraordinarily humble when the Giro d'Italia slipped through his fingers. Here's Heidemann coming to the line for Germany, bringing great cheer to them, but I'm afraid that 2 minutes and 16 still accounting for a top 10. Can you believe it? That just shows you the quality of riders who have been through. Meanwhile, Del Toro is about to is about to bring this to a close. Timo Arensman also has indeed, has he drawn to a close, Arensman? Yes, 5th for the time being. Del Toro is on this final drag. Meanwhile, Swiss time is running out. And here is Mr. Kung, and I'm afraid it's not going to be. He's had such a busy season. I'm not surprised. He's been in the service of so many.
Only preparations coming in, but how your season's looked, and we've got riders here that have...
He needs to come in after 1 minute and 17. He's going to easily be within that. It's good enough for 4th place for Team Announcement, just out of the medals as it stands, but a solid performance by the Dutch rider.
Yeah, really solid there, and we've talked about the level that we've got here contending today, and that, yeah, that is no shabby effort at all. Also not too shabby, Jay Vine. Oh. And yeah, I was saying before, the fact that he's had to come back from so much difficulty, and again is a rider that can transform himself on one day for working for the team, the next day finishing it off himself, then coming in and but also talking about those he just uncontrolled.
Well, let's see how good the shot was. For the time being, it's been the checkpoint. Let's see, there's Jay Vine. He's red against Vine, which tells you how good Vine has been through here. Van Wilder was at 26 seconds. Tadej Pogačar is going to be down in around about that margin, I'm afraid. And it doesn't look like this is Tadej Pogačar's day at all. 25.76, second quick. This is huge. This is a very, very, very big moment. And I believe that this is one hand upon a rainbow jersey and a hand on a hat trick. Phenomenal. Twice, of course, our world champion time trialist and Remco Evenepoel over Jay Vine. Tadej Pogačar's already been through. Vine was faster than him. Remco Evenepoel is faster than everybody. Let it ring out. Evenepoel is absolutely on a march here. This is wonderful.
Remco Evenepoel, as expected, he's not only on fire, but he's exceeding every expectation. We had a certain level of confidence that he was our out-and-out favourite today, but Tadej Pogačar wanted to vocally upset that. We knew that, but look at the ride that Evenepoel...
Seconds up. He has magnified that. What he is fashioning out of iron here is unbelievable. He is now 1 minute and 42 up on Tadej Pogačar. Jay Vine might be heading for the hot seat momentarily, and indeed the let's wait and see. Certainly a medal. Jay Vine's looking like a silver medalist at the moment. No disrespect intended at all, because Remco Evenepoel is in a zone of his own as it stands, and Remco has pressed go, and he is in nobody's shadow. He is setting the benchmark.
He's not just setting the benchmark, is he? And let's just have a look at this split screen here with Evenepoel versus Pogačar. And oh my gosh, that's not just in a green situation, is it? Look at the time difference there. And I think that Evenepoel's just got everything on his side today, hasn't he?
The course is absolutely for him. Slightly rolling, doesn't mind a bit.